Hearing of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee into the 2022-2023 supplementary budget estimates. It's my privilege to begin our proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land on which we meet today and pay respects to their elders past and present. It's also my privilege to extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today, as well as all the country for which you are connected, to acknowledge that country too. The committee has fixed Friday the 31st of March as 2023 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by Friday the 3rd of March. We begin our proceedings today with land councils. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, which includes answers to questions on notice. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence, you are protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of these hearings. I remind officers that the Senate's resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a Department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about how and when policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate that into Hansard. I remind senators that as we continue our work implementing Set the Standard, as Chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, courteous and respectful way. Officers asked to answer questions should, when they answer for the first time, state their full name and capacity in which they appear. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference, who are not speaking, if you could please, thank you very much, mute your microphones. Okay, after all of that, I want to say Kaya, which is hello in WA, in the Noongar country. I can see we've got with us the Annandale Yakwa Land Council, Central Land Council, Northern Land Council and Tiwi Land Council. Thank you very much for being here with us this morning. I believe the Central Land Council is with us by video conference, and I thank you all for coming this long way to be here today at Senate Estimates. Minister, I should also acknowledge Jodie Bruin and thank you for being here at the table with us today as well. We've got a long day ahead of us. Land councils, welcome. Would any of you like to make opening statements?
Yes, good morning. I'm Joe Martin-Jard, Chief Executive Officer at the Northern Land Council. I'd like to make a short statement, if I may.
Yes, please.
This year is the Northern Land Council's 50th anniversary. We are one of the oldest representative Aboriginal organisations in Australia. NLC has been at the forefront of the fight for a representative form of engagement with governments for a long time. The focus on the Constitution follows calls over many years by our constituents to be heard The Yirrkala Bark Petition in 1963 and the Barunga Statement in 1988 are part of our proud history. The Uluru Statement from the Heart in 2017 is another. We hosted the Darwin Dialogue in the lead up to the historic meeting at Uluru. The Northern Land Council Executive and executives of all 4 NT Land Councils passed a resolution at Wave Hill in August 2022 supporting the Uluru Statement and a voice to Parliament in the Constitution. The NLC is proud to be a signatory of the Uluru Statement. We need a voice to start the conversation about treaties with First Nations. First Nations people of Australia have never ceded sovereignty. Eminent constitutional lawyers agree. The Northern Land Council agrees. We appreciate there are diverse views in all groups. We understand detail is important. We have always acted on principle of land rights, voice, treaty, truth. The Northern Land Council joins with all Australians who support a voice to Parliament and who will vote yes in the referendum later this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin Jard. Would any other councils like to make a statement? The Tiwi Land Council, Robert Graham, thank you.
The Tiwi Land Council would like to take the opportunity to make a short opening statement. Thank you, Chair. I'm Robert Graham, the CEO of the Tiwi Land Council. We're a small land council, presently with 9 staff, 5 female and 4 male, though we are recruiting more people at the present. The Tiwi have a long history of defending their rights and their lands, going back to their successful resistance to the English settlement at Fort Dundas over the period 1824 to 1848. The TLC proposed constitutional recognition and representation several decades ago and welcomes this nation's present engagement in the form of the voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, my glasses don't let me read how to pronounce that. Annandale Yirrkala Land Council. Thank you, Mark Hewitt.
Thank you, Chair.
And please correct me if I've pronounced that incorrectly.
It's a very good effort. Thank you.
I thought it was terrible, but anyway.
I've had opportunity. My name's Mark Hewitt, and I've been the Chief Executive Officer of the Annandale Yirrkala Land Council for this is my 12th year, and I'm here with my Deputy Chair Thomas Amagula, and I've been working with the same Chairman, Tony Waramaba, who's an Order of Australia medal recipient, who's up en route, getting ready for another big meeting next week. Look, I just want to point out that certainly in my time, this is the first time we've been to Senate estimates, and I thought it appropriate that we actually give a reasonably full explanation of what we're doing as a background.
Thank you.
So I'll read this, and if you wish me to stop, it is maybe a little long, but see how we go. So we were formed in 1991, so that's 32 years. And our primary functions, of course, are to advocate for the interests of traditional Aboriginal owners of the Groote Archipelago, the Annandale Yirrkala people, who have one language, and to assist with them to manage their traditional lands and seas and carry out commercial activities. The ALC board comprises representatives from each of the 14 traditional clan groups within the ALC region, and one community representative from each of Anurrugu, Umbakamba and Miliakbara. Currently, the ALC board comprises 25 members, 12 of whom are women. The ALC's operations span a broad range of activities, including finance, legal and executive, mining and sustainability, royalty development, land and sea ranges, infrastructure and development, community supply, preserving culture, community support, HR and performance, risk, innovation and technology. The ALC currently employs a total of 153 staff, including 66 traditional owners and 7 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander staff. The ALC's board overarching vision is to protect, maintain and promote Annandale aquaculture invest in the present to build a self-sufficient future, and create pathways for youth to stand in both worlds. The ALC is fulfilling this vision primarily through the delivery of its 15-year strategic plan, which was launched in 2012 after extensive consultation with senior community members. And further, in a more contemporary sense, the Groote Archipelago Local Decision-Making Agreement signed between the ALC and the Northern Territory Government in November 2018. This 9-year agreement identifies short, medium and long-term priorities for transition to local control and sets out the timeframes and processes to settle detailed implementation plans for each service transition. These priority areas include housing, economic development, law, justice and rehabilitation, local government, health and wellbeing and education. In 4 short years, the impact of local decision-making has been significant in creating real intergenerational change for the Anandiyakwa traditional owners. Some highlights include Aboriginal Housing, Aboriginal Corporation, Anandiyakwa Housing Aboriginal Corporation, a nationally accredited community housing provider which employs 12 traditional owners and manages 350 to 400 community houses on the Groote Archipelago. And this is led and chaired by an ALC board member, Sherelle Warrawillia. Groote Island and Bickerton Island Primary College Aboriginal Corporation, a highly motivated group of traditional owners who are overseeing the construction of a new residential boarding college on Bickerton Island for primary school aged children and creating a bilingual curriculum for all Anandiyakwa children, and that is chaired by another board member, Ida Mamarika. Each of these groups have their own boards. These are independent Aboriginal corporations. They're not controlled by the Land Council, but they've been assisted by the Land Council to be stood up to deal with very serious issues. Winchelsea Mine, majority owned in language it's called Akwamburkba Island off the north coast of Groote. It's 70% owned by the Barra Jaragba clan and is expected to commence mining by the end of 2024. Its sole purpose is to generate additional revenue to bring our mining trust up to a sufficient level to support programs such as preserving culture and community support programs. That's headed up by a young man who's chairing that, Bradley Barra.
Thank you, Mr Hewitt. Is there much more of your statement to go? I do appreciate the significance of the Anandiyakwa Land Council for the first time being able to put its evidence on record here at estimates. We do have a long day ahead of us. So please, if you can by all means continue and jump to the key points and feel free to table your statement as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would just basically close by saying that it's no secret that over 70% of the Aboriginal benefit account has been generated by equivalent royalty monies paid to the Territory Government from Groote Island mining operations. So we've also been able to do a lot because of the royalties that also flow to Groote.
Yeah.
So we can talk about that later.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And for my own part as Chair, I just want to acknowledge your work as land councils and your custodianship as traditional owners that you work with. It's one of my great privileges as a senator to be able to do that. Oh yes, and of course I should have also asked the Central Land Council online to make a short statement as well, should you wish. Thank you. Can you hear us?
They're on mute.
Speak again, Central Land Council. You still appear to be muted.
There you go.
We've got you. No, we've got you now.
Can you
Please,
hear me?
yes, we can. Please feel free to make an opening statement of a few minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. My name's Les Turner. I'm the CEO of the Central Land Council. Good morning to senators and colleagues. I regret we cannot be with you in person today. We are preparing for a special meeting of our full council, as well as our executive committee in Tennant Creek next week. I wish to acknowledge the tragic loss of the Central Land Council's chair, Kumanara Hussain, late last year. Mr Hussain contributed greatly to his community, Apatula, and the region. His wisdom and leadership offered compassion to all with a focus on vulnerable people, and his governance and advice strengthened several Aboriginal-focused organisations, including the Central Land Council. He is dearly missed, and we continue to think of him and his family. The CLC have liaised with the Minister, who has called a meeting of the 90-member Council next week, where Council will elect the CLC Chair for the remainder of the term. Through its statutory function under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act of Northern Territory, and as a native title rep body under the Native Title Act, the CLC ensures Aboriginal land ownership and interests are represented and protected, including protection of sacred sites. Fundamental to this is the CLC's function to ensure that prior informed consent of traditional owners in relation to land use proposals. The CLC has a strong record of effectively delivering on its statutory function and maintaining robust corporate governance for over 45 years. The latter includes unmodified audits of financial statements and compliant corporate plans and annual reports. In addition to external performance audits, the CLC has also commissioned internal audit services to assist our continuous improvement. I wish to thank the committee for recommending the Senate Procedure Office training to the CLC. We have since participated in the training and will continue to engage with this service. Finally, we welcome the recent announcement by the Commonwealth Government funding for Central Australia for community safety and cohesion, job creation, remote health services, FASD prevention and support, investing in family and on country, learning. It is a positive to see the commitment to coordinating services across all levels of government. It is equally pertinent that the implementation of programs targeting Aboriginal people aligns with the Closing the Gap priority reforms, including formal partnerships and shared decision-making to achieve Aboriginal community-led outcomes. Building the community control sector through listening to our communities and investing to build local capacity. Together we can deliver a more vibrant future for Aboriginal people and for Central Australia.
Thank you, Mr Turner. We've now got an opportunity to go to questions. I hope I got everybody's opening statements. May I ask, Mr Turner, how you found the Senate training? I know Canberra and Estimates is a long way from the Northern Territory and Central Australia, and we're keen to support the processes that provide that connection between your organisations and the Senate and the Estimates accountability process. So I want to make the offer to other organisations here. I know that your accountability and the job that you do is not focused on, politicians here in Canberra. So I'm just keen to make sure we're able to support your outcomes as best as possible. Mr Turner, did you have any comment on that?
Yes, Madam Chair. We found the briefing by the Senate office quite useful to us, and we've also had other officers involved in some workshops with the Senate office in terms of preparing briefs and that, and they found it very useful.
Great, that's what they're there for, and I'd encourage other organisations to take up that support should they wish. I'm now going to extend the call to senators, and I understand Senator Nampijinpa Price is seeking the call. I'll give you the call for 10 minutes before I move to other senators. Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for providing your statements. I also want to extend my respect for the late Kumanara Hussein and recognise the extensive work he's done throughout Central Australia and the Northern Territory in his various different roles. He certainly was a giant and someone that many throughout the communities looked up to, and he always wore his heart on his sleeve. So I just want to
Thank you,
begin
Senator
by
Nampijinpa.
saying that.
I should have also associated myself with that and said something in my remarks. So thank you, Senator Price.
So I just want to start off following on from a couple of the questions that were answered previously. The first one is with regard to question taken number 141 with regard to section 19 lease applications. It's been indicated in your answer that there are currently 170 lease applications. If you could, and you probably would have to take this on notice again, is just to be able to provide a list by Land Trust and at what stage of the process those lease applications are.
Was that to the Central Land Council, Senator?
Sorry, yes. Yeah, yes, please. It's, yeah.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa Price, for that question. We're down to 150 and we'll supply further information to you on that. But in terms of our consultation meetings with traditional owners and other affected people, it's one step in the process, you know, for granting leases under the Section 19 of the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, but not the final step. Consultation meetings to see if traditional owners understand the nature and purpose of the grant, and as a group consent to the grant, and also for any affected Aboriginal communities or groups to express their views on the grant.
Thank you for providing that comprehensive answer. And I definitely look forward to seeing what comes of some of those leases and what opportunities can come about as a result. My next follow-up question is in regard to question 153, and it was around elections. So just as a follow-up, in terms of planning land council meetings, is due consideration taken into account, obviously, of election dates during territory elections? And the other aspect to that is I just want to understand what the Land Council's view is with regard to the distribution of T-shirts and political slogans for use in photos and events and those sorts of things, given Land Councils are to be taking an apolitical position on most matters. I mean, obviously, you've made it evident that you're now in support of the referendum, the pursuit for a referendum and the voice. But even more broadly, what is the Land Council's view with regard to, I guess, the politicisation of meetings?
Mr. Turner.
Thank you for the question, Senator Nampijinpa Price. In terms of the organisation, we're apolitical in terms of if it's a Central Land Council event, staff will wear uniforms. In terms of promotion of stuff, we will utilise resources at our call. We also, in terms of being apolitical, we invite politicians of all persuasions to our meetings. And on your election to the Senate, Senator Nampijinpa Price, our former chair, wrote to you and invited you to meet with the Land Council, and that is still open to you to come along and meet with us. And in terms of staff, there's clear direction from myself in terms of when and where they can, you know, participate or be involved in campaigns.
Thank you. I'll have to follow up definitely with the meeting. I would very much appreciate that. The next question is with regard to a question that was taken on notice, question number 145, around establishing or traditional owners and/or I think it's more specifically to I think the answer you provided in terms of those that have been denied traditional owner status, that according to your records, there has been only one example of this taking place, with no minutes of the meeting for traditional owners. But there are internal records kept of the discussion with the family. From my understanding and my interactions with traditional owners, it appears to me there's been more than one case of this. And I also want to note that there was a letter dated the 9th of January 2023 of a Land Council members who came together to form a working group, and in the letter describes these particular issues around misidentification in family groups and it leading to division between traditional owners, and their concern around the fact that they feel as though certainly some Land Council staff and or anthropologists aren't of the deep understanding that's required to be able to successfully identify traditional owners, and their concern around fighting between family groups and traditional owners. They have...
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, if this is I can see you're asking questions, but there's a lot of questions in that question, and I think if you're seeking an answer, it's best you pause now.
I don't think you need to give gratuitous advice to Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
No, it's
She's
just,
asking
it's very
questions. She's
hard
within standing orders.
it's very hard for it to follow along, both here and
I think that says more about you than rather than Senator Nampijinpa-Price. Let the Senator ask her questions.
No, I'm
Let
not
the
here
Senator
to-
have her voice.
I'm not here
Stop
to
Senator Nampijinpa-Price having her voice.
I've had a very long week. I'm very happy to return to giving Senator...
A point of order. Let's take a point of order. Look, James, I'm just taking, the chair was trying to be of assistance to Senator because of saying it would be easier. If the Senator wants to take up the chair's suggestion, it's up to the Senator. We all know that. Jumping in like that does not help.
She's interrupting. It's a tactic.
It was not a...
To interrupt Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
And now you're doing it to me, and
Look,
it's not fair. I'm taking my point of order for the proper working of this committee, and also the respect to the people who come all this way. I think we should be actually having some decorum today.
Thank you.
Well, I hope that's what
Thank you. Now, Senator McGrath, please be quiet. I will continue. I do want to engage with Senator Nampijinpa-Price again, which is to say I was not intending to interrupt your questions. I have had a long week, as have everyone else here in Senate estimates. And I was struggling to keep up with the questions, and so out of respect to the witnesses, I just wanted to make sure that they are on the same, that they have taken in all of the questions that you have given them, which is why I was just suggesting a pause. How they're now supposed to remember those questions after Senator McGrath's interjection,
You're the one who's...
I don't know. But anyway, Senator Nampijinpa-Price, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I am referring to a letter that the CEO has received. So I have no doubt that the CEO is understanding of the matters that I speak of, and that he's following on perfectly without requiring any further assistance. And I'm just going through a couple of points of the letter.
Are you able to table that letter, Senator Nampijinpa Price, because we don't have it here with us?
I'm able to table that letter, yes.
Do we have a copy here? Can I ask, do we have a copy of it? Is that what you're handing out? Oh, okay. Perhaps your office might get it emailed to us. Can I ask the Land Council if you do indeed have such letter and understand what that letter is?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Les Turner, CEO of the Central Land Council. Thank you for the question, Senator Nampijinpa Price. In terms of the letter that Senator Nampijinpa Price has spoken about, we do not have a copy of that in the office. It is on a Facebook site, and we have not received an official copy of that letter. But in terms of the other part of the question about anthropology and the traditional owners, in terms of identification, our CLC anthropology discussed the person's claims to establish on what basis they assert to be a traditional owner. They reviewed the CLC records and compared them with what is asserted. The anthropologist consults with people at the CLC, has identified as senior traditional owners of the area, the senior knowledgeable people from the surrounding areas about the basis of the person's assertion. If the issue is clear-cut and that person is not a traditional owner, this review would be communicated to them. If there are doubts about the issue, CLC will hold a meeting of the senior knowledgeable people from the wider area to come together to hear from the person asserting to be a traditional owner. If agreement is not reached at that meeting, the CLC may engage a consultant anthropologist to undertake further research.
Thank you, and I'm aware of some of those processes. I'm certainly aware of individuals, family groups who have still feel unsatisfied despite providing copious amounts of evidence that states their status, and those that have previously been recognised and then for whatever reasons then unrecognised. And it is evident that certainly through this correspondence and correspondence I've had with...
Sorry, Senator Nampijinpa Price, are you able to give us a copy of that correspondence and table it?
I have asked for it to be tabled. But can I continue, because this isn't...
Well, no, it is, as you would...
This is on the matter. Chair, you're interrupting. I'm talking to a specific issue, and I moved on from the letter now. This is a specific issue with regard to traditional owners' voices being heard and recognised, which is a huge issue in the Northern Territory. I understand...
Senator Price, as chair, I have an obligation, Nampijinpa Price, I have an obligation to this committee to ensure that when you refer to documents, those at the table and we as other senators here understand to what you are referring. So we are simply asking that we are able to have a copy of the documents to which you refer. Senator Price, you have the call. I'm assuming there'll be an email to the office.
Providing that document, you can refer to the question that I asked previously also, which is in relation, this is what this line of questioning is in relation to. So if I could just please continue on without the interruptions, I would appreciate that, because there are traditional owners in the Northern Territory whose voices need to be heard and understood. This is very important.
Thank you. Are you able to tell us what number the question you're referring to, please?
The question is question 145.
Thank you. Easy. You have the call.
So yes, back to the question, back to my line of questioning before I was again interrupted, because as an Aboriginal person I need interrupting apparently. I would like to understand what further processes can be taken, because there are a lot of upset traditional owners who have copious amounts of evidence to legitimate evidence to basically state their status, and what is ongoing and what is evident is that these traditional owners are continually being denied. Do you think the processes that currently exist lend themselves to providing traditional owners natural justice and the opportunity to effectively deal with these issues?
Mr Turner?
He's on mute. He's answering, but he's on mute.
Mr Turner, we can't hear you.
Start again because you're on mute.
I'm on mute.
Great, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price, for your question. Yes, I do believe that our processes and procedures we have in place provide traditional owners with a course of action if there is a assertion about their traditional rights, which I spoke to you, provided a comment earlier. And in terms of our processes, there's a complaints mechanism as well that traditional owners can follow. But I think in terms of the consultations, staff at those meetings take notes at the meetings. These notes are used to prepare a report to the council or executive. Other information is also used to prepare this report, such as notes of any conversations with traditional owners after the meeting, if the conversations are relevant to the issues that council has to consider. After consultation meetings, the matter goes to the council or executive meeting, where a decision is made whether to direct a lands trust to grant leases, or in particular section 19. And the Land Rights Act provides that the council or executive cannot make decisions unless it's satisfied that traditional owners understand the nature and purpose, and as a group consent to it, and that any affected Aboriginal community or group has an opportunity to express their views. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Turner. Senator Nampijinpa-Price will give you another 5 minutes, and then I will rotate the call.
And hopefully I won't be interrupted during that. That would be wonderful. I note your answers, Mr Turner. I'm not satisfied on behalf of traditional owners that the process that exists is supportive enough for them, and that will have to be revisited, I feel. But thank you for those replies. I'll now move on to the Northern Land Council, if I can, please. I just have a follow-up with regard to question 156 that I asked around section 19 leases, and my further question is, of the 792 section 19 leases currently being processed, would you please provide a breakdown of the timelines for these from receival, and which land trusts they are with, along with what the nature of the lease is being sought, economic, by industry, or nature of recreational activity? If you could take that one on notice for me.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Joe Martin-Judd here. Yes, we'll certainly take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one was with regard to question 158. Around complaints received. So 59 of the 59 complaints received, if you're able to outline if any of these have been of a criminal nature, if any police reports have been made, if there have been any charges laid, if no charges have been pursued, the reason for this. If you could please take that one on notice as well.
Yes, yeah, thank you, Senator. We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. And the next one was with regard to question 160. I've requested a list of invitees to your events, and I do note that your list appeared to be a quite partisan list. There appeared to be no invitations for those of the representatives from the Country Liberal Party. And I guess I would urge to take the lead of the Central Land Council, if you could, in terms of ensuring that elected representatives from all parties are able to be invited to events. That would be wonderful. And lastly, just with in terms of, I think it was question 279. For this one, I just want to thank you for your comprehensive response and recognise the programs, the many programs for women that the Northern Land Council is undertaking. That's all I wanted to do in terms of that question. Thank you for that. Just if I could speak to Mr. Hewitt for Anandiliagwa.
Mr. Hewitt, I just want to make sure he's tuned in, and yes, thank you. Continue, Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you. Are you able to please outline how many Section 19 leases have been issued with Anandiliagwa? And if you need to bring that one, the response on notice, I'm happy for that. Sorry to interrupt you. And just how many current applications the council has in process?
Thank you, Senator Price. I would have to take that on notice. Certainly not at the scale of Central and Northern Land Councils. From my knowledge at the moment, we would have probably 3 Section 19s in progress, and we would have issued over the last decade at least 75 to 100 at the most, but I will give you further information on that, Senator.
Thank you. That's all I'd like from Anandiliagwa. Mr. Graham, Tiwi Land Council, are you able to please outline how many Section 19 leases have been issued with the Tiwi Land Council, and also how many current applications you have in process, and if you need to, please provide them on notice.
Thank you, Senator. We have none in progress at the moment. There are several, but only a couple that are on their way that we will be dealing with. I can't give you the exact figures for how many the Tiwi Land Council has processed in its history, but we're a very small council. We don't have a lot happening on us. Ours will be even less than Anandiliagwa's, but I can get back to you with the actual numbers if you like, but they're small.
Okay. No problem. Thank you. That's all the questions from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinpa Price. Senator Cox, did you?
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I direct my questioning to Tiwi Land Council? In relation to the recent Barossa Gasfield determination, and congratulations to the Tiwi people in a successful outcome. Now, the basis of that was obviously around the lack of consultation by Santos in relation to the gas field and its operations. Can you tell me a little bit about how this actually happened, or how it actually came to be that the court challenged, or the Tiwi people challenged NOPSEMA and Santos?
Yes, it's a multifaceted question. I had to tell the the Chair and the committee, that I've only been CEO for 6 months, so I haven't been there for a lot of the process, but I've been there for the most recent events. This project looks like it hasn't had a lot of consultation. However, it started its life as ConocoPhillips rather than Santos. Before the COVID shutdown, it was a ConocoPhillips project, and they did significant amount of consultations. I wasn't there at the time, I was working in Adelaide, but my understanding from the files and from talking to people is that there was a good amount of consultation went on. It comes out of the COVID shutdown period, and for whatever reason, I don't know, it's been converted into a Santos project. Santos assumes that everyone knows about the earlier consultations, but there's certainly been a lot of confusion. I admit the Land Council didn't jump in early and clear up those confusions. The project is in an area that we are not the Land Council who has responsibility for. We are a Land Council under the Aboriginal Land Rights Act only. We are not a native title representative body. The seas off of the island belong to our colleagues in the Northern Land Council. So I guess in a way it's sort of fallen into the gaps between them. We have since I became CEO, we've made effort to get more consultations going. I did my own examination of it, and we've had an anthropologist out there talking to Tiwi people. His findings mirror mine. There are a small number of Tiwi who are passionately opposed to it, and I respect them, and the Tiwi Land Council does. There's an equally small number of people who are in favour of it. There's a significant amount in the middle who have either no view on it or who want us to organise them to get more information. In response to that, after becoming CEO, I have worked to get Santos opportunities. We didn't organise it, but they have been given opportunities to go out to the islands and consult with people. A number of requests came from the group who were opposed to it, that we did that in a certain way, and I readily gave in to their requests. There was one set of consultations that were planned, and they thought there hadn't been enough notice. They approached me on that, and I made it be postponed in order to give them time and anyone else time.
And what time frame are the consultations now planned for as part of this next phase?
There has been, several weeks ago, there were 3 days of consultations on the island at each of the communities. Santos would like to do follow-ups they were community meetings, they would like to do follow-ups with the clans themselves. That's tentatively being talked about. I'm not sure when it'll happen. It'll happen if it happens. We'll have to make sure the clans are sort of interested in talking to them. We'll have to get out and see them ourselves.
What will the Land Council, Tiwi Land Council's role be in helping facilitate that consultation?
What was our role in it? We organised we liaised with one of the Tiwi organisations to get people together to do the logistics of the meeting, getting a venue, getting notices out, those sorts of things, refreshments for people who came to it. And we engaged an anthropologist I knew who had had lots of experience in meeting with Aboriginal people in the Northern Territory, both in the south and the north, and we engaged him to be the master of ceremonies for it.
Okay. Do you feel that Tiwi people, as traditional owners, have had enough time to consult and ask questions and understand the scientific nature of a gas field in the middle of one of their very pristine marine environments? Do you feel like they've been able to express their concerns and ask lots of questions about that? Because it's quite technical.
It is. Most Tiwi, I know, are aware that there are existing gas fields that are being exploited. There are existing pipelines and liquefaction facilities in Darwin already, so that this is just one of a number of things that have been there for some time. Some Tiwi didn't know that, but they do know now through my own efforts and the Tiwi Land Council's efforts and the recent Santos consultations.
Okay. Have the Tiwi Land Council been engaged in a conversation about the underwater cultural heritage report that NOPSEMA have now written to Santos to ensure that it is done, to make sure that that information is captured and considered in the way forward?
No, I've only fairly recently heard about that one. We haven't been involved in the planning of it or the organising of it.
Okay. So the Land Council haven't, just to confirm that, they haven't received notification about that?
Oh, we get the notifications of it. Santos has like a pamphlet they put out. We get them, but that's fairly widely distributed, I understand.
Okay. But in relation to the underwater cultural heritage piece, you, the Tiwi Land Council, haven't been involved in any of that discussion about that?
No, I don't know what the issues of there. Neither party have told us.
Okay, great, thank you. I just want to move to the Office of Town Leasing. Could you explain what that is to Senate Committee and its involvement and benefits for the Tiwi people?
The OTL, the Office of Township Leasing, I have to confess I'm not an expert on that. I worked for NLC for a long time and none of the communities there signed up for that. The Office of Township Leasing is a federal body set up under the Land Rights Act, which makes OTL and their director essentially a landlord on Aboriginal land. The communities on the Tiwi Islands signed up for 99-year leases with the federal government, where OTL essentially becomes a landlord, so they do all the negotiations with people. They have a consultative committee to talk to the traditional owners. It's quite a different system to what would apply with the Land Rights Act. Okay.
What are the benefits of OTL for Tiwi people?
You're talking to an old land council hand. I don't, I'm not the person to really answer that. Our position has always been, my position, that it's, I don't think it is greatly to the benefit. I think people are better off sticking with the Land Rights Act.
Okay, so how long has it been in existence for? On Tiwi?
Oh, Tiwi signed it, I think 5 years ago, 6 years, not very long.
Okay. What's the involvement of Tiwi people in the planning of their economic development across the Tiwi Islands?
What's their involvement?
Yes.
Oh,
Is that facilitated by the Tiwi Land Council?
Well, there are a number. The Tiwi Land Council's islands are small islands, and alas, not a great deal happens. The Tiwi Land Council has, over its history, gone out of its way to try and get developments happening there, but we're dependent, of course, on what the rest of the world wants to do. One of the things the Tiwi Land Council did do was set up a company that runs plantations. Those plantations harvest a softwood tree that they grow, and they send them overseas as wood chips. There's a facility, there's a port that converts the trees into wood chips and exports them. There are a number of small tourist ventures, those sorts of things. Recently, money's gone into a fishing tourist venture at Milakarpiti that's very successful, I'm told. I've looked at the figures. They're booked out several years in advance, and they charge an enormous amount per night, so that I hope will become very successful.
Okay. Now, in the recent 2021 census, I have some information that there's 800 job seekers in Tiwi Islands, which is approximately 75 to 80% of the population. Quite a considerable high unemployment rate. What are some of the barriers of business development, employment, education, training, skill development? What are some of those barriers that you can articulate to us, or challenges?
I'll be winging it off of the short time I've been there, although I have been associated with the islands in the past. There's next to no industry. Like, what would hire people? There's shops, there's the airports, there's some road maintenance. They're tiny islands without a lot of business going on. There's a lot of young people. I fully accept your figures. Well, that sounds correct to me. A lot of those people may need to go and seek work elsewhere at some time in their career to get jobs. They may need to go to Darwin, where there's a lot of industry.
So has the Tiwi Islands done any mapping or any brought in any specific programs to address this?
Yeah, several years ago, the Land Council and the then Territory Government did do a project where they mapped potential areas that could be used for agricultural development or some sort of industrial development, and they put that out in the form of a prospectus and distributed amongst industry. But why would you go and open a factory there when you could open it in Darwin, where you've got better communications, don't have to worry about the disruption from the wet season? It's the tyranny of sort of being a tiny island off the northern coast in tropical Australia.
Yeah. So, Mr Graham, I'm just trying to understand that if you've brought in programs, the Tiwi Land Council's brought in programs and people aren't interested, as you've said, what is the work of asking people what they are interested in? And you said that you have a high youth population across the Tiwi Islands. Has there been any consultation with people to ask them what they actually want in relation to economic development opportunities on the islands?
Well, have been, but I hope I didn't say that the people themselves weren't interested. I said that when you want to get business development going, you've got to get business interested.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
But there hasn't been today any further consultation?
Oh yeah, there's a what's it called, TITEP, the Tiwi
Island Training and Employment Board.
Yeah, that do quite a bit to try and get people up to job ready skill. That's a term they use, job ready skills.
Okay. I'm going to ask probably each of the land councils this question, so I might start with ALC if I can. There's lots of conversation around mining, particularly on your country. I'm interested to know, and in your statement, you talked a little bit about the ceasing of operations in 8 to 10 years, your manganese mine. The discussion about rehabilitation, is GEMCO, sure that they actually have enough funding to adequately resource mine rehabilitation? Because what we are seeing is Ranger Mine, 40 years on, they're coming back and asking the government for handouts to rehabilitate mine after they've had record profits. So I don't know if you can comment on that, Mr Hewitt.
Thank you, Senator Cox. We've got a very proactive engagement with GEMCO. Just last week we spent a whole day talking about things like that. Fortunately on Groot, the chemical and the nature of the geophysical environment is very conducive to successful rehabilitation. We've got high rainfall, good soils that readily propagate regeneration. So the issue becomes more about how you manage topsoil relocation, because that's where the seed grows. So we very closely monitor their progress, and we get reports every 4 months, every 3 months I should say. But the other aspect of what we do with GEMCO is we're very assertively looking at post-mine closure landforming. Given the mine life is less than 10 years now, we want to see other products that would create a sustainable long-term economy explored and piloted now and then put into large scale by mine closure. For example, we're negotiating with a company called Quintus, I think it is, Quintex, around sandalwood production. They've got a number of projects in the top end where they're doing that. So you're talking 1,000 hectare lots of very high value product. So that's specifically responding to your question around rehabilitation. I might add that also, in terms of a remote economy, the Groot Archipelago traded with the North, according to archaeologists, for 900 years, trepang, beche de mer, sea cucumber, whatever you want to call it. And we're currently developing an aquaculture industry on Groot, where we're looking at large-scale employment, working with private sector, both with Paspali, Quintex, a company called Ornatus looking at painted rock lobster for export. So we're looking at retaining assets from GEMCO, repurposing them into the aquaculture industry, and we think that will, the figures and the business planning show that would be essentially a replacement to mining royalties, but sustainable, not damaging the land, not extracting, and that's very much our focus.
Yeah. Is there any opportunity for renewable energy on?
Yes.
Yeah.
We currently have a proposal before GEMCO to build a 10 megawatt renewable solar battery backup farm, possibly even 40 megawatt. We would, an Aboriginal corporation called Groot Holdings Aboriginal Corporation would build that and sell the power to GEMCO, and the figures show that we would pay that back in a period of 5 years. And then after that, be left with a legacy after mining of a large renewable power source that could pump seawater through our aquaculture operations.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hewitt. Mr. Graham, I know you talked a little bit about the plantation and other bits and pieces, but any opportunity for renewable energy on Tiwi Islands?
There's nothing on the horizon now. There's a company that's looking to take Tiwi sunlight and convert water into hydrogen with it, and then to use that as an energy source. That, of course, once again depends upon the state of the industry. Other states, other places, other companies may pip them at the post on that, but that's a possibility. No one suggested wind farms or whatever, at least not in the time I've been there. Do you wish me to address the rehabilitation issue? My colleague, Helen.
So in March, the Tiwi Land Council is recruiting an extra resource and environmental officer, which will join our current one, Murray Narvett. And one of their main priorities is to be going around to all of our gravel pit sites on both Bathurst and Melville and doing rehabilitation around those sites as well, and restoring those. And also addressing, urgent environmental concerns that we have with invasive weeds and pests, as well as feral animal control on the Tiwi Islands. We're also looking at seagrass regeneration around our surrounding seas, as well as regeneration around our mangroves as well.
Great. Thank you. Northern Land Council, opportunities there for mine rehabilitation and renewable energy plans?
Thanks, Senator. There's a major project in the Northern Land Council area in the Northern Territory called Sun Cable that's being developed. It's had a few issues, but we see that as a huge opportunity to generate a lot of electricity that'll go into Darwin, and plus there are other smaller projects that are underway that we're supporting wherever we can. We want to transition away from the use of diesel to renewables, whether that's wind and solar.
Central Land Council?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Senator, for your question. In terms of rehabilitation, we're commencing negotiate or discussions with the Northern Territory Government over its security bonds in terms of the money available there in terms of rehabilitation. And at this stage, we don't have many in our area in terms of rehabilitation required, because most of the mines are pretty active. But there are, Newmont Mine has a Yappa crew which does a lot of environmental stuff above the ground. But in terms of employment, not many Aboriginal people are employed in the actual mine itself. It's a fly-in, fly-out route. In terms of renewables, with the economic stimulus provided previously under the former Minister White, there's been some projects there on renewables in, homelands, and a couple of renewable energy projects are sort of in its infancy in a couple of communities, which we'll look at progressing.
That's great, thank you. Minister, or Ms Brune, did you want to comment on any of the government injections in any of those around stimulus? Or?
Not at this point, thank you, Senator.
Okay. No? That's fine. That's all from me. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for attending. So many groups, I don't know how to keep track of it all, but anyway. I was surprised earlier this week when discussing with an agency here in Canberra involved with National Rail that they didn't hear of the Iron Boomerang project. So that's the purpose of my questions, to see if you're familiar with the Iron Boomerang project, because it'll bring substantial benefits to the north and to the centre of Australia. So my question is to the Central Land Council in particular. The Iron Boomerang project proposal is currently before a Senate inquiry and has substantial benefits for rural and remote communities across the north and in the centre. Are you familiar with the project?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. Les Turner from the CEO of the Central Land Council. Aware of the media stuff this morning going about it, and that's a rail line spur across from Queensland to Western Australia.
That's correct, yes.
You're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of that proposal, you know, it's part of our statutory requirements. Depending where, you know, the train line would go, there'd be negotiations with our traditional owners. It's similar to the, you know, the rail line corridor put from Alice Springs to Darwin. There'll be, you know, discussions and negotiations.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. I'm pleased you've heard about it, but perhaps you haven't heard about the aspect that has not been talked about much, but is probably more important locally than the rail itself. The rail will be highly beneficial, but the other part of it is a multi-purpose corridor that runs beside the railway line to carry water, power, electricity, and the internet access, fibre cable. And that's a standard inclusion in rail lines like this. So a water line similar to the Wentworth to Broken Hill pipeline could also be included to bring water, would provide town water, power and internet to remote communities along 3,000 kilometres of the route from eastern Queensland to Western Australia, with a substantial part of the costs, the trunk lines, borne by the private project operator, so it would be privately funded. Is the Central Land Council aware of this project and the multi-purpose corridor that goes with it, with the water, communications, internet and power?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. No, we weren't aware of it, but from what you explained, we'll be keen to, you know, sit down with the proponents and discuss issues with them.
Great to hear. Senator Dodson has made a comment that remote communities really need a better water supply, and I imagine that's true for the Central Land Council, and if you can speak to that and other communities across the top end, please, Mr Turner.
Yes, thank you, Senator, for your question. In terms of our Central Land Council region, most of our communities are under water stress in terms of supply of potable and palatable water supplies. The recent announcement by the Australian government with its Closing the Gap announcement had a measure in there about water security for Aboriginal communities in the Northern Territory, which we support and thankful for that. And there's also some work with the Northern Territory government in about 28 communities in terms of water security. And we look forward to, you know, talking with both governments about how we can implement that in terms of making water supply sustainable and suitable for our communities. But one of the major issues we got in the Northern Territory is the lack of investment in infrastructure in our Aboriginal communities to do with housing, water, roads and services and green spaces.
And do you, or the Central Land Council, own and operate cattle stations or support cattle stations?
We, through the Central Land Council, they have 3 native title PBCs who have their 3 pastoral properties that the moment that I understand, but I can provide you some advice on that. But they're run separately, a separate entity by the Land Trust and PBC.
So you're connected with them, but you don't operate them?
No, we don't operate them.
Okay, thank you. But I understand pastoralism is very important to the local people in the area?
Yes, it is, Senator, and the more support they can get, the better.
Yes, and Meat and Livestock Australia, when we told them about it a couple of weeks ago up in central Queensland, no, sorry, it was in Brisbane, that's right, their eyes lit up and said, wow, that's fantastic for Western Queensland and the Northern Territory and Western Australia for meat and livestock access. They've indicated the railway would be perfect to move cattle from remote stations across the top end, east to market with less weight loss and faster time to market. So I also noticed that, as you said, your Land Council features pastoral interests, and from your website, these are constrained by water and by access to transport. You've just confirmed that by saying you're infrastructure constrained. How many head do you carry and how many people are currently employed in pastoralism?
Well, thank you, Senator, for your question. I'll have to take that on notice, but it's not that we don't employ them, it's the entity that the pastoral property is under. So we'll be able to get some information and provide you with that.
Thank you. And we understand that stock and station water and access to markets in the east and the west gives you choice of where you finish cattle and sell cattle, and that would be really useful. I noticed you also rent land for third parties to raise cattle, and a railway would reduce the cost and impact on the animals of movement on and off your land, increasing their market value.
Section 19 grazing licences.
Is that?
Sorry.
Okay. So it would give everyone easier access to markets and cheaper access to markets and more reliable access to markets. Is that a fairly accurate statement?
Thank you, Senator, for your questions. A number of Section 19 grazing licences are provided through Land Trust to some pastoralists for adjustments and use of their land for the cattle industry.
Would having a regular passenger rail service from Port Hedland through Tea Tree on the Adelaide to Darwin line and connecting with Mount Isa, Townsville and Port of Gladstone assist your community and your commercial activity?
Yes, thank you, Senator, for your question. I think it'll benefit the whole of Australia in terms of the economy.
Well, that's what we're thinking too. Tea Tree would become one of the larger intermodals on the whole line from the east coast to the west coast, and we're told that it would employ more than 1,000 people. That's on your land, isn't it, Tea Tree?
Yes, it is, Senator. It's also a township.
Yes, yes. So that's my understanding. So that would bring reliable breadwinner jobs to the community in that area.
One would hope with what you've spoken about that with the proponents and that would be keen to get engaged with them and talking about all the opportunities available to us.
Well, you're welcome to contact my office if you'd like a preliminary briefing. We're very supportive of the project. We introduced it into the Senate, but we're not funding the project or connected with it in any direct sense. But we could introduce you to the people that are leading the project if that would suit, or if you'd like a preliminary briefing from my office.
Thank you, Senator, and we'll take up that opportunity.
Thank you. The biggest thing of all, I think, is that in addition to opening up your country, opening up the whole country, as you just said, it gives people in the area options. It gives people in the area benefits. We've already talked about some of them, but it goes right through to giving people the benefit of mobility so that they can move to better jobs in the local area or adjacent to the local area. It can also provide, as I said, a passenger rail service from east to west. So we can't see any downsides, and there are a lot of people around the world wanting to invest, including in Australia. So it's privately funded, but I think it's something that you need to get into early to start negotiating, because if I were you, I'd be charging for every train that goes through.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Thorpe, just because we're online, if we can just take a moment to be clear about who the questions to, etc. I hope you've got the list of witnesses in front of you. Thank you. You have the call, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for being here today. Off to a fiery start, I see. Black Friday. Lots of mob watching this. Very exciting day for our people to actually hear what's going on in their lives and who's making decisions for them. So my first question, and I have a multiple lot of questions for every land council, which I won't be able to get in the short time that I have, 10 minutes, I understand. So I'll start with NLC. Traditional owners and the NLC have commenced proceedings in the Supreme Court challenging a land clearing permit at Avon. What are the grounds of that challenge?
Thank you, Senator. Joe Martin-Jard here, CEO, Northern Land Council. I'll hand you to our Principal Legal Officer, Dom Gomez, to answer.
Thank you.
Dominic Gomez, Principal Legal Officer, Northern Land Council. The grounds of that challenge relate to a decision made by the delegate of the Pastoral Land Board to allow for land clearing on a pastoral station in the Northern Territory. The challenge that the NLC has made, and I'm cautious about what I say here, Senator, simply because the matter is still before the courts, but the grounds of the challenge relate to the lack of consideration to sites that are in the area by the delegate of the Pastoral Land Board, but also the fact that there wasn't consent there from traditional owners to the clearing.
So thank you for that. So did the NT government or the Pastoral Land Board notify native title holders of the clearing permit?
They did not, Senator, and the NLC's position is that that's not an acceptable practice by the Pastoral Land Board. The NLC wants to see a review of what's happening there to ensure that native title holders provide consent before clearing activity occurs, and that where relevant for activity that may be considered non-pastoral use activity, they obtain ILUAs before they undertake any activity.
What does consent look like for NLC? How do you get consent?
We reach out and we speak to the relevant traditional owners and native title holders. We make them fully aware of the nature of the proposal, and we ask them whether or not they want it to proceed or not.
So you just talk to people?
Yes.
Okay. Is it in line with the Human Rights Declaration in terms of FPIC?
If we give them all the information they need to make their decision, yes.
And you give them time to understand, plenty of notice, each
Yes.
clan group?
Yes, Senator.
And do clan groups have access to private legal advice, or does it all come from the government-funded Northern Land Council?
In most instances, we use our in-house legal officers to provide that advice. In some cases, we privately fund. In some cases, it might be a combination of the two. For example, with some of the negotiations that are going on with Tamboran now, we've engaged private firms to assist us with those discussions with TOs. So I guess the answer is it's a mix depending on the circumstances, Senator.
Thank you. So this land that's being cleared, it was stripped of all vegetation and converted to cropping without notification, let alone free, prior and informed consent of TOs. So it got completely destroyed and TOs didn't know about it, weren't consented.
Sorry, Senator, I might kind of step you through it a bit as to where we're at with it. So the pastoralist applied to the Pastoral Land Board to do clearing, as we understand, for cotton plantations. The the argument that the pastoralist has put, and this is sort of a consistent point of tension at the moment between the Northern Territory Government and the Northern Land Council, is that they maintain cotton agriculture is a form of pastoral use. We reject that completely because we think if you're planting cotton, you're growing a new crop, that's not a pastoral activity. Because it's a non-pastoral use activity, you're required to get consent from and enter into an ILUA with native title holders, which is not what they're doing at the moment, which is why we're taking them to court and why we're challenging the decision of the Pastoral Land Board. Again, though, Senator, I might stress, though, that matter is before the courts, so I am sort of cautious as what I can say in this forum about it.
Senator Thorpe.
So, thank you. So this is a state-mandated cultural heritage destruction. Would you agree?
I would characterise it as a sort of disingenuous application of the term pastoral activity, and that restate what I said earlier, that the position of the Land Council is that if clearing activity is going to be occurring for activity not related to pastoral activity, they should be getting an ILUA with native title holders.
Thank you very much. My next question is to the Tiwi Land Council, and following on from previous senators, I wish to ask traditional owners about town leases and economic development opportunities on Tiwi. And can you please advise if there are any Tiwi traditional owners at estimates here today and what their roles in regard to Tiwi Land Council are? Please. I understand there's someone there on the panel. Helen, I think?
Yes, Senator. I am a Tiwi woman. My country is Marika Wianga, which is on Melville Island, otherwise known as Shark Bay. In regards to township leasing, I'd like to take that on notice because I am also an employee of the Tiwi Land Council as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
So in terms of economic development opportunities, what's available for mob at Tiwi? Because I understand 80% of mob don't have jobs, and that there are 800 job seekers.
Yep.
And 1,100 Tiwi adults between the ages of 17 to 45. So given that 80% of mob don't have a job, what's the council doing in regards to rectify that?
Yep, so I can say that I'm currently based in Darwin, where I'm living. I work out of the Darwin office for Tiwi Land Council. However, I was based there in 2020, working in another organisation. And when COVID had first hit, and I think with the government, and this is just an example I can give from when my lived experience from having lived in community, and when the government, I think at the time, were giving job seekers the extra money because of the impacts of COVID and whatnot, and a lot of countrymen were getting extra money. And so at the time, we found, a lot of people were leaving their paid employment because they were getting more money, from the government at the time, via Centrelink compared to their job. And a lot of that came back to, in some instances, people were only casual employees as well. So, a lot of people, they didn't obviously get benefits with that. I think one of the, that I observed and, through my own family as well, I think, when you look at the social determinants too in our communities, we do still have issues to do with alcohol abuse, drug abuse, gambling and whatnot, and those continuous cycles which continue to, impact, our families as well. And these are discussions that, across all organisations on the Tiwi Islands are continually having and trying to, find solutions to. And I think the Tiwi Land Council, as we're moving forward as well, providing that leadership and listening, to not only what our executive members are bringing to the table from their own clan groups as well, but as we are, taking back control of all of our clan meetings. And so, you've got, particularly I find a lot of Tiwi women, starting to stand up and voice their concerns about what they want and, the programs that they're currently leading. I know that, Marilyn Karanewa with the Red Cross at the moment, they're running the Wongatunga Women's Program and whatnot, and what their focus is bringing in together, as older Tiwi women with younger Tiwi women, teaching them, how to look after their children and giving, those young mothers support, particularly in the culture.
Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry.
Keep going.
That was a Red Cross program, hey?
Yep.
I just wonder, if I could ask Mr Graham, if I may,
Yep.
about the $13.3 million under the Northern Territory Indigenous Economic Stimulus Package. What's the Tiwi Land Council done with that money, given 80% of people don't have jobs?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, we got that money. The most recent developments in that, we are currently ready to release almost $2.5 million of that money to 5 projects on the island. The projects value between 1.5 million and 30,000, and they're for things like infrastructure development by one of the organisations, down to the 30,000, which is to look at setting up a fishing venture in one of the more remote and picturesque parts of the island. So we are in the process of distributing that to groups on the island, to Aboriginal groups on the island that meet the criteria and have projects that can help them with economic development.
Thank you, Mr Graham. So who makes a decision on who gets what money and how many mobs got money out of that 13.3 million? I understand you've only been there for 6 months, and there's been, I think the previous CEO, were they Aboriginal or Tiwi Island?
The previous CEO was a Tiwi person, sorry, yes.
Yes. So can you tell me how that reached the decision on who those 5 projects and how many clans of Tiwi mob have access to that, and what's your decision-making process? Who makes the decisions on who gets what?
Okay. All clans have access to it if they have a project. When the money first came, I have only been there 6 months, but this was only a fairly recent project, so I've been there for a fair bit of it. When the money first came, a process was set up. I won't go through all the steps of it, but basically it has to be assessed. It has to see that it meets the criteria, to see that it has some some validity to it. Then it goes to full council and they have to approve it, recommend it, but the final sign-off is by what's called the Accountable Authority, which is myself and the chairman. The Accountable Authority being a classification of people under the PGPA Act.
Okay, thank you. I have a question from a community member. Why is Tiwi Islands Retreat permitted to operate on Tiwi lands by Tiwi Land Council without any employment or economic benefits directly to Tiwi families, especially when the so-called owner has been charged on several counts by NT Police?
That person has an agreement that was approved by the traditional owning group. It's a confidential business agreement, but they do pay some benefits. As to why he's allowed to stay there, I don't think there's a morality clause in the agreement, and there's, of course, presumption of innocence. The man has been charged with things, but I think it's early days in the court process.
So how much is the agreement worth to Tiwi families?
I'd have to check that and get back to you, Senator. Sorry.
That would be great, thank you. And could you also provide on notice how consent is gained for decision-making over Tiwi families. I'm just like, you talked about just you and the chair make the decisions on who gets what. Can you provide a structure of your organisation so that it's open to community to see and know who's making decisions on their behalf?
Just, Mr. Graham, if you think Senator Thorpe's misrepresented what you said, please feel free to correct the record.
Yes, I did, but I've got to get my thought process back to that. I'll ask the first part of your question. I'll answer the first part first. The Tiwi Land Council does its consultations as per the Land Rights Act. There's a process under the Land Rights Act for the granting of outside interests in Aboriginal land, such as Section 19s, and the Land Council follows it. The Land Council...
And that includes FPIC, does it?
Yep, we've identified the traditional owners. We make sure that they are informed of the process and understand it. The Land Rights Act requires that the traditional owners understand these projects. Then we'd have meetings with them and seek their views, and if they approve it, then it would go to the agreement stage and be signed off between them. The chairman and I, as the accountable authority, this is do not decide who gets it. People apply, we see if they meet the criteria, full council looks at it. If they then give it the approval, the tick off, and often it has to go back and forward to check on things and to, get more information. And then once that's been done, as we have the financial responsibilities under the PGPA Act, we sign to pay the money.
Thank you for that clarification. Beg my pardon. Can I ask for a notice on the application for MOB that are required to fill out to access funds to get jobs? Thanks.
Sorry, to get jobs?
So to access the economic development funds that the Tiwi Island Land Council has received on behalf of Tiwi families, would you mind putting on notice the application process and form that people have to fill out?
Yep, certainly. It's a
Thank
very,
you.
very accessible public document.
Great, thank you. I have some questions for CLC next. Thank you for your time, Mr. Graham. I understand that the CLC
Can I just
is
check the
representing...
CLC has registered their questions now for you? Central Land Council? Thank you. Senator Thorpe.
Thanks.
It's all right. I just know that
Thanks,
sometimes
Chair.
when you're online and the questions aren't directed to you, you can tune out for a bit. So I just want to draw that to the Central Land Council's attention to make sure they know they've got incoming questions now. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I understand that the CLC is representing native title holders in the NT Supreme Court in relation to the Singleton water licence. What are the primary concerns of traditional custodians, please?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe, for your question. Les Turner, CEO of the Central Land Council. The Central Land Council is representing the Umbara Aboriginal Corporation in its legal challenge of the Northern Territory Families Minister Kate Warden's decision to grant Fortune Agribusiness a 30-year groundwater extraction licence for Singleton Horticulture Project on Singleton Station for up to 40,000 megalitres per year. Singleton Station is subject to a native title consent determination by the Federal Court, and Umbara Aboriginal Corporation is a prescribed body corporate for the purpose of Section 57(2) of the Native Title Act, and is the agent for the native title holders. The CLC provides assistance and legal representation to Umbara pursuant to a service agreement. The case was heard in the NT Supreme Court on September the 22nd. In terms of the 40,000 megalitre groundwater licence, is the largest water licence granted in the Northern Territory's history. In terms of taking of water pursuant to the licence, it's modelled to significantly lower the water table across a large area of the Singleton Station.
With all due respect, with all
Yep.
due respect, only because of time,
Yep.
I suppose I just want to know, I understand the project and maybe you could
Yes.
put that on notice for others who aren't aware, but what are the primary concerns of traditional custodians in relation to that project, and what is at risk?
In terms of the project, it's likely to have a significant impact on groundwater resources, on sandplain habitat, culturally significant groundwater-dependent ecosystems, and other sacred sites and values. And we don't think it's unlikely to deliver its economic benefit as stated by the proponents. So we see it as a major issue for our traditional owners in terms of sacred sites and in terms of water and sustainability of that area. And the employment figures that are... Oh, sorry.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Just want to go to the buffel grass, being recognised as one of the greatest invasive species threats to ecological and cultural values in the semi-arid and arid zone, affecting sacred sites, the health of country and the ability to collect bush foods and hunt. What's CLC's position on this threat to huge areas of Central Australia?
Yes, thank you, Senator Thorpe, for your question. As you mentioned, buffel grass is a great threat to some of Australia's most iconic species found in the arid landscapes in the Northern Territory. This undeclared weed sort of displaces native grasses at a frightening rate. It burns incredibly hot during wild bushfires, and native plants can't compete in terms of recovery. And buffel grass also chokes up areas around water, and which are home to many sacred sites. And we hear from traditional owners that they are frustrated by the impacts of the buffel grass on their country. Our older people having living memory of their country before buffel grass invaded, and it's heartbreaking for them to see this infestation. What are we doing? Our ranger program conducts activities that target eradication of buffel grass. Our ranger program covers large areas of land which is diverse, rich cultural landscape, but due to the size of the buffel grass problem, the CLC ranger strategy includes a focus on fringe areas where we can keep buffel grass out. And unfortunately, rangers are still, underfunded despite the very welcome doubling of funding by the federal government. In terms of advocacy, our late chairman wrote to Minister Burney, Minister Plibersek and the member for Lingiari on the 2nd of November, endorsing two recent statements on buffel grass, one drafted by a CLC council member, Renee Kulja, and other women regarding the impact of buffel grass on their country, and another from traditional owners at Woomawa in the APY lands, calling on government action to stop buffel grass from spreading. And the CLC, we're also a member of the local working group here in Central Australia. And
did you get a response?
Not today.
Well, it's a long time, November. Maybe the minister can answer that.
We can certainly take the question on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Can I ask then, does the CLC support the listing of buffel grass as a weed of national significance?
Yes, I think we would, and it's something that we'd brief our council on, Senator Thorpe, and I don't think there'll be a problem with that.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions for CLC. I appreciate that feedback, and I'm happy to support where I can to eradicate that weed and make it pressure the government to do the right thing in that space.
Senator Thorpe, were due to go to morning tea some 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
But I'm kind of mindful, I'm assuming that there are enough questions that people want us to come back to just talk more with the land councils, and that other senators will be mindful of the impact of that on the program for the rest of the day. So it being the case that it does look like we are coming back to talk to land councils after the morning tea break, I propose we take that morning tea break now and come back in 15 minutes, if that's okay. Thank you very much. We'll have a short suspension for 15 minutes. Thank you. And representatives of our land councils. Senator Thorpe had the call. Before we continue, I reflect on the fact that it's 11 a.m. and the majority of our witnesses this afternoon and now have travelled from a great distance. On that basis, in order to make the time available with those who've travelled and aren't local or aren't appearing by video conference, I would like to propose that we release the Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies, and that we release Outback Stores because they're appearing by video conference.
We've got some questions for Outback Stores.
Well, look, I know that, but I would really like you to reflect on the agenda in terms of how we get through it today.
Not here.
Could I make a suggestion?
I want...
Oh, no, that's fine. I just need some
issues.
advice about how you propose to manage time today
We've got
in terms of what you
Could I
want
make
to
a
shorten. Yes, Senator Thorpe.
I suggest that NIA and Health, given they're in Canberra, could come back on another day and provide this opportunity for land councils.
Senator Thorpe, I advise you that the majority of people in NIAA and Health have in fact travelled. Oh, sorry, NIAA have in fact travelled. So we'll just park that there and we will quietly have a look at the program for today while you continue with your questions for another 5 minutes, and then I'll rotate the call.
Let's have a look again at lunch, Chair. I think it's a bit early in the day.
Thank you. Senator Thorpe, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. So this next question is to NLC. A large number of traditional owners whose country lies over the Beetaloo gas basin have come out and said that their country is being fracked or about to be affected by fracking without their consent and with their right to veto being ignored. Can the NLC provide evidence that all affected traditional owners were given the opportunity for free, prior and informed consent? And if so, could you please provide this evidence to the committee?
Yeah, look, thank you, Senator. Joe Martin-Judd here, CEO, Northern Land Council. I will ask our Principal Legal Officer to reply to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So Tamboran has expressed an interest in obtaining a production agreement that would incorporate parts of its tenures in the Beetaloo subbasins, but the discussions that they've had with us are at an early stage, and the NLC has not yet received instructions to start negotiations with Tamboran for a production agreement in the area. The NLC will consult with common law native title holders who are affected by the proposal as our understanding of the same unfolds. If a common law native title holder's country is affected by the proposal, they will be invited to be a part of these consultations. The NLC anticipates being in a position to progress initial consultations in the coming months. Any consultations will be conducted in accordance with the Native Title Act, requirements and instructions from common law native title holders who are affected by the proposal. If the NLC is instructed to enter formal negotiations with Tamboran, any negotiations will be conducted in accordance with the Native Title Act, requirements and instructions for common law native title holders who are affected by the proposal, and the NLC will regularly consult with and report to the common law native title holders affected by the proposal. The NLC has not yet received those instructions, Discussions between Tamboran and the NLC are still in an early stage, and native title holders have not been asked whether or not they want to enter into negotiations with Tamboran. Regarding the native title decision-making process in this matter, the NLC will be guided by anthropological advice and instructions from common law native title holders affected by any proposal. The NLC will make sure that the right people are consulted and have the right information and enough time to think about the proposal. And if it would assist you, Senator, I can talk about the meetings that have occurred since June last year.
If you could put that on notice in the interest of time, that would be great.
Sorry, Senator, I've got it here. Would it be okay for me just to table this now?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Thank you. And could I ask, is consultation consent?
No, Senator. Sort of as I said in my answer, we're progressing. We'll progress through to consent. So at the beginning, It's just about getting instructions to act on their behalf.
Or not.
Or not, correct. And following that, we will sort of proceed as the instructions, where the instructions take us.
So on that note, would the NLC be open to a review or parliamentary inquiry or investigation on your processes to consult with traditional owners and obtain consent?
Senator, J. Martin Jard here. That'd be up to Parliament to decide if they wanted to conduct an inquiry, and we would recognise that's their right, and we would, participate fully in any inquiry.
So I understand our obligation as senators, but you would be open to, you're saying yes, you would be open to an inquiry on how you obtain consent from traditional owners?
I don't think that's
what
the answer was.
Thank you, Chair.
So you'd be open, sorry, I'm asked, just let me finish this question. So if you follow the principles of free, prior and informed consent, then would you be open to such a review?
If the Parliament decided to hold a review, we would participate in the review. Thank you.
But would you willingly be open to it, or would you just wait for the Parliament to call you in?
Willing.
Do you have any issues with the Parliament or with anybody questioning how you get free, prior and informed consent from traditional owners on the country you say you represent?
Thank you, Senator. Willing is a subjective word. We would just, participate as required. Thank you.
Thank you. So would the NLC support a proposal to halt all fracking projects and no new ones being approved until such time as an inquiry or a review of consent?
We would be participating as the law stands today. I don't want to speculate on what the Parliament might do in the future. Thank you.
Would the NLC support a proposal to halt all fracking if that's what the traditional owners ask for?
The NLC participates as per the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, as per the Native Title Act, and that's how it is. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Thorpe, I'm sorry. Senator Thorpe.
I'm just drilling down on this question. I need to know if...
Senator Thorpe, I need to... Please pause, Senator Thorpe. Please pause, Senator Thorpe. You have had the call for half an hour, which is longer than many other senators have had this morning. I do appreciate we can't move on to other things until you have exhausted your questions. But I do need to give this call to Senator Little.
Thank you, Chair.
Did you want to finish your question now? I really, it's hard by video conference.
Sorry.
By all means.
Thank you. Thank you. So my question is, if the traditional owners that make up the Northern Land Council if they all said that they want to halt all fracking projects, would the NLC support that?
Thank you, Senator. Our chairman, Samuel Bush-Blanasi, is on record as saying that one person can't speak for another person's country, and our full council would support that by saying you've got to go and talk to the people who can talk for that country. And
I understand that. It's not the question, though, with all due respect. If the traditional owners asked the NLC to stop fracking on their country, would the NLC say, OK, yep, we're going to stop fracking now as your peak body, funded by the government?
Thanks, Senator. Just
yes or no?
Well,
Senator Thorpe, you cannot.
No.
Sorry, Mr. Martin Jard. You can answer the question as you wish to answer it. If you don't perceive it as a yes or no answer, then please answer it as you see fit. Thank you.
what was the question again? Sorry.
If all of the traditional owners that made up the Northern Land Council said that they didn't want fracking on their country, would you as the CEO of the Northern Land Council take that advice and say, on behalf of those NLC traditional owners and your chairperson, that we don't want fracking, that TOs don't want fracking on their country anymore?
Forgive me, Senator, but it's a really difficult question to ask, because I tried to explain before our full council wouldn't speak on behalf of someone else's country, so it's not a yes-no answer. I'm sorry.
But how do you make decisions then if it's not clear cut?
Senator, as our principal legal officer explained, there are on-country meetings with traditional owners and native title holders who give us instructions what they want to do on their particular bits of land, and then it's taken.
So if they all instructed you to not want fracking, based on what you've just said, if they instructed you to say, we don't want to frack our country no more, it's poisoning the water and it's killing our country, would the NLC say, yep, we have to represent you and support your views, and that will be our position? Is that too confusing, or am I complicating it?
I feel like the witness has answered this question, and I feel like he's answered the question, and it's not the answer.
With all due respect, you're not the chair.
I called a point of order. Thank you, Senator Thorpe.
I need to hear out Senator Stewart, then I'll come back to you, Senator Thorpe.
Not what Senator Thorpe wants to hear. It does not mean that the NLC have not answered the question. I feel like this question has been answered. Thank you. And I would urge people to treat our witnesses with respect.
Senator Thorpe, do you have a further question?
I have a point of order, thank you. I don't need to be told by another Labor senator.
Senator Thorpe, what's your point of order?
Feeding into my time. My point of order is I don't need Labor to interrupt my time in questioning, and I have a right to ask these questions because that's what the community have asked me to ask. So
ask some new questions. Ask some new questions.
Okay, Senator Thorpe, do you want to resume your questions? Noting that you cannot put words in the mouth of our witness. They are able to answer the question framed in the way that they see fit. Senator Thorpe.
Point of order. Does that then mean that the Labor Senator Stewart shouldn't be putting words into the mouth of Senator Thorpe?
I have not done that.
Okay, Senator Thorpe, you've got the call. Hey, let's keep the personal politics out of this and stick to Senate procedure, thanks. Senator Thorpe, you've got the call.
Thank you. It always gets difficult when you really, drill down on what consent means, and it's part of the problem around the destruction of country and the desecration of our people. So it's a really important question. And I'm part of a native title council as well, 2 of them in fact, so I understand how it works on the ground. All I'm asking is, and you say your legal principal person goes out on country and gets direction and consent or consults with mob on the ground. All I'm saying, because I have traditional owners that you say you represent, who are saying we don't want fracking on our country. Now, all I'm asking the Northern Land Council is, if all of those mob on country say they don't want to frack their country no more, would the NLC support that and agree with that?
Senator Thorpe, thank you for the question. Where there would be a meeting at a particular site and we were consulting with people there at that meeting and they made it clear to us that they didn't support fracking, that's what we would act on. And in fact, I haven't got the information here with me today, unfortunately, but I understand that we've had groups in the past say they don't want to. We've had other groups saying they want more information. We've had other groups saying yes. So it's if I can use the expression, it's a broad church. People have different views about what they want to do with their country, but only those people can speak for their country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Little.
Thank you. Look, I'd like to acknowledge the work and the passing of Kumanara Hussein, and I recognise that it remains a difficult time for the Central Land Council. I'd also like to acknowledge the passing of Kumanara Fraser, a senior law lady, this week, from Yanyarinyi in Kenmore Park, and also that the western borders of the border that separates the Northern Territory and South Australia is a western border, and that the Central Land Council would also recognise the important work both her and her husband were doing. So I recognise that this is a particularly difficult time for you. I'd also like to disclose that my identity is an Aranda woman shaped by country, community, culture and ancestral lineage through both of my parents, and just for disclosure, thank you. And that obviously has an association with the Central Land Council. My question can be, I'm going to direct this question to anybody who would like to answer this, but in the interest of time, I'm happy to also put it on those who would like all of the other land councils represented to actually do this as a question on notice. I'm particularly interested, given those acknowledgements, about the passing of people with a great deal of knowledge, a great deal of history, and a great deal of respect, and the importance of data and the holding of historical information to inform deliberations, not just for the institutions that are here to protect the interests of us today, but so that that data and information protects future generations when we are all gone. So I want to ask the first question about identity. We know that in the last census, we saw a 25% increase in people who identified as Indigenous, given the criteria, or rather criteria that was provided in the ABS survey, and attempts more recently to tinker with the 3-part definition. My question to probably either of the 2 land councils is, how important is that current 3-point definition to your work now and to the decisions and deliberations that would be made in future?
Through the Chair, and with the permission of the Central Land Council, I'll kick off, and Central Land Council may want to follow.
And then I'll give the Central Land Council the call after that.
The 3-part test Senator Little refers to is a starting point. It's well accepted over, I think, since the 70s. But there's also more, and Mr Turner at the Central Land Council referred to it before the break, and that's about going on country with meetings with senior people who know everyone's families and say, yes, that person is an Aboriginal person from here. So it's an additional layer, if you like, to confirm someone is a part of that area. But we've had some really difficult experiences with people who have been traumatised by the effects of past government policies of removal and so on, who have come back and wanting to reconnect, and it's incredibly difficult. When you see these people, they are really genuine in their endeavours, and so there's a bit of healing that has to happen. So sorry if I'm kind of getting off the track a bit.
Very important context.
It's important that you raise the stolen generations, but there's also a framework to deal with those in many places as well.
Thank you, Senator.
The Central Land Council, did you hear the question?
Yes, we did, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Little, for your question. Yes, we use the 3 points that you talked about, but we also have a proof of Aboriginality where applications come into the Central Land Council, and as part of that form, applicants have to give their family background and their parents and grandparents and what Aboriginal group and their identity and where they're from, and that will come to an executive meeting. And if there's further information required, it'll be sent back. But there's also, like I mentioned earlier, there's some discussions if it is a major issue with traditional owner groups.
Just wondering if any of the others, because we're moving through
Senator
this quite quickly,
Little,
would like to comment.
Any of the other land councils care to comment?
Mark Hewitt, the CEO of Annadelli Land Council. We have a list that we're compelled to and required to update regularly every 6 months. And to join that list of traditional owners, we go through a process where we basically talk to the board. The board, in the case of the Groote Archipelago, they know every single person who lives there. They know all their families, their mothers, their fathers, everything. It's extraordinary to see, and that's how we do. Essentially, that's the core beating heart of how we correctly maintain that list. We also have, of course, the benefit of the anthropologists to help us when there's consultations to select the right owners, but in terms of maintaining that list, that's a very important function of the board.
Thank you.
TB?
Mr Graham?
I essentially agree with what the other three land councils have said. I'd reiterate the importance that Senator Little made of keeping records. I've been around 40 years now in land councils and organisations, and the materials we gathered those many years ago are invaluable. Yeah. Land councils should be doing it, and my experience has been NLC and CLC certainly have got extensive and magnificent records. And the Tiwi Land Council is going through a period of expansion, and we're getting more staff to also add to our records. It's important, I think, that you don't just rely on an executive to say this person's Aboriginal, but you can sort of get your anthropologist to look at the other material, and almost invariably the two will link up. These are the present people's opinion about that person's Aboriginality, and here's what the anthropological documentation says. So it's a two-way street, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Senator Little.
I just want to raise the weight that is put on some of the anthropological records, and particularly if you go back to the 1950s and 60s, but even more recent times probably. It's a human tendency for people to talk to people that they feel more comfortable with. And I don't think that's changed over generations, which would mean that sometimes there's probably records that exist that haven't necessarily given voice to all of the people that should have been part of a discussion. I'm just wondering, you were talking about in one of the responses to, I think it's the question put to the Central Land Council 145 at the last Senate estimates. I'm interested to understand if your organisations have an independent audit process that would satisfy a reasonable person that the records that are held about traditional ownership, and sometimes I know that you're regularly dealing with this, but sometimes there might be a record sitting somewhere in the files that, how do you actually assess or satisfy yourselves that that is a valid record or an accurate record of traditional ownership? Because unfortunately, sometimes if people get it wrong, it becomes a historical record. And if you don't have those systems or an independent audit system, why not? Internal audit, I'm talking about, I'm not talking about ANAO or anything like that.
Senator Little, thank you for your question. Les Turner from the Central Land Council. We do have an internal audit process within our Land Council, but a lot of our records that we keep, we cross-check it with old Land Commissioner claims and, you know, records that are held in IATSIS or at the Strelo Centre in Central Australia. So we make sure we do a good cross-check of information that's available, and we never rely on written records only. We go and consult and talk with the traditional owners for that respective area, and in particular the neighbouring communities as well, you know. So it's a sort of thorough process we go through. In terms of internal audit, in terms of the access to those records, there are some, you know, issues around that, but we have protocols, and we're quite happy in terms of our process that we have in place.
Thank you.
Senator Little?
Just wondering if the NLC wanted to comment about that.
Joe Martin Judd here, Northern Land Council. Similar to what Mr Turner has just described, we also have an extensive archival repository. Always get that word mixed up. Anyway, there's a lot of information and records kept going back many decades, in fact. Old genealogies, a thing we call Land Interest Register, and we make that information available to individuals who may be listed there, but it's not open access. It's private information to the people whose information is being held, so we're also subject to the provisions of the Privacy Act. But yeah, we make every effort to, excuse me, we make every effort to make sure it's accurate, because you probably know we've got to withstand judicial review ourselves in court cases and so on. So we have to get it right. And in terms, yeah, and we spend a lot of money on ensuring our records are kept in pristine order.
Off the back of what our CEO has just said as well, I'd just like to add that our anthropologists don't just take what's there as gospel and rely on it. It's just one facet of what informs how they do their research into who a traditional owner is and what people's connections may be to country. They also spend a lot of time in the field undertaking research and talking with traditional owners, applying their training to recording what people are telling them, and it's being constantly updated in that sense. So it's not that they just rely on a report from, say, 50 years ago and say, that's the gospel, that's what we're applying. They are constantly cross-checking that with information as it comes in and with discussions with people on the ground.
Just for a point of clarification, please, to the Central Land Council. In the question on notice 146 that I asked at the last Senate estimates, the answer was CLC do not take minutes of meetings for land use consultations. Staff do take notes of consultations. It also says that think the Aboriginal people living in the CLC region may inspect minutes of meetings held by our executive or council, which won't necessarily be traditional owners if we're talking about those land use consultations. I'm just wanting to know, do all of your organisations actually keep a record of the notes that are taken of meetings when people do external consultations?
They're Commonwealth records.
Through Senator Little and Les Turner from the Central Land Council, yes, we do keep those notes and they're Commonwealth records.
Thank you. That'd be the same for you, NLC?
Yes, we do, Senator.
Okay, thank you for that. I just want to ask a question, and it is the last question. It's actually about your interest in providing intergenerational benefit to people who have either interest in land through traditional ownership or through native title processes. I'm wanting to ask a question about the landscape of organisations that we see that are ending up in administration or now no longer exist because they've been through that process, or are in a reasonably poor state of governance and are heading that way anyway. In terms of organisations that are designed to support the health and well-being, the negotiation of issues, how important is it that organisations like PBCs are actually supported to be functional, operating effectively, and have the right people making decisions who meet what would be defined by most reasonable people as a fit and proper person test?
If you don't mind, other land councils, I'll go first. It's Joe Martin Jard, Northern Land Council. I'll ask our Principal Legal Officer to reply.
I guess there's sort of a few different parts to your question there, Senator. On the sort of the last point you made about the governance structures of those sorts of things, I think that's probably a question better directed to ORIC when they're in. Broadly speaking, on PBCs, funding is an issue in the sector, but again, that's probably a question better directed towards NIAA. Maybe if I can make just a quick observation, though, I think a view from the NLC is that there should be better public awareness about the roles of what the role is of PBCs, in that they're not the decision maker. The common law native title holder is the decision maker. The PBC exists to kind of facilitate that decision making, and I think that might not actually be the broader public's understanding of what PBCs are. So perhaps if there could be more done in that space, it would be beneficial in improving the governance so that there's a clearer understanding about what these entities are and what they do. Sorry, Senator, your question was quite long, so if there's any other points you want me to expand on.
Let me explain what I'm looking for here. Yeah. I guess I could ask it as simply as this. Does the legislation that you work to ensure that people who wouldn't be defined as by reasonable people as being fit and proper persons support an outcome that would ensure that a person would be a fit and proper person as defined by reasonable people? So really what I'm saying here is, what's in your legislation that prevents somebody, like we've seen over and over again, of people becoming heads of organisations, being found to, or having investigations triggered against them, and then going on to another organisation while an investigation is going on? So I'm actually trying to understand what is in your legislation that ensures that those people who wouldn't be defined as fit and proper persons don't enter the decision-making system
Senator,
and rule by fear.
Sorry, Mr Turner, did you want to go first? Get you down there.
Senator, Who's going first?
You can, Mr Turner, and then I'll come to Mr Martin Jard. Thank you. Provided you're happy
It's
to do
particularly
that.
important because you're an elected, you go through an election process.
Yep.
So.
Thanks, Senator Little, for your question. Les Turner from the Central Land Council. I think some of the questions you asked probably could be directed to Oric as well. In terms of us, we, 27 of our corporations have corporate services agreement with the CLC. We also have a strong governance regime and a booklet for our council, but in terms of the granite mines affected areas, community and Kura Aboriginal corporations, and think they have a strong governance framework, and also in terms of training that's provided in terms of governance around a number of those issues that you raised. In terms of legislation, there's nothing in our legislation about, who you might hire as a CEO and might turn out to be, a fraudulent person or something. That we find that out if we go along, but most of that thing, I think, is the framework that Oric is responsible for, or, which incorporation and which act they're under.
Thank you, Mr Turner. Mr Martin Jard.
Thanks, Senator. I might just start with the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, Northern Territory. There is provision there for people who've been convicted, aren't eligible to be considered for selection to join the council or elected. And then there's also policies that the full council has itself to where there's a breach of the code of conduct, they can have that person removed themselves. Thirdly, when I applied to go to the Central Land Council, I remember I had to go through an exhaustive police check. It was quite invasive, actually, but I guess worth it.
And the record you passed.
Yeah, I found out I'd been a good boy, but sorry about that. But it. So there's all of these checks and balances, but I know what you're talking about. And in other parts of the Northern Territory, it is difficult. What you describe can be problematic, and I agree with what the Principal Legal Officer has said. It's more of a matter for Oric to reply to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask a couple of questions. Can I ask the Northern Land Council, and perhaps Senator Nampijinpa Price, you might be able to clarify this for us. Senator Nampijinpa Price was asking you about a letter that is addressed to you that you said you had only seen on Facebook. Senator Nampijinpa Price has kindly given us a copy of that so that it can be tabled. However, and that's important in terms of the questions you were asked in terms of being accountable for the issues raised within that letter. However, it's not clear to me who that letter is actually from, and I want to know if the Central Land Council is aware of who it's from, or whether perhaps Senator Nampijinpa Price might be able to provide that for us.
We only know that.
As far as I know, it's from Warlpiri Elder Ned Hargraves.
Okay.
Group that he speaks of. I'm not sure who that consists of, other than to say that they are Warlpiri members of the Land Council. Yeah.
He doesn't know that.
Thank you. And now may I ask the Land Council, are you, have you actually ever officially received this correspondence from Mr Ned Hargraves?
Thank you, Chairman. No, we haven't. As I mentioned earlier, that it was on Facebook, but it was from what we've seen on Facebook, unsigned and wasn't sure who it was from, as Senator Nampijinpa Price has stated.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. Senator Nampijinpa Price has given us the document. I looked it up on Facebook and I can see that it is indeed sourced from Mr Ned Hargrave's page, but I was unclear whether to attribute the letter to him. He is not here to actually say that the letter is from him. So I guess given we've put that context on the table and that Senator Nampijinpa Price is seeking to ask you about and hold you accountable for a letter you have not actually received, I just needed to make sure that that whole context of that is on the record before the document itself is tabled. Okay. I'm now going to give the call to Senator Stewart.
So can I just respond to that, please, Chair?
Most certainly. Is there anything incorrect in what I've said?
In terms of the matters raised, the letter was part of it. It also is concerned with dealings that I've personally had with traditional owners, not just Warrapuri traditional owners, but right throughout. So I'm questioning...
No, that's fine. Senator Nampijinpa Price, that's a given. I was not attributing all of your questions back to that letter. I just do think that was important for context. Senator Stewart.
I'm sure they will make themselves known in future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you to each of the land councils for appearing today. I hope the first appearance at Estimates isn't been too rocky for you. And I also just want to commend the comments made earlier about the support for constitutional change and the need for constitutional change in our nation. And so I've got a couple of questions about that, if that's okay. And I'm happy to open up, and anybody who wants to respond is welcome to respond. I am conscious of time, Chair, so feel free to wrap me up because I feel like I can yarn forever. So,
I think it's good to end on a positive note, talking about our future ambition as a country.
I also have further questions, Chair, so I'm waiting again.
Oh, okay, no worries. Senator Thorpe, I'll come back to you after Senator Stewart's finished her questions.
Thank you. So I'm just interested in, the history that, and the conversations that you've engaged in to reach your conclusion of supporting a constitutional change in the referendum that we'll be having later on this year, and what changes you think it will make for people on the ground. I'm looking in this direction, so I feel like...
Thank you, Senator. It's Joe Martin Jard, Northern Land Council. I might invite my colleague Deborah Katona to reply to that.
Thank you. Thank you. My name's Deborah Katona. I'm the Senior Manager of Policy at the Northern Land Council. The discussions around constitutional recognition have been quite long with Northern Land Council and obviously precede my time at the organisation. But we do know that the Land Council and its constituents have participated in these discussions almost since they first started. In the opening statement, our CEO described lots of efforts, even around raising a voice, able to have their voice heard in decision making. These have progressed over time to focusing on the Constitution and the opportunities within the nation's birth certificate to enshrine a process for Aboriginal people to have their voice heard. Specifically around that, Northern Land Council in 2015, through their membership with APONT, provided a submission which confirmed support for constitutional recognition to a joint select committee. In 2017, NLC hosted a regional dialogue in Darwin that had over 100 participants from around the Northern Territory to talk about what were the opportunities under constitutional recognition that could provide positive benefit for Aboriginal people. That was again followed up by participation in Central Australia, which produced the Uluru Statement. So I think it's true to say that Northern Land Council has been a part of discussions. It's not just the staff who've been a part of these discussions, but our elected committee members who've led and participated these discussions, and they've been exercising their influence as elected members through all the discussions. So I think it's been a long history, it's been progressed, and it's built up many people's understanding of the benefit that can be achieved by being enshrined in the Constitution, and a process of having their voice heard and to be a part of decision making on policies that affect our communities.
Thank you. We've seen some people play politics with this, something that should be a non-partisan issue for our mob and our communities. What advice would you give Mr Dutton about supporting the referendum?
We'd ask him, thank you, Senator. I slightly misheard what you said.
No, that's okay.
It was a bit unexpected. What advice? To come to this with an open mind and an open heart, and be prepared to listen to Aboriginal people, and if we could engage in some on-country meetings and talking in quiet spaces, in a quiet way, and listening, that might help progress the debate.
Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Senator Thorpe, what's your point of order?
Is this a free advertisement for The Voice?
Senator Thorpe, that's not a point of order.
I'm responding to comments made earlier that you were late to the hearing, that you didn't actually hear, Senator Thorpe. So I'm actually responding to some of the things that...
Senator Thorpe, you do not have the call.
Senator.
You are entitled to ask the questions that you see fit, and Senator Stewart is entitled to do the same. So I ask you to bide your time until you're given the call. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure who wants to respond from the Tiwi Land Council, whether it's Mr Graham.
I'll take the opportunity. Thank you, Senator. I'm trying to remember what the question was, but...
You made some comments earlier in the...
Yep.
In your opening comments about like many decades wanting constitutional...
have a long history of defending Australia and defending their country. I think the first Japanese prisoner was taken by a Tiwi man on the islands when a plane was shot down just after the raid on Darwin. Tiwi accepted they're part of the Australian body politic, the Commonwealth of Australia. And we have more talking to do about the process of the voice and the referendum, but as I understand it from our chairman and the others I've spoken to, it's about recognition. Despite the fact that our people are part of this Commonwealth of Australia, having them recognised in the Constitution places them there as the first defenders of Australia and ensures that it will be recognised into the future. Aboriginal people, I was speaking to some of our people just day before yesterday. This country has changed its Aboriginal policy again and again and again, not necessarily for the worst, often for the better, but what happens today can be changed easily tomorrow. Getting it in the Constitution makes it much more difficult for that recognition that they would like to see to be just chucked away and changed and altered. So I think that's why our people are positively looking at the referendum.
Thank you, Mr Graham. Senator Colbeck, before I come to you, Senator Thorpe.
Yeah, look, and just a couple of very quick questions to you, Mr Graham, and can I associate myself with the condolences to the members of the Central Land Council for the losses that you've suffered over recent times. We've felt it here, and we understand that that's difficult, and I'd just like to associate myself with condolences that have been passed by other members of the committee, because we all do feel it. Mr Graham, you made some comments before about the 5 projects that have been proposed with the funding that you've received. Is it possible on notice to get some advice on those projects? And I'm just looking at your website. How do you communicate with your communities in relation to those projects, and how would I find, and it might be just me having a bloke's look, I admit, find information with respect to that funding and how I might apply for it on your website?
Most of our contact with our people are personal. We don't cover a huge area like the NLC and the CLC. It's very easy to see people. But you're absolutely right. Our web page is substandard, and we've recently applied for funding and gained it for a media officer. And within the next day or two, we've interviewed people. We'll have a media officer, and we'll have all that sort of material readily accessible and up and going on the. I'm probably much the same age group. There's no point in me setting it up. It just will not work if I try to do that web page reform. That's why we're getting an expert in.
No, that's fine. And look, I wasn't saying it was substandard, actually. I was just wondering where I might find it.
You probably won't, Senator.
And if we could have on notice that information with respect to those 5 projects that you have
readily available,
supported.
I could probably send it to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Mobile phone now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Thorpe, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple for NLC and then a couple for Anandiliyakwa. So I'll go to NLC first. Yesterday, Jack Green and Josie Davey were in court fighting the Northern Territory Government's decision to slash the security bond for McArthur River mine. TOs have been fighting against damage from that mine for 40 years or longer. I've been there. The mine was singled out for particularly erroneous conduct in the Juukan Gorge Inquiry report. Glencore have since seen the light and said they are negotiating an agreement for the mine. Is the NLC involved in that negotiation?
Thank you, Senator. I'd pass you to our Principal Legal Officer, Dominic Gomez.
Mr Gomez.
Thanks again, Senator, for this question. Before I kind of get to the substance of our involvement in it, I just want to make an initial observation, which is that the traditional owners and native title holders for the area in which McArthur River Mine operates have never consented to its operation. And it went ahead despite their objections. So it's not sort of anything, just a reflection of the current status of the mine and the history of the mine. Turning to the specifics about the Iliwa negotiations. So in 2021, Glencore agreed to negotiate a comprehensive Iliwa with the NLC and native title holders in relation to the McArthur River project, which included operations at McArthur River Mine and Bing Bong Port. The NLC processes around this is that we're facilitating a TO-led process with regards to the McArthur River Mine project. And this is part of a long-standing campaign, which you said you were part of. The NLC has also been a part of that, to get consent agreement making on the broader MRM project. In terms of the specifics of where we're at to, in October 2021, the NLC held large meetings with all native title holders affected by the McArthur River project, and some 150 people attended. At that meeting, the native title holders nominated a 21-person strong negotiating team to conduct the Iliwa negotiations with Glencore and MRM, and so we're assisting that negotiating team. The negotiating team contains a mix of the people who are affected and contains people whose country is directly impacted by the project, and we're continuing to assist the TO negotiating.
Can I just interrupt you there, just given time? Would you mind putting that information on notice? Because I do have another question, and that is, how much money were you given by Glencore to negotiate the agreement?
That one I'll have to take on notice, Senator, as well. So perhaps I'll come back with a fulsome response with including that answer.
Thank you. Thank you. I will have to move on to the next Land Council. This is around health and the environment. So the World Health Organization advises breathing in low levels of manganese can cause damage to the brain, as well as respiratory and reproductive systems. Can you confidently say that people in the community properly understand these health risks?
Mark Hewitt, CEO of Annandale-Aqua Land Council. Thank you, Senator Thorpe, for your question. The Land Council received concerns from service providers plus community a long time ago, about a decade ago, about this issue. We engaged University Queensland to conduct an extensive report, both testing the environment and even people to test for the impacts of manganese dust. First of all, in conclusion, the report was inconclusive. There was no indication of cognitive impairment or physical damage to people from the conclusions of that report. The second thing is that the Land Council, together with it must be acknowledged that manganese occurs naturally in the environment of Groot. It is the world's largest deposit of high-grade manganese and occurs naturally in the topsoil. So it's inevitable that manganese does come into the nervous system of people, and that has been measured. But as I said, the conclusions of that report were completely inconclusive, and no scientific evidence of negative impacts to people. The second response from the ALC was to work together with GEMCO and set up a monitoring system to look at levels of dust, which has been ongoing for many, many years now. So we track this, we record this, and in fact we probably find more damage to health from unrestrained burning at the hot time of the year is probably having much greater, having a negative impact on people health-wise, respiratory-wise.
Thank you.
I actually have another point that I wanted to mention, is that we've also invested heavily in greening communities, in particular the community of Anuragu, which is surrounded by mining activities. There we've gone to a lot of work to set up programs and to reduce the levels of dust within the community itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you mind putting that on notice, the detail to that? Because my question is, are there any independent air quality monitoring stations on Groot Island?
There are monitoring stations that are set up by GEMCO, and we get reports on those, and we have no doubt that those results are scientific and valid.
Sorry, GEMCO, is that who's GEMCO? Are they independent?
No, GEMCO is the operator of the mining operation on Groot.
No. So my question was, are there any independent air quality monitoring stations on Groot Island? Not the mining companies, what they say. Is there an independent one where we're not relying on the mining company to say how clean the air is, and that's no risk to the people? Independent.
Yeah, I'll take that one on notice, Senator Thorpe. To my knowledge, not, but I would like to check that.
You might, in that context, Mr Hewitt, and I'm not sure that this necessarily resolves Senator Thorpe's question, but the extent to which GEMCorp is regulated and and that there's a regulation above that to ensure that
No,
that
it's a
is
mining
transparent.
company.
Look, I
Sorry.
understand, Senator
It's a mining
Thorpe.
company, and I know Labor
Okay,
gets a lot of donations from mining
I'm just
companies, so
seeking to
please don't
understand the
interrupt my
context.
questioning, Chair. No, Chair.
Senator Thorpe.
That shows that you're protecting the mining companies, and
No,
that's a
it does
conflict
not.
of
I'm
interest.
seeking to understand the issue that you've legitimately
I asked about
raised.
independent. I asked a very clear question about independent health monitoring of clean air for our people. And I don't think having a mining company who's making billions of dollars out
Senator
of it
Thorpe.
is independent.
Senator Thorpe,
So my
I
next
simply
question
asked a
is-
question which it is my right to do.
No, you were qualifying.
Senator Thorpe,
the
I
funding
asked
that
a
the
question.
mining company
Senator
gets.
Thorpe, all right.
Point of order.
Is there anyone else that would like the call?
Point of order.
Senator
Point of
Thorpe,
order.
I'm coming back to you. Is there anyone else
I have
that
a
would
point
like
of
the
order.
call?
I have a point of order, Chair.
Senator Thorpe, I'm here to hear your point of order. And once you've continued with that, I will give the call back to you because you are the last remaining senator with questions.
Thank you. Thank you. And I only have one more question, with all due respect. But the point of order is that my questioning was in line with independence of a very important health report, which the mining company is doing on behalf of the community, and that your question was around
Senator
the independent
Thorpe,
status of mining
Senator Thorpe,
I think
Senator
you
Thorpe, that's not a
voted
point
my
of
question.
order. Senator Thorpe, ask your questions. What you've raised with
you.
me as chair
Does
is not a
the
point of order. Please continue your questions.
Thank you. I will also add to that for the record that Senator Stewart said that I wasn't available and I was late to this meeting. I want to show on the record, please, that I was not late to this meeting. I've been here from the absolute beginning. I want to correct that on Hansard, please. Thank you.
Apologies, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Senator. Does the ALC support mandating independent specialists and peer-reviewed studies of the impacts of mining activities, as well as transparent and timely reporting to the public, as two important reforms required to reduce the risk of mining activities on the local community?
Mark Hewitt, CEO of Annandale Land Council. The answer to your question, Senator Thorpe, is yes. We have, first of all, our Mining and Sustainability Department headed up by a Doctor of Soil Science. We commission reports. It was the Land Council that commissioned the independent study from University of Queensland to look at this issue, not GEMCO. GEMCO did not pay for that, we did.
Mr Hewitt, if you might provide that to the committee so it can be tabled.
Yes.
Back to you, Senator Thorpe.
And I'd also...
Sorry, and just in terms of that report, I beg your pardon, there was a record of manganese in that report from the Queensland University. Is that right, or zero?
The study was entirely focused on this issue, Senator.
And they found none whatsoever?
They found elevated levels of manganese, but no evidence of negative impact.
So there was an increase in manganese?
There was increased levels of manganese, yes, in people living in that environment, yes. But no.
And when was that done? Sorry.
The report's still not hasn't been publicly published, but we can, I believe, speaking to University of Queensland, we could make that available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hewitt. And if I might ask, perhaps, if that report will distinguish, I think you said, between the level of the that might be elevated and what's attributed to the fact that it's in the topsoil and in the environment, and the extent to which it would be attributed to the mine,
yep,
in addition to, the question about whether it does or does not have an impact. Senator Thorpe, is that the rest of your questions? Okay. Well, I do want to thank all of the land councils for their participation this morning. Oh, Senator Roberts, so you have one?
I had one left.
Okay.
It's for the Central Land Council.
Senator Roberts.
Mr Turner, a constituent in Northern Territory, sent me a text message saying, is the Land Council in a position to support better water infrastructure through mining royalties?
Senator, thanks for your question. I think in terms of the mining royalties, as you know, the mining companies pay the Northern Territory a tax, and under the Aboriginal benefit account, previous account, the Commonwealth matched those, and that is now under the Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation, part of that, but also in terms of the remaining funds that sit with the Minister in Canberra. But in terms of supporting it, I think it's a responsibility of government to address water infrastructure in the Northern Territory.
So that's what I would understand. So, but the Central Land Council does have funds from mining companies, royalties specifically?
Senator, no, we don't. That actually goes into the Aboriginal benefit account.
Okay, and you can't control that or access that?
No, that's controlled by the Minister, Aboriginal Affairs.
Okay, thank you. It'd be an interesting... Sorry, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
Oh, just as part of the amendments to the Aboriginal Land Rights Act, there was the Northern Territory Aboriginal Investment Corporation set up, but that is in its infancy, but the remaining funds are sitting in an account that is administered by the Minister.
Okay, thank you. It gets quite complex. Just triggers another point before we finish, Mr Turner, and that is that with the Iron Boomerang project, that rail line would open up more areas for mining and more royalties. So...
Yeah. Thank you, Senator, and I think we'll be keen to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Excuse me, Chair, may I?
Yes, Minister McCarthy.
Could I just follow up on Senator Roberts that those questions around the water, it can also be asked later on in terms of the response by Mr Turner when we have NIAA here about water infrastructure, if you're still here.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Minister, and I'd like to thank all of the land councils for their participation today, and our thanks to those that have joined us online, as well as those who've travelled a very long way to be here. I do find it extraordinary that my local land council, they don't have to come to Canberra for this accountability, because they've got that accountability locally rather than all the way over here in Canberra. So thank you very much for being part of today's processes, and all the best for the remainder of your visit here to the capital.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to lunch, I'm hoping we will be able to get through the Torres Strait Regional Authority and possibly the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Council. I would seek an indication while they come to the table of who is seeking the call on those. Senator Shoebridge, and that's in relation to the Torres Strait Regional Authority or Wreck Bay or both?
Yeah, I have one issue on behalf of Senator Cox on Torres Strait Regional Authority, and then also on Wreck Bay. There's a couple.
Okay. Are there other senators with questions for these organisations?
I have questions to Chair Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe.
Torres Strait joining us.
They're here.
I think you've
could tell the CLC they can probably log off, can't they? Or they?
CLC should.
It's all right, it's not like they can. Thank you to the Torres Strait Regional Authority. I welcome the Chief Executive Officer of the Authority, Ms Vonda Malone. I'll let you take your seat. If you have an opening statement, would you like to table one or make a... You would have to be kind of 2 minutes or so long, given that we're behind time. Okay. Yes, but please go ahead. I understand you've come a long way and we're very keen to hear from you.
Thank you. I appreciate a couple of minutes in relation to our opening statement. Awaswara Kamayaso, thank you for the opportunity to join on behalf of the Torres Strait Regional Authority. I begin by acknowledging and paying my due respects to the Ngunnawal and Ngambri traditional owners and their elders past, present and emerging. I also extend an apology on behalf of our chair from the Torres Strait Regional Authority, and he passed his regards on to senators and ministers present. So we, as the Torres Strait Regional Authority, we've had obviously a long journey in relation to our local governance and self-determination, which dates back 85 years, so from the first council. The TSRA is a peak statutory authority that was established under the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Act, and the voice has been the voice and the representation of Torres Strait Islander since past 29 years. So we deliver a number of programs within our region, covering a vast range of activities, social and economic opportunities for our people, economic development, regional infrastructure, fisheries, culture, arts and heritage, environmental management, governance and leadership, healthy, safe communities. We work with our traditional owners in relation to climate resilience and adaptation, and has partnered with the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water to co-host a roundtable with regional governance representatives on Waibeni, Thursday Island. We have recently transferred the native title functions onto a community control organisation, so those functions are now passed on to the local community control GBK, which is the Guru Badwara Kod Torres Strait Islander Land and Sea Corporation. So cost of living, as we know, we are in the remote islands of the Torres Strait, which is situated 804 kilometres from our nearest city of Cairns and 2,991 kilometres from our state's capital city of Brisbane. So the vast distance, which means access to services are limited, and in a lot of cases we only have one provider for essential services such as transportation by air and ferry, as well as our provider of food security, as well as the energy providers and so forth. So that does challenge our people every day in the quality of life and their consumer choices, and also impacts us as a government agency to deliver and implement essential to life infrastructure across our region. We have advocated strongly over the years to look at affordability for our people through freight subsidisation, such as the Tasmanian Equalisation Scheme, and have contributed to inquiries into food prices and food security, as well as into the shipping that we have in our region. We are reaching our 30-year anniversary next year, and it's time for us to reflect and build upon the achievements and look at opportunities, how we can work better and be best placed and fit for purpose to address our region's needs, knowing that we have quite a diverse mandate that we cover in the Torres Strait. So I thank you for the opportunity, and also thank my colleagues for their commitment and professional support in working with our stakeholders across the region and our traditional owners to advance people's economic and social opportunities.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator.
No, thank you, Ms Malone, and thank you for your own work and leadership as part of the authority. Senator Shoebridge, I'll give you the call.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Ms Malone, for you and your authority and the work you've done throughout the year. And I think that summary of the geographical challenges it's important that we reflect upon that in your work and the resourcing you need. On behalf of Senator Cox, I have a couple of questions that I'd ask. The first is, it's our understanding that there was a seawall on Boigu Island, which is right to the very northern periphery of the Torres Strait, that was completed in March last year. Is that right?
Yes, it has, and it's been opened in December last year officially by the local governments and traditional owners on Boigu Island.
And what was, first of all, what was the community consultation and what was the purpose behind the seawall?
So the major infrastructure program, it has been delivered by the Torres Strait Regional Authority since 1998, and it really provides essential infrastructure for the communities equitably across the region. The cry from the communities, obviously through advocacy, and TSRA has been leading in climate change advocacy since 2007. These are through the community leaders themselves and community. We have a board of 20 members, and within there we have each of those members are representative of each community. So our member for Boigu, and obviously those before him, certainly would have brought that forward through our consultations.
And is the major infrastructure program linked to or part of a broader climate action plan that's looking at, in the case of seawalls, resilience to the impacts that you're already feeling for climate change?
So the major infrastructure program, as mentioned, has been in place since '98, and in the latter half, going into MIP6, there has been the push for the seawall component, and so there has been a separate allocation to specifically look at seawall mitigation, particularly for the most vulnerable communities such as Boigu Island.
In terms of that critical resilience infrastructure in the form of seawalls, have you mapped out the need across Torres Strait? Have you identified where the critical needs are?
Yes, certainly the major infrastructure program is a mechanism or a governance structure that enables the TSRA, the NRAA and the state to collectively manage that trust. And through our program manager who oversees the project, we engage extensively with our respective local governments so they feed into, inform us what's their needs in relation to infrastructure, and that goes through, I guess, a structured process to ensure that we prioritise best, and there's a lot of forward, forecasting according to budget, what could be fit within the respective major infrastructure budget.
Yeah, and Ms Malone, rather than me spend ages sort of picking apart each of the proposed seawalls, would it be possible you could take on notice where the identifiable needs have been for seawalls, what the current budget is and what the time frame is to actually deliver that critical resilience infrastructure for where you've identified the need? Would that be possible on notice?
Thank you, Senator. Under Major Infrastructure 6 project, which is the current project that's coming to an end, which was inclusive of the Boigu Island seawall, it certainly has detail of each of those projects that were covered within MIP6. We are approaching MIP7, and we can provide you details of that as well.
It's the sort of unmet need going forward. Ms Cox, Senator Cox tells me that when she was in COP27 last year in Egypt, she was speaking with traditional owners from the Torres Strait, and that some of them were so desperate about the need to protect their homes, some of their cultural sites, that they're in fact using coconut husks and other materials, including driftwood, to create temporary protection on some of the islands. Those sort of stories you must be hearing them as well, and they must be troubling for you, Ms Malone.
Yes, certainly we've had the Boigu seawall completion, subject to the budget allocation, as well as we completed Puruma Island, which is some of the concerns from Puruma community. We are about to embark on, or we are in the process of tendering for Yama community, which is another community at hand. So there is, I guess, those communities that are earmarked that would have not fitted in with the major infrastructure program previously.
But they aren't, as I understand it, they're not the only communities, the only places where these challenges are being felt. And with those observations that I said earlier, where communities are literally using whatever's available, coconut husk, driftwood, whatever's available, that's actually happening on the ground in Torres Strait at the moment, isn't it?
There are concerns, and we're working very closely with the local governments, respective local governments, to mitigate. Obviously, the funding that we've allocated, we're going through a process of tender, so then we can best have that implemented in partnership with those respective local government areas.
In terms of the major infrastructure program, apart from seawalls, is it also looking at mitigating the impacts from climate change in terms of security for fresh drinking water, the intrusion into some of the groundwater supplies of seawater? Can you take me through some of that?
So the major infrastructure has a board mandate, so it includes food security, freshwater supply, wastewater and solid waste removal systems, removal of ponding water. So it does cover all of those remit.
But in terms of the need on the ground to protect water security, to build the seawalls, to put the climate resilience in, how does the funding match the need at the moment?
So through the structure governance arrangement, we are working very closely with the respective local governments to look at those solutions around. We have rolled out those initial infrastructure in relation to dams on each community. What we are finding now, unfortunately, is the fact that those infrastructure have aged. Yeah. And so how we can now best negotiate and partner with agencies to address and put in resilience infrastructure going forward.
Just noting the time that we have available, could you provide on notice where the unfunded need is on some of those major infrastructure programs? And I ask you that noting just how eye-wateringly expensive it is doing these infrastructure projects up in the Torres Strait Islands, and I acknowledge the challenges you have, Ms. Ryan. If you could provide that on notice, it'd be very helpful.
Certainly take that on notice.
And also if you could identify how the climate and climate resilience in particular has been picked up in the major infrastructure program. I'd appreciate that too.
Yes, I will, and we can certainly provide you with those more detail. Thank you.
Of course, we should keep coal and gas in the ground to prevent the problem getting worse, but we'll have that discussion on another day, Ms. Malone. Okay. Yep.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Sister. It's good to see your face. Thanks for being here today. I really only have two questions, and that is, firstly, a shout out to the Torres Strait 8. But does your authority receive enough funding from the federal government right now to mitigate the immediate risk of inundation and climate change? Is the funding adequate to address the problem right now on your doorstep, which, you know, is obviously, I've seen a lot. I've been involved for a while, and I've seen videos of ancestral remains being washed away at sea. That was a couple of years ago. So with what you're dealing with today, is government funding adequate enough?
Thank you, Senator. The funding that we receive is obviously allocated for certain specific projects, and period of time. We are grappling with, as I mentioned before, the fact that our infrastructure is not fit for purpose now. So in our deliberations and our discussions, we are trying to look at what other sources of funding that the TSRA, being the conduit and the representation for our region, has been. How can we best facilitate and support our communities to attract the relevant support from the government to ensure we have adequate budget for what's needed for the region. So broadly speaking, we have utilised the major infrastructure program very well in the last 2 decades, but at the same time, the need is we are impacted by climate change, so we are very mindful that we need to have fit-for-purpose, resilient infrastructure going forward.
Thank you. And just following on from that, particularly the Torres Strait 8 and at many rallies we have representation from your mob. Is that movement being supported? How do we, given that it's internationally known what is going on at the Torres Strait, and we live in a country where they're not seeing what, they're not acknowledging what the rest of the world is acknowledging on the Torres Strait, and obviously by not funding enough and even bringing infrastructure up to standards. Can you talk a little bit about, the international kind of support out there for what's going on the island, and how and what the difference is, I suppose, with the support in our own country?
Thank you for the question. I just wanted to also clarify that the funding that we receive, and we're in partnership with the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water, does not include an infrastructure component. That is purely for internal resources for staffing. That is a separate advocacy that the Torres Strait Regional Authority and the community stakeholders have sought through their respective minister. In relation to, I guess, our position, the Torres Strait Regional Authority has advocated for climate change since 2007. We have done so in relation to how we best support our communities to be resilient, and through the partnership, existing partnership, we are trying to do more community-based resilience, working with communities to see how they can adapt with the changes and impact of climate change. The Climate Aid, that's a community grassroots-led process that is separate to the work that the Torres Strait Regional Authority is with, TQ.
Thank you. So in 2007, was it urgent then?
In 2007, we saw the signs initially of climate change, and the leaders at the time felt it was important to start putting that forward so that we had a position to support our community's needs. So it has been, a number of years. Thank you.
So in 2023, is it more urgent for the TI mob to be supported through the effects of climate change today or yesterday, given you started in 2007?
So unfortunately, the effects of climate change is 3 times more in the Torres Strait. So we're dealing with, I think, 6 to 8 millimetres of sea rise per year. And particularly at this time of the year, we do see, from monsoonal activity, the vulnerabilities of our island communities.
Senator Thorpe, I will need to rotate the call to other senators. Yes, if it's your final question, no worries.
Yeah, thank you. And just going back, I was part of the Aboriginal Flag Inquiry, which included the Torres Strait Islander Authority. And given the outcome of that inquiry, the government's decision was to steal the Aboriginal flag and make it a colonial representation of the parliament. In that time, what come out of the inquiry was that the Torres Strait Authority weren't provided any support around the administration of the Torres Strait Islander flag. And I just wondered, has anything changed since that inquiry?
I'm not aware of any changes. The Torres Strait Regional Authority initiated that process a number of years ago. I'll have to ensure I give you the right timeframe, but essentially it was working, we have been working with the families over that time in relation to the administering of, obviously, the copyright of the flag. So I don't believe I haven't heard anything further of any changes.
Thank you. What we heard at the inquiry was that community had to do all the administrative burden of allowing people to use the Torres Strait Islander flag, and that there was no support available to community to deal with the barrage that you get about your flag.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. That's your last question. Please finish, and then Ms Malone can reply.
Thanks. Yep. Sorry, just threw me. So out of that, the government were told that they need to support the Torres Strait mob to help administrate their flag. Has the government at all given any extra funding to the Torres Strait to assist with the management of your flag?
Thank you, Senator. Would be good to explore that further. Obviously, the copyright is held by the Torres Strait Island Regional Council, but I haven't heard anything. But I will take that on notice, and we can explore further around what it means for the Torres Strait.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair. I do have questions for Rep Fahey as well, so happy to share.
Okay, Senator Nampijinpa Price.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Ms Malone. I just have a couple of questions here. More broadly, is it fair to say that the TSRA is the lead Commonwealth entity representing the people of the Torres Strait Islands?
Yes, Senator. We have been since 1994. It was the voices of the leaders at the time that we needed to have our own authority based in the Torres Strait so that all those initial well-being and essential infrastructure could be best administered by our board in the Torres Strait.
Thank you. Towards the end of 2022, TSRA announced it had successfully transferred native title functions to GBK. My question is, is the board planning to divest itself of other functions to local non-government organisations?
Thank you, Senator. We have, over the last couple of years, also looked at other opportunities to divest. Our role is to empower our people, and in doing that, we have, in the last couple of years, looking at standing up a language centre, which is in the stages of final consultation, and has established an interim committee, which is made up of linguistics from all over the region. We've also looked at other components of our environmental program that could be divested as well, but at the same time ensuring that we enable them to build their capacity before any of those transfer of functions occur. So we certainly are doing that as part of our ensuring those functions do go to community control organisations within the region.
Okay. So over the decade, there's been a lot of media and commentary around Torres Strait leadership about reforming the overburden of elected and administrative bodies in the region. Is it true that there is 3 local government organisations, NPA, Torres Shire and Torres Regional Councils, and then TSRA, essentially 4 elected bodies and administrations governing over about 5,000 people?
Thank you. The TSRA is the Commonwealth Statutory Authority that was formed prior to a lot of the local governments actually being established in our region. So when you go back in time, TSRA had a lot of functions that the local governments were non-existent at the time to deliver on behalf of our communities. So you have the TSRA as the Commonwealth Statutory Authority, then you have the other 3 local governments that, because we have such a vast area, island communities that stretch from the tip of Cape York all the way to our international border, the logistics around governance, the Torres Strait Island Regional Council for the Outer Island communities, and the Torres Strait Council, which is a mainstream council that delivers the functions of the administrative hub, so to speak, on Thursday Island, which has up to 37 government agencies that are FIFO and deliver services out to all those remote island communities. And the Northern Peninsula area, that's the tip, that's the communities on Cape York. And obviously there you have the interactions between Torres Strait and Aboriginal people, so they're representing, best representing the communities there on NPA.
Okay, so is there any desire to reduce the number of local government entities in the region, or is everyone working effectively to represent across the board?
The councils are looking at that opportunity to, and they do work effectively together. That's a conversation that they've been working through, regional governance conversations. So it has been tabled around efficiencies, knowing that they are working very closely anyway across the broader region.
Okay, thank you. So then the proposal of the voice, how would this be seen if not another element of bureaucracy or leadership, given the current circumstances appear to be serving the Torres Strait region well?
So we have our chair, who's on the referendum working group, as our representation for the Torres Strait. We've had conversations with the Prime Minister in his visit and the Minister's visit in relation to TSRA has been the voice and continues to be the voice for the Torres Strait. There has been those dialogues with how do we best place and support, and the region has acknowledged the inefficiencies with a number of local governments. So there has been that broader discussion on how we ensure that it doesn't put further impact on our community members, but essentially have representation for the region.
Okay, which ultimately TSRA are doing a fine job of that already.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Senator Little, I'll give you the call now. I just want to seek the committee's advice before I do that, so that we can manage our program, to ask how long we think we've got questions for Rec Bay for, in terms of whether it would be desirable to delay our lunch break by yet another half an hour, which is already substantially late, and do it before lunch. I'm just mindful of our time management. Sure. Can I ask who's got questions for Rec Bay? Okay.
Sorry, I just have a couple more questions. Program.
I beg your pardon?
TSRA. I haven't completed questions for TSRA.
Oh, sorry, Senator Nampijinpa-Price, I thought you had. I'll just let you know that your colleague, Senator Little, is also waiting for the call from the point of view of time management here.
These should be fairly quick questions. Thank you.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you. So I understand TSRA provides funds to the Torres Strait Shire Council for the Horn Island Affordability Housing Project. So does TSRA retain control of the project and outcomes for the investment?
Thank you, Senator. The funding was provided to Torres Shire Council to support in the subdivision of the Horn Island Affordable Housing Project, and that has now completed in December. So the actual project is now complete in relation to supporting that redevelopment of the parcels of land on Horn Island, which equates to about 26 allotments.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, that is great to know. In relation to home ownership, how many people in the Torres Strait own their own home, and is this an area that TSRA will progress with IBA?
Thank you. Over the time, we have supported home ownership in our region. the cost of, there is dogget land on communities, and then there's a small proportion of freehold land in the Thursday Island area. So there's not a lot of land available. We have been working with the Department of Housing and Public Works to see if we can convert social housing to allow for our communities to own homes, knowing that there has been a considerable length of time that families have lived for 3 generations in one home. So we are working closely with our partners, such as Indigenous Business Australia, to open up further opportunities for our communities. You can imagine that our people, the TSRA is the go-to for support on funding opportunities, business, home loans, and we want to make sure that we have equity and access to what is happening nationally, and if TSRA can be that conduit working particularly across our Indigenous portfolio bodies so that we're not limited by our appropriation, which has been the case previously. Yep.
Thank you. In the interest of saving time, I am interested, and this might be something you could provide on questions on notice, but I'm interested to understand how TSRA ensures investment in DV and family services reaches women and families in the outer islands.
Senator, I apologise. Could you repeat that question in relation to domestic violence? Yep.
Yeah, just interested in understanding how TSRA ensures investment in domestic violence and family services, that they reach the women and families in the outer islands.
Thank you. I will pass that on to my colleague, Head of Operations, Zach, to give you some more details about the funding that we provide to the women's organisation, Moro Kosker Sorority, and supporting prevention for domestic violence.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Senator, for the question. So the TSRA has been supporting Moro Kosker as the lead agency in the region since its establishment. So we provided the operational funding for that organisation up until this financial year, including. So that, I guess that's a direct link from the TSRA supporting a local non-government organisation delivering those family and domestic violence services with individual locally based staff in each community.
That's good to hear. Do you have research data that you could provide the committee of the levels of family violence, or if there's any sort of underreporting that you know of within the outer islands? And I'm happy to take those questions on notice if you like.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Certainly happy to provide on notice that information.
Senator Nampijinparas, are you okay for me to rotate the call to your colleague, Senator Little, now?
I'm all good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to also ask, I understand that Senators Cox and Thorpe have questions for Rec Bay, so I just want to inquire as to if I give you 10 minutes each once Senator Little's finished on the Torres Strait Islander Authority, if we might hear from Rec Bay for 10 or so minutes and then go to lunch at 1. Will that be sufficient time for you? Great. Thank you, Senator Little.
Senator Thorpe here. I just want a clarification, Chair. Is that 10 minutes just for Rec Bay?
Yes, that was my query to the committee. Thank you. Well, just tell me, Senator Thorpe, how long you would like to question them for, because we don't have, we're running out of time in our program. I think it's clear we're going to need to hear from them after lunch, so I'm going to do 5 minutes to Senator Little with the Torres Strait Island Authority, and I will inform Rec Bay now. I'm sorry, we will have to hear from you after the lunch break. Senator Little.
Can we have more than 10 minutes, please, Chair?
We're going to discuss the program very shortly, but I will endeavour. I understand that you and Senator Cox are the two senators with questions, so we'll need to discuss how we allocate time across the whole afternoon over lunch, and I'm happy to dial you in. Thank you. Senator Little.
Thank you for the time that you took to make your submission and to provide that to us. I just want to ask about the section in there that talks about the Tasmanian Equalisation Scheme that you reference to actively advocating for some kind of response to help with freight subsidisation, given this country is going through extraordinary cost of living issues at the moment, and Torres Strait, for those of us who've been lucky enough to visit, luckily for me, many times, I'm wanting to understand, since we've started to see a significant escalation in the cost of living, what's been the work of Torres Strait Regional Authority or the government in terms of trying to find some solutions for a place such as the Torres Strait with its unique transport issues?
Thank you,
Unique
Senator.
to most Australians.
In reference to the advocacy, we have the cost of living summit that's coming up in the next 2 weeks that's being held by the state. Knowing that everything that comes to the Torres Strait is via one shipping company, and the cost of delivery of those services with the distance and the food miles, it does have a flow-on effect onto the cost of goods in communities. So we are contributing to those conversations around how we can address the core of the problem, being freight and getting it to our communities, knowing that the companies themselves are also actively trying to seek support in ensuring that they do provide the best service, but mindful that, you know, we're not here to speak on behalf of those agencies, but we work collectively on how we can best pitch the helicopter view on what's happening in the Torres Strait. I mentioned there's only one provider in many cases for those critical services. We've got our airline companies a bit fragmented at this time, which means that a lot of sections of our region should not get a service flight in. And hence, it could cost individuals, if they had to, up to $3,000 one way to get a flight in from, say, Murray Island, Mare in the Eastern Island, which is probably the furthest, to get in for whatever they need, requirements for their families. So we are working with, we work, as I mentioned before, very actively with our local government's leaders and see where we can best advocate collectively on these very challenging matters. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. I can
it's
elaborate.
probably more a question for NIAA later in the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to lunch and we will discuss the program. I will just forewarn officials, etc. here that we will need to consider whether we're able to drop any agencies, particularly those that have not travelled, and we'll have a quick discussion about that over the lunch break just now.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Well, good afternoon after all that drama. Welcome to Senate Estimates Cross Portfolio, and I'd like to welcome the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council. Thank you very much for attending today. Ms Annette Brown, the chairperson, and other officers of the Aboriginal Community Council of Wreck Bay. Ms Brown, do you wish to make an opening statement, noting we have chewed up quite a lot of time in a security incident, but please, a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Annette Brown, chairperson for Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council. I wish to acknowledge traditional owners of the land we gather on and meet on today. I respectfully acknowledge the honourable members of the Australian Parliament. I would like to take this opportunity to let you know what this is Wreck Bay's first appearance at estimate hearings. Establishment of Wreck Bay. Wreck Bay community secured land tenure of Aboriginal land grant, Jervis Bay Territory Act in 1986. And Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council, WABAC, was established. Changes. Wreck Bay is currently working with NIA seeking amendments to the Aboriginal Land Grant Act, which can lead to meaningful cultural, social and economic outcomes for its members of the body corporate Wreck Bay and the Commonwealth alike. Wreck Bay's ability to reach an agreement on amendments to Section 52A, Clause 7 of the Aboriginal Land Act 1986, allowing Wreck Bay to legally enforce compliance and regulations by WBACC. Under the bylaws of 2016, this wasn't reached due to complication of judicial issues relating to how this would be managed and by which Commonwealth agent. Wreck Bay has bylaws but no ability to enforce. This requires negotiation and commitment by the Commonwealth agencies. Complexities. Jervis Bay Territory Acceptance Act was established that ACT laws are applicable if able to be applied. Jervis Bay Territory is a non-self-governing territory and managed by agencies of the Commonwealth for different purposes. Wreck Bay retains management of 403 hectares of Aboriginal land. This includes Wreck Bay Village, is located in the 403. Approximately 6,500 hectares of Aboriginal land was leased back to the Commonwealth Director of National Park. Department of Defence also manages facilities in the Territory. The Department of Infrastructure contracts local government type services to JBT and manages the remaining private leases on behalf of the Commonwealth. Reforms to the EPBC Act. Wreck Bay requires meaningful dialogue at the highest level of government to improve Wreck Bay's ability to achieve sole management objectives within Buddery National Park. Wreck Bay have bylaw making powers but no legal ability for enforcement. Wreck Bay attempts to deliver local type government functions to Wreck Bay Village on a grant funded basis. Wreck Bay today is made of different departments which manage the housing for the community, the daycare centre, the Caring for Country Ranger program, the Jobs, Land and Economy programs, cultural heritage, community liaison, contract services, educational programs and training. As Jervis Bay is a non-self-governing territory, there are gaps that affect all residents within the territory due to its location and in the absence of a state government. Looking at the future, Wreck Bay would like to further improve health services available to the community, sustainability of community housing, more educational and training support, improve cultural and heritage protection, make legal services available for community, just to name a few. These things can be achieved to their full potential through real co-design from Wreck Bay with the community and Commonwealth.
Thank you, Ms Brown. And thank you, given your first appearance at Estimates, and thank you for taking through the unique complexities of governance, largely, you know, thanks to the Commonwealth and states, etc. And so we're very pleased to have you here today. We've now got a little bit of time for questions. Senator Thorpe, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for that comprehensive opening statement. I wonder if that also can be tabled as evidence in this, as it's important that that the government and the estimates understand the implications here of some of the things that have been provided, particularly health services, housing, cultural heritage, legal services. There's quite a list there, and I thank you for that. My first question is around this consultation. It's a real issue in this country. We've had successive governments say that consultation is consent. So this is around consultation and consent from particularly Jervis Bay and the land grant bill. So can you talk us through what kind of consultation has happened around that bill that will affect your people and your community from the government?
Consultation in Wreck Bay started around 2022. The board of the council worked closely with NIA. Those consultations had taken place over a 2-year period and finished in early November. For the consent for those changes to happen, Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Executive Committee have the power to make the consent and did so.
Great, thank you. So how many consultations did you have with NIAA or any other related government representatives about this bill?
Over a 2-year period, I couldn't put the exact numbers. I can take that on notice and provide you with detailed information. But I guesstimate that that would be different consultations for different reasons and different groups. That was broken up over that 2-year period, open to all community members who had an opportunity to be involved in the process. NIA dealt directly with the board itself and discussed what specific changes was needed for the council. So,
right.
And there was consultation via telephone or video if individuals chose to do so.
Great, thank you. Through those consultations, were there any minutes taken?
There would have been the minutes would have been taken by the NIA representatives and kept a record and would have passed those records on to WBACC board.
So what we've been told is that there were no minutes taken, so maybe we could have that clarified. I could ask NIA those questions. Are you aware of anybody saying that there were no minutes taken at those consultations?
No, you're more in the loop than I am.
Do you think that the community's wishes were properly heard and documented at these meetings?
I believe so. The interested community people did attend meetings and raised a number of issues.
Have these wishes been implemented in the bill?
Majority of them have been taken on board. From a board perspective, we were looking to amend the legislation that particularly looked at leasing and licensing arrangements. The board wants to move forward to develop a home ownership program. We have 48 housing stock in the community, but individuals will have a clear choice in whether they choose to enter into a home ownership arrangement or whether they will continue to rent and lease under the RTA ACT legislation.
Yeah, thank you. So what community concerns haven't been implemented in the bill?
None that I'm aware of.
So most of them were implemented, but some of them weren't?
From a management of Aboriginal land perspective, there was one that wasn't implemented because of the complexities of Jervis Bay territory, and that was what I mentioned in my open statement, that looked at enforcement, having the legal ability to enforce compliance.
Thank you. I understand that there are houses in the community in terrible condition that led to one man falling through the floor in his house and requiring surgery on his leg as a result. How do you go about getting necessary repairs or upgrades to properties?
I'll pass that over to the Operations CEO.
Thank you.
I'm actually unaware, I'm Tamara Mitchell, the Interim CEO. I'm actually unaware of the situation that you have mentioned. I have been with Wreck Bay for 14 years, and I haven't heard of that situation particularly, but we do assess urgent repairs. Those repairs are getting done first. That's part of our policy. But yes, I'll have to look into that situation and get back to you.
Thank you, that would be great. So have you had any assurance from the government that houses in poor condition will receive the repairs and upgrades they need before the leases are transferred?
Part of the ownership package will insist that the houses are upgraded to a good standard before we can hand ownership over. So that will be part of the package if we go ahead with it.
Great. Could you explain what good condition means?
So a standard that everybody wants today, we want larger homes, we want sustainable homes that have solar systems, solar hot waters, water tanks, that longevity, that we're not repairing in another few decades' time. So we are looking at a couple of different plans at the moment. One of them includes replacing all existing housing, but also includes multi-generational housing so that extra people can stay on community rather than having to find homes elsewhere.
Fantastic. So just to clarify, so all existing homes will be upgraded to a gold standard 5-star rating, can we say?
Yes.
Environmental.
That is our hope.
Before they are transferred.
Yes, definitely. Before they're transferred, that's exactly what will happen.
Excellent. Amazing. Thank you. Is the council aware of any water, health and safety concerns in the region?
The council acknowledges the contamination that relates to Defence Facility, which is PFAS. Don't ask me the scientific name because I can't rattle it off. But PFAS is an issue and has been an issue since 2016. It will continue to be an issue into the future because there's no answers on how you can remove PFAS contamination out of the land as well as it being moved further by heavy rain. Wreck Bay is located below the facility in the Jervis Bay area, so we get a lot of the runoff. So again, that will go to sustainability and ensuring that houses that we do build into the future manages the water and drainage runoffs from defence lands.
Thank you. Community members have told me about concerns for contamination of local creeks and waterways, such as those that flow into Mary's Bay and Summercloud Bay. Are these concerns valid?
Yes, they're valid. The contamination that's been examined by the Defence and other external environmental auditors actually attested that the contamination levels inside Mary Creek as well as Summercloud Creek are at a high level. So there are signs that's erected around the area in regard to the risk of swimming, and in around Mary's Creek you can't take fish from Mary's Creek.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. That's really sad. So when did the council become aware of these concerns?
When Defence made it public, they acknowledged that the contamination existed and made it public. Defence
Do you know
has. That was 2016.
Not till then.
Right. So what is the council doing in regards to improving water health and safety in the region, given that time frame?
Well, the council itself, I think families, majority, will drink or purchase water in regard to drinking water. I know that the Department for Infrastructure, that's part of the Territories Minister's portfolio, is actually negotiating with the state to provide water directly to Jervis Bay Territory.
Thank you. I just have one more question, Chair, and this is from community about petrol station. Question from a community member: why is Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council leasing out the only shop and petrol station within the Jervis Bay Territory to a non-Indigenous person who charges local Indigenous people excessive amounts for basic products and fuel instead of managing it themselves for the community, providing both employment opportunities as well as fairer prices for basic necessities and petrol?
Commonwealth have transferred tenure to Wreck Bay. Again, Commonwealth owns the commercial leases and manages it. So Wreck Bay has not been gifted tenure to commercial leases via our Aboriginal Land Grant Act.
So how can we help with that as senators doing this questioning, and we've got the government, we've got the minister there? What's the solution?
To me, it's more of a meaningful dialogue between us. Departments discuss the territory issues, but we're not included in those discussions. So I think how the Commonwealth in the future comes together as a one Commonwealth and not discuss issues that pertains particularly to their agent portfolios. So there's no... And this is, I think, the issue that we bring to the table, is for that to be considered seriously, and how Wreck Bay is involved with co-designing management of Jervis Bay Territory with Wreck Bay, which is we're the only permanent residents within the territory. The others are transient, either they work for Defence or they hold commercial leases with the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much. Sounds like you need a treaty there. But thank you. Incredible. And thanks for appearing today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Brown, I might just quickly ask if you've, how do you, I imagine being the community organisation on the ground, you're the one that hears all the discussion about what's going on. How do you relay that to the Commonwealth agencies that, and how do you want Commonwealth agencies to respond to that?
Probably in a few areas. There's reforms that are happening inside the EPBC Act, and if we're not involved with those discussions, my fear is reforms could actually have a negative impact. I think there's opportunity to talk to other ministers when they are, especially the Minister for Environment that's just put out a nature management plan. Wreck Bay needs to be involved. So how we strategically move forward is going to be relied on the dialogue that we have at that higher level of government. At this current time, we're not even included in talks.
Can I ask Ms Brune if the PFAS issue, if that was the same as you were referring to with Defence and Water? Ms Brown. I didn't mean to get my Brunes and Browns confused. I'm asking in particular if you're referring to the water issue in relation to Defence and the cleanness of water specifically.
The department's claiming it's due to an upgrade of facility, the underground water infrastructure. Community have their own suspicion in a sense that they feel it could be contaminated.
Okay. And what has the advice been about whether or not, what has the testing shown?
The testing shows that it's still in acceptable levels of safety. What's acceptable is determined by other parties, and community basically disagrees with it.
Okay. Thank you for putting that on the record for us. I'm just going to quickly, so we were expecting Senator Cox in here, but I dare say she's been detained because of the security incident. Were there any other questions?
We should put on the record she wasn't involved in the security incident, but she may have been delayed because of it.
Yes, I didn't mean to construe that Senator Cox was the cause of the security incident. It's been a very long week. I think I just want to thank you for being here at Senate Estimates. It's actually a really good opportunity for us to put some of the issues that you've raised today on the record as part of our estimates process. So it's a terrific precedent that senators have called for you to give evidence, and if there's any support that you need from the Secretariat in terms of your relationship with Senate committees or the Senate's estimate process, please don't hesitate to get in touch.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to do an NIAA?
Great.
Yeah. I don't think we're doing health.
Okay.
And I don't think we're doing orange or impacts stores.
Yeah, I'll do so now.
Oh, hello, T. How you going? Yeah, it has. Especially with the security.
Okay, so while we are resettling now with the NIAA, I will advise the committee and officials that we are, for the time being for today, releasing Outback Stores and IATSIS. It's not for lack of interest, it's really from a time management point of view, and we will look to a further committee decision in terms of an online hearing or a hearing on a sitting day, for example. And we've done that because we've tried to prioritise the witnesses that have travelled to see us today. So now that we have the NIAA with us, I'd like to welcome Blair Excel, the Deputy Secretary, and other... Sorry, I'd like to... Jodie Bruin, you've been here with us all day. The Department of Health and Aged Care may well indeed be here. We haven't released you yet. We don't expect to get a lot of your evidence today, but we've kept you here because we know you're in Canberra, and we can deal with any intersecting issues that come up with the NIAA in general. Ms Bruin, welcome, and other officers of the NIAA. Do you mind if we go straight to questions, or did you have an opening statement you want to make today?
Thank you, Chair. I do have an opening statement. I know. I'll keep it very brief.
Okay, and otherwise, if it's longer, please table it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Senators. Wandiwa. I wish to begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people and the traditional owners right across the country, wherever people are sitting today, and pay my respects to the elders, past and present, and the ancestors as well, and pay my respects to all the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander senators and witnesses appearing today. And firstly, I just wanted to inform the committee of future changes to my executive, which will mean we've got some different people appearing before you at the next Senate estimates. So in March this year, Ms Letitia Hope will commence a new role as Deputy Secretary of Families and Communities in the Department of Social Services. And Mr Sam Jeffries, who I'm sure you'll remember from previous appearances, will retire from the APS. I'd like to thank both of these officers for their extensive contributions to the communities, NIAA and this committee. And I'd also like to congratulate Ms Julianne Gravera, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander woman on my right here, and Mr James Christian, a proud Wiradjuri man, on their recent promotions to deputy roles within the agency, and they'll start on the 6th of March. As people know, this week marked the 15th anniversary of the National Apology to Australia's Indigenous peoples, and as the daughter of a member of the Stolen Generations, this time of year is deeply personal. Sorry. And provides that opportunity to reflect on both how far we've come and how far we have to go. And I'm really pleased to be involved with the National Indigenous Australians Agency, and that they have such a central role and continue to administer the Territory's Stolen Generations Redress Scheme, providing that recognition for survivors in the Northern Territory and Australian Capital Territory prior to respective self-government and the Jervis Bay Territory. So we're happy to provide some extra details on how that program's going. It's been really, really fantastic since it started about, I think, the 1st of March 22. This week was also the release of this government's first Closing the Gap implementation plan. This whole of government plan outlines the Commonwealth's strategic priorities and efforts to close the gap over the next 12 to 18 months, outlining specific and tangible actions to improve life outcomes for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. I will continue to work with my secretary colleagues across the Commonwealth on this plan. A package of $424 million announced in conjunction with the plan will be designed and delivered in line with priority reforms and through engagement and partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and organisations. The NIAA also continues to play a supportive role in implementing the government's policy to hold a referendum on an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice later this year. This role includes supporting the Minister for Indigenous Australians and Special Envoy for Reconciliation and the implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart in their roles. And as part of that, the agency supports the Referendum Working Group, the Referendum Engagement Group and Constitutional Expert Group as they meet and continue their deliberations and provide advice to the government ahead of the referendum. NIAA will also continue to work across the public service through a range of fora to provide coordinated advice and support on matters related to the voice and referendum. It is important to remind public servants of their role in being impartial throughout the process, and we need to support our staff in providing accurate advice.
Thank you. I know you've probably got a little bit more to go.
Can I finish it? Yeah.
How many minutes do you think you've got?
About 2.
Okay.
I'll read really fast. Alongside these strategic priorities, the agency has also responded to urgent challenges, including the floods in the Kimberley and more recently the challenges recently the challenges facing Alice Springs and the Central Australian region. These responses highlighted the benefit of our regional footprint, the strong relationships our teams have developed, and our ability to quickly activate teams to provide support on the ground when and where it is needed. I will skip a bit of that, but I do think in referring to these events, I'd really like to acknowledge the efforts of NIAA staff in our regions. Responding to issues like these are never easy, and I'm mindful that many of those involved as staff are often directly impacted or had their families impacted by those circumstances. So I would leave it there. I have shortened that considerably.
Thank you, Ms.
taking
Brunnen.
note of your time. Yeah.
We will get copies of it distributed if it's in
And
a
we'll
form
table
that
it,
we're
of
able
course.
to do that. That way senators can ask questions.
So thank you and welcome your questions. And I know there's a number of matters that came up during the morning that we're happy to take further questions on, particularly in relation to the ABA and Wreck Bay. And if you recall at the previous hearing, the Office of Township Leasing Executive Director gave quite an extensive description of her role and took a lot of questions as well. And now I know she's not here today, but happy to answer what we can.
Thank you, Ms. Brunnen. Thank you for your acknowledgement of the anniversary of the apology and its significance. I will now move to questions, and I give the call to the Coalition. Who would like to take the call, please? Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa Price, you have the call.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for providing evidence again at estimates. I just want to follow up on a few questions from the last time around, just starting with the first one with regard to being provided a copy of the opening address video, which I haven't received yet, and just wanted to know when a copy of that might be provided.
Thank you for your question, Senator. My understanding is that we sent a transcript rather than the video.
I don't believe I've received a transcript, and it was, I guess I'm wanting to understand why I can't be provided with a copy of the video itself.
It was tabled this morning, apparently.
Okay. Well, I will table it here in the committee. All right. We'll find it for you so that you can proceed with your questions. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Would also appreciate a copy of the video itself, as it was supposed to be provided on the 16th of December. Thank you. I'll wait for that one. So, just going on to the next question was with regard to question number 174, which was around providing a list of recipients for, well, what I do require as a follow-on is a list of the 98 recipients of the supporting community category with the Aboriginal benefits accounts by amounts received and purpose of the funding for those grants, if that could be provided on notice, please.
Yes, thanks, Senator. We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Question 176. Again, the response that I'd asked for, the question that I'd asked for, was details of grants as well as their budgets. I've been provided in the answer an entire amount and sort of what it's for in general, but not broken down for me. So if a list of grants and the budgets are included, and I would like to be able to include the recipients of the Commonwealth funding of the $46 million for the last financial year to address community safety, law and order initiatives in the Northern Territory. If this could be provided in a form of a spreadsheet, that would be really appreciated. Of the 46 million outlined in your response, there was 11 million allocated for the year to address specifically alcohol management. If you could please provide a list of the AAIs delivered under this provision, what the annual program of works were, what the locally agreed and available place-based alcohol indicators to measure reduction in levels of alcohol-related harm in communities are, who was funded to deliver this, and who was funded to deliver the workforce. Also, I note in your response was the individual support program aimed to achieve. What was it aimed to achieve? And if it was realised,
if you could provide who had delivered that, who was funded and how the program was in fact delivered. I would really appreciate that.
I'll get you to pause there, Senator Nampijinpa Price, because otherwise you won't.
Yes,
it'll be hard
thank
to
you,
get an answer.
Chair. There is a lot in that, and we're furiously taking that down, and we'll take a lot of that detail on notice. There's also a report provided to this committee twice a year of all the grants, and that's an extensive spreadsheet as well.
If I'm happy for that to be tabled.
But it has been sent through. Yep. It's sent through twice a year. Yep.
What dates are those?
The remote alcohol and other...
Sorry, Senator Nampijinpa Price, Senator Colbeck's asked a clarifying question.
Jacinta, I just want to get the dates so I know when we know where to look for the information.
I'm Ed Campbell, branch manager at the NIA. That list of grants was provided on the 2nd of the 2nd. And I can just close out. So quant number 173, Senator, the link to the video has also been provided to the Secretariat now.
Thank you very much. The remote alcohol and other drugs workforce, can you please outline who is funded to deliver that, and I guess in which communities, and how is that delivered?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I'll just see if I've got the appropriate person here for that one. Yeah. Yep. We might have to take the specifics of that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Just going on to my previous question, 184, around whether the Minister briefings to the Territory Government with regard to the cessation of Stronger Futures legislation. The response to this question provided on the 16th of December stated that no briefing had been made to the Minister of alcohol issues after the sunsetting of the Stronger Futures in communities. So by this point, the Leader of the Opposition had been briefed by myself, having visited Alice Springs at the dire situation. He came up and met with community and stakeholders, and during the time I was consulting during the development of my private senator's bill. Is this not complacency and lack of service to not be raising this responsibility with the Minister of Indigenous Australians, given that the Minister had not received any sort of briefing on that situation?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Julianne Guevara, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of NIAA. Senator, that response may have been a little too specific because, in fact, the Minister, of course, has received a number of briefings on the situation in Alice and associated issues around alcohol and the impacts of it post the Stronger Futures sunsetting. In particular, of course, the Minister travelled to Alice Springs on the 3rd of November. She's had subsequent visits to Alice Springs, of course, in January and as most recently as last weekend. And of course, she's receiving briefings continuously from the department on situations associated with the circumstances of Alice Springs at the moment.
I understand that she's had a number of briefings lately, but why there wasn't a briefing sooner, understanding the circumstances on the ground as they were unfolding, weren't just happening obviously in January itself.
Senator McCarthy?
Can I please get a...
Sorry, Senator Nampijinpa Price. Senator McCarthy, as the Minister at the table, also wants to respond.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Senator Nampijinpa Price, just to go back and reflect a bit on our response to this question in the previous estimates, I did identify to the committee that the Minister, both Minister Burney and myself, had discussed this in August, and that the meetings took place with the Northern Territory Government at Garma in August. So I'm just trying to correct your timeline in terms of an understanding of this and briefing, and I've certainly said in the Senate that we've had that plus successive meetings since then. So I'm just trying to clarify to make sure you've got that.
Thank you, Minister. I guess that's a discrepancy between your records and the NIAA's records. I'm just going off what the answer that NIAA have provided to me on that one. And I guess if there were briefings held in August, why then wasn't there any sort of action taken then? And why did we wait till things got escalated as they were and made media attention, creating media attention in our capital cities for something to come about, for a response to come about?
Look, I think in terms of what we've learned since December, that clearly it has been a deeply traumatic period, and the move to have a circuit breaker by the Prime Minister coming was a significant one. But if I take the committee back to August last year, I know one of the first things I did was to push for the Senate to inquire into Stronger Futures, a piece of legislation that should have been looked at even prior to the ending of Stronger Futures, and I think that's a significant inquiry that's being taken place between the House and the Senate, with no doubt witnesses who've given evidence that we will soon hear about more once that inquiry delivers its report. Now, that's not going to stop what we saw in December, but I think it's important to put on the record that there were moves to do from a legislative point of view to try and understand what was going on in the Northern Territory prior to it blowing up the way it did in December.
Okay. Can we, I guess...
Senator, and if I just add, just in relation to data associated with the circumstances of what was happening in Alice Springs, you'll be aware, of course, that the controller for Central Australia, who's been appointed, Darrell Anderson, provided in her report of the 6th of February data around the circumstances which showed, in fact, that between the period from July to November, there was not a substantial rise in violence, and in fact what she had said was from November, the data was indicating, in fact, that there was, a significant rise in alcohol-related violence at that stage. NIAA, of course, had been involved in the social order response team from the 2nd of August, and that received regular updates on the situation in terms of safety and social order issues. And again, those meetings were not indicating at that stage that there were sort of significant issues.
97% rise in domestic and family violence incidents I wouldn't consider insignificant. And I guess for those of us living on the ground and witnessing things for ourselves, we don't necessarily need statistics to understand what's going on the ground.
We'll come to your question, Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
I'm sorry, but with regard to the report being referred to, it is my understanding that it does report a significant rise in domestic and family violence.
Senator, just if I could direct you to, in particular, page 9 of that report, it does say from July to November 2022, the weekly intelligence briefings regarding alcohol in Alice Springs were not showing a substantial sustained increase in alcohol-related harm following the cessation of Stronger Futures Act.
Well, I beg to differ. I don't have that in front of me right now, but I've read the report myself.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, can I give you another 5 minutes and I'll rotate the call to your colleague, Senator Little, and then I've got Senator Pocock also waiting.
And I'm waiting as well, Chair. Thank you, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you very much,
We've all
Senator
got
Thorpe.
lots and lots of questions. Moving on, actually, firstly, just to the Minister, now that there are all eyes on Central Australia and on the Northern Territory, can we rely on the government to act swiftly to address some of the issues, and obviously not just in Central Australia but further afield throughout the Territory, given that this problem is being pushed into other places even more so now that these current restrictions have been put in place?
Thank you for your question, Senator Nampijinpa-Price. There is no doubt that we want to see improvements immediately, not only in Central Australia but in a lot of our rural and remote regions of Australia where we see similar concerns. And I can certainly say to you that in terms of the Northern Territory and in particular Alice Springs, we'll be working very closely with Darrell Anderson, the controller on the ground, to make sure that we can give positive results and outcomes not only to the people of Alice Springs and surrounds but to the Australian Parliament.
Thank you. Okay, going to question 185. I've not yet received a response to this question, I don't believe.
Thanks, Senator. That's also been tabled this morning.
Okay, so it would be handy if responses could be tabled prior to estimates sitting for future reference. That would really be appreciated. Question 186, just to clarify, with the November trip of the Minister for Indigenous Australians last year, there was no official briefs from NIAA that raised the cessation of the Stronger Futures legislation and alcohol restrictions being lifted by the NT government, as has been indicated. Is that correct?
Do you want to? Sorry, Senator, I'm just trying to clarify what that's in relation to. Is that a question on notice that you're referring to?
Yes, question 186.
Senator Rachel Jackson, Group Manager, Central Australia. It's my understanding there wasn't a specific briefing. There were briefing notes provided on the people that the Minister was meeting with, but I'm not aware that there was a specific briefing.
Okay, thank you. Question 231, I don't believe has that been tabled? Has the response been tabled today as well for that one?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, again, in future, please, if the responses could be tabled when they are due, that would be most appreciated. I will allow for questions from others at this stage and come back to my questions. Thank you.
Senator Little.
Thank you. Look, I was just stunned just to hear about the data, because I've been tracking that data closely for quite some time, and certainly if you look at that data in isolation, it might pique your interest, but when you start looking at arrest rates, incarceration rates, assaults, child protection, hospital presentations, hospital admissions, property damage, all of those things, and just ask local people about whether they can go to town without getting rocks thrown at them, go to the supermarket without feeling terrified. The data was there, the evidence was there. So I just want to say I don't accept that, but this question is actually about data. And it's about, now that we know that there have been this, the evidence, I'm quite proud to say the evidence was there that this was an increasing and a growing problem, and it's been an increasing and growing problem in other areas. What are you putting in place now to track and make sure that the data is providing you much quicker information in order for you to respond? And I particularly want you to also turn your attention, Part B, to those places where the cashless debit card was, because If you go to those places as well and you start looking at the trends in those places and you use all of that data, there's a little bit of a similarity happening there. So I'd like to understand, what are you doing in those communities where that card was taken off being mandatory to voluntary? What are you doing about tracking and reporting that data and then responding to it?
So, Senator, if I could just begin, to your point, obviously data is collected by state and territory governments on all of those issues that you raise, and of course the Northern Territory government, the Northern Territory Police, Fire and Emergency Services is responsible for issuing data on those criteria that you mentioned. Indeed, you're correct. When you look at the statistics they released for the past year, and this of course related to the year ending 30th of November 2022, for a full 12 months. In fact, the crime rates per person have increased, so that was over a 12-month period. There has been increased rates of domestic violence, alcohol-related incidents, as I said, alcohol-related assault incidents, 54% crime against property.
I know the stats. I think we all know the stats now.
So, but just to say that essentially that is the Northern Territory government's responsibility for preparing.
I'm asking what data you're collecting to actually form your position on what you're going to do in response, and what's going to inform the money that's going into those programs. And I'm assuming there'll be some new programs. People will come up with some fantastic new ideas, and there'll be a whole range of new experts in there.
Yes.
I want to understand what data and evidence you are using, or you are intending to use, to inform what you fund and what you just chuck away as garbage ideas with no outcomes.
So, Senator, of course, the first of those packages was only announced on the 24th of January, which was the $48.8 million announced by the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister and the Minister for Indigenous Affairs on their visit to Alice Springs. That second package, of course, announced on the 6th of February was the $250 million package. I think the significant thing to note about that was that the Prime Minister had indicated that we would be trying to do things differently in the way that we delivered that package on the ground. That obviously requires us to look at, as you suggest, how we measure what happens with the outcomes from the measures that are funded as part of that particular package. But of course, the announcement was only less than, just over a week ago, and so there's obviously work ongoing and discussions with local community being undertaken in conjunction with the Controller, Darrell Anderson, and of course the Northern Territory Government about how that would be developed.
My point being that I've heard in certain hearings evidence that you cannot trust the Northern Territory Government to do this themselves and put the expenditure where it needs to go for the greatest effect. This is taxpayers' money. They've put the trust in all of this money going in there. People have put their trust in there being a response that's actually going to have some impact. And I want to know that this is not about outputs, it's about outcomes, it's about evidence-based before a cent. I don't care whether it's 200 million or 2 million, it needs to be outcomes focused. And that means that the agreements probably look a little bit different to what they've looked like previously. So that's really what I'm looking for, is what comfort can you give me that will happen?
So, Senator, probably two parts to that question. One is specifically around Central Australia, and I'll pass to Ms Jackson for that response. But I think your question, correct me if I'm wrong, was also about the broader data, I suppose, across other states and territories and how we respond and how's that being done. And that really goes to closing the gap and the work that happens at each jurisdictional level, and it's done in partnership with the peak Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations, and particularly priority reform for under closing the gap, which is exactly around data and sharing data so that decisions can be made. But I might go to Ms Jackson first and then to Ms Hope about the close of the gap data.
So can I, because you might want to answer this as well. I'm going to put the proposition to you that, and I'm a huge supporter of Aboriginal community controlled organisations where they are functioning and they work and they actually deliver the outcomes to the maximum effect. but that is different to Aboriginal-led outcomes that might not be through an Aboriginal community controlled organisation. So I want to understand whether in fact there's a decision that's been made that all of this money will go into Aboriginal community controlled, or is it going into those or agencies that can demonstrate they can get the greatest effect for taxpayers' money from this investment?
So as I said, I'll pass to Ms Jackson first.
Senator, there's a few things that I'll just respond to. I'm actually based in the Office of the Regional Controller, so I'm working with Ms Anderson, and we're developing an approach to gathering the data across both Commonwealth and Northern Territory governments. And it's been, as you can imagine, quite a busy time setting up the office, but that we hope to soon be able to share data with the community. But that data does need to inform the decisions on the Prime Minister's package. There's more conversations to be had before that is settled, and a big part of that will be how the Regional Controller will be monitoring and evaluating the programs that are put in place. So that hasn't yet been settled, but we are working very hard to ensure that we've got that good evidence base, as well as hearing from communities. So there will be a need to consult extensively with communities before any decisions are made. There's no commitment yet that funding would just go to Aboriginal controlled community organisations. There's been no decisions to where the money would be going.
When you talk about consultation, can you give a commitment that you'll make sure that you don't just talk to town camp organisations?
Yes.
Because I raised this with Tungunjira, that there are whole communities that are sitting outside of the centre of Alice Springs, where people who have been traumatised and impacted by this are going to go back to. And in those communities are teachers, doctors, people who, live out in those remote areas delivering services.
So
they need to be supported to manage what some of the issues that are going to be impacting them as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to add anything else, Ms Bruin? That bit?
Senator Ben Burton, Group Manager Social Policy. You made some references to the impacts of the abolition of the cashless debit card. I want to make sure that I heard the question or proposition correctly. With respect to the Northern Territory, there has been no change to CDC arrangements, and they will commence in the Northern Territory from early March with the transition to enhanced income management arrangements. In other places where CDC has been abolished, I'd note that, of course, with due deference to my colleagues from DSS who have policy lead on the cashless debit card and future of income management, that there are that there are arrangements between DSS officials on the ground, officials from the National Indigenous Australians Agency and also Services Australia, working in close cooperation with communities and police, mayors and so on to make sure that we are aware of any issues that arise in a community but that are being responded to in a timely and efficient way. The question as to what, and we've discussed this I think in the last estimates hearing, as to what may be causing or may be affecting or impacting on a community at any point in time is always it's very difficult, as you've observed, to make those judgments from Canberra, which is why we've got the close on-the-ground cooperation and working very closely with local communities and organisations and authorities to make sure any issues are addressed as quickly as possible. And I'd note that our DSS colleagues have commenced work to assess the impacts of the abolition of the card in those areas, and that work is ongoing.
Mr Burton, I would... Sorry?
Yeah,
I would...
Sorry, Senator Thorpe.
Senator
Little. Sorry, Senator Little.
Somebody's done that twice today.
Waiting to give... No, I apologise, Senator Little.
Okay.
I do know your name.
That's all right. Look, I understand. I still think the Northern Territory needs to be looked at. I understand that when you look at the numbers of people that have transitioned off the card, in some areas you're talking about over 1,000 people, where there's less than 100 people on the card now. And in other areas like the Northern Territory, you're only talking about 100 that have gone off the card. The rest are still on the basics card. So I still think there's a layer in there of people that you can't say they weren't affected, because there were people in the Northern Territory that chose to go on the cashless debit card. It's not in the same number, but it's still having an impact. It's still around 100. So I'm not sure whether you want to comment about that, but they're the stats that I've seen.
I was actually going to just go back to one of your earlier points, Senator Little, but I'm also happy to give a response to that as well. Just in relation to data and the significance of what we want to do, I guess I know the department's answered from a policy point of view, but I'll just put the politics on the table, and that is that we do want to work very closely with organisations like Congress, who obviously gave us incredibly important information around data. But we will be working and watching very closely that we get the other data, like the police information, talking to Jamie Chalker, certainly to the health area with the hospital in terms of the ambulance and paramedics. So we are working very closely on the ground with that. But also just in regards to Aboriginal community health or community organisations, naturally we want to see that they are supported if they have the ability to carry out what needs to be carried out, and I'm very aware that some of them don't. And we have to make sure that whether they're Aboriginal or not, or non-Aboriginal organisations, that they're the right ones who are there to work for all the families in that region. So I guess it's, I just wanted to put that on the record with you.
Thank you.
Senator Little, I need to rotate the call again. Now I'm kind of going in 15-minute blocks.
I just got one more question about
just one.
governance.
Great.
Thank
no
you.
worries.
Thank you. This is about governance. I've seen some media reporting recently, and it's something that is of particular interest to me, and that is in some Aboriginal organisations, not-for-profits, no matter how they're constituted, you know, there's clauses that you often see in their charters or their the legislation, including, please don't tell me to go to ORIC, because I'm talking about even in your contracts, that where people who are under investigation for something, who sit on a board, takes about 3 or 4 years for any investigation to come through. Those people devastate those organisations they're in. They become kingmakers. That organisation gets eroded. The people don't get the service that they should have been getting. What I want to understand is, from your perspective, what do you do to actually make sure that when somebody is actually being investigated, not flippant a complaint, but when they're under investigation, they don't just continue their destruction for the most vulnerable people for the next 4 years while an investigation is underway, and then if they can't stand the water there, it gets too hot, they just move to another one and it all starts again. We've seen this over and over and over again. What is it that we can do to stop these people from shopping around and getting these people that sit on those boards to be brave enough to actually say, we're going to stand you down? And we know we've got a history there too where we saw where that didn't happen. We're going to stand you down until we sort this out. So you can't go over here and continue your destruction and reducing the impact of this organisation on helping the most vulnerable. How do we start? Where do we start?
Thank you, Senator. A really important question. I'll pass to a couple of my other officers on that question, but it is, actually, as you say, a very important question.
Peter Nunn, Acting Branch Manager, Program Compliance and Fraud Branch. When we become aware of a situation where somebody's been there's allegations being made or somebody's been charged in relation to a criminal offence, we will review there's provisions under the terms and conditions of a funding agreement, and then we'll ask or write to that organisation to look at, is our funding being compromised in any way? If that person, subject of the allegations, is in control, we'll recommend to the organisation that that person be removed. The issue with that is, but everybody's innocent until proven guilty, and it's up to the board whether they want to keep that person in place or not. If a board refuses to remove that person,
Because they are incapable because of the nature of the individual they're trying to remove. If you are living in a regional or remote area and you've got people that's come onto a board that is there because they're a bully, they've been engaging in behaviour that's inappropriate, it's pretty tough to take them on. So how do they use other levers to help them to manage their governance to get rid of those people? Because it's a pretty brave thing to do.
Senator, I agree with what you're saying, but there's a range of...
I should say courageous.
There's a range of actions that we can take, but unfortunately, again, because there's legislative issues that we've got to abide by, and there's also the natural justice that's got to be abided by. So sometimes it can take a while to go through a number of options, and as the, if need be, if the first option doesn't work, we'll escalate it and take other courses of action. That includes working with other state and territory bodies, and even though sometimes it takes a while, the appropriate course of action does.
I'm trying to find a lever here because it's not working. This is years of continual funding going to organisations where there's either obviously something that should be looked into, and these people hop, or they stay there, or they're there forever, or they become family businesses that you can't chip away at. I'm asking you because, and not Oric, because if you are suspicious that something's not right, how can you continue to give money to that organisation without having some caveats if the board's not responsible enough to actually react and do something?
Senator, if there were specific examples you'd like an answer to, I could take it on notice and I can provide a response.
You only have to go to Oric and look at the amount of organisations that have been under administration and no longer exist, to the detriment of the communities they were intended to serve and the generations they were intended to help, or the ones that are currently in administration, or let alone the devastation of the people who are good people who were serving on those boards, who are no longer contributing to good outcomes because they've been forced out by these people who shouldn't have been anywhere near the purse strings or anywhere near the decision making.
Senator Sam White, Acting Chief Operating Officer. So just a couple of points. So the extent to which we can involve ourselves in those sort of issues is when there's Commonwealth funding that has been provided by our agency that would be in question. So, you know, allegations of misappropriation of the money that we've provided to deliver an outcome. The organisations that we fund obviously are required to abide by a project agreement, a contract that spells out particular terms and conditions. It's those terms and conditions that we use as our way to try and make sure that people are doing the right thing, that organisations are spending the money in the right way. There is a broader issue, I think, around if the Commonwealth, so if the NIA is not funding that organisation, but they're still delivering other things on behalf of other state governments or other parties, then we really can't, as the NIA, get involved in that. But we always take any allegations that we get and try and provide them to the right, the right authority to investigate. So there is that point. So I think the Office of the Registrar of Indigenous Corporations has more of a role in overseeing the governance of the CATSI Act organisations, and particularly, you know, where they you get an intersection between where we might fund some of those organisations to deliver services, but there's often situations where those organisations might not. Similarly, we might have organisations that deliver services on behalf of the Commonwealth that aren't CATSI organisations. They might be just standard corporations under the normal corporations laws. So it is a complex picture, but our role is very much focused on how Commonwealth money is spent.
I will need to rotate the call
I understand what
now
you're saying,
in
but
order that we have time for ORIC later.
It's not an ORIC question.
No,
This is the biggest agency that funds Aboriginal affairs. The other one is just a regulator.
I'm sorry, you don't need to.
So
I'm just
please don't refer
indicating
me
that
to
I need
somewhere
to
else.
rotate the call. Please ask
Thank
your
you.
last
I will
question, Senator Liddle.
ask. Would you like me to ask a question now, or you'd like to rotate the call and come back?
I'll let you ask one more question as a courtesy to you. Thank you.
So, I'm just going to put this question to the CEO. I'm not doubting the work that you do. I'm concerned about the time frame that your organisation does work within, because you're either constrained. I want to understand how will you commit to do something better to be able to capture these people who basically get on this train and go and wreak their devastation wherever they feel like it, and there just doesn't seem to be an ability to pull this up while things are reaching their conclusion.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Senator. And I think the explanations given show you some of the complexities involved, and the timeframes are often reliant on other third parties. But in terms of our, as you say, substantial programs and grant programs, we do rely on ORIC in terms of the compliance of those organisations. So I think, you know, we can't just say, well, it's not ORIC. It actually is ORIC in lots of cases as well.
Senator Thorpe, you now
Pick that up next time. Thank you.
Senator Thorpe?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. And thank you for appearing today. I concur with the previous Senator's questioning because that happens in my community as well. And I understand the complexities, but it doesn't solve the problem. So my first question is, well, actually to the chair, we were allocated 2:15 to 3:45 for this session, and given the CEO didn't finish her opening statement until 2:42, what does that mean in terms of how much time do I have to ask questions? Just putting it out there.
You have 15 minutes, Senator Thorpe.
15 minutes. Okay, so bear with me. 15 minutes is not great.
And then the rest of it, there'll be 15 for you, about 7 for Senator Pocock, and then I can return the call to the Coalition for the last few minutes. We're moving on to the last two agencies at exactly 4 o'clock.
Thank you. In answer to question on notice 298, from October estimates regarding Queensland South Native Title Service, you outlined that to allow for consistent tracking of performance between the previous review and this review, the reviews and assessments of each organisation should broadly follow the methodology used for the previous review. A, given the same group, NOUS group, is now being contracted to follow basically the same methodology as last time, will there be any consultation with previous directors of BWW, the Balanu Walawara Wankaya-Juru Aboriginal Corporation?
Thank you for your question, Senator. I'll pass to, is it Rachel? Is Kerrigan going to take that? Yep.
Sure. Rachel Kerrigan, Branch Manager, Land and Native Title Branch. So the latest evaluation or performance review has just commenced. The first milestone in that contract is for NOUS to develop a consultation plan. As part of that, they'll be considering the way in which that fieldwork will be undertaken across the 13 Native Title service rep bodies and service providers. And so as part of that, they are required to consult and to consider engagement with a range of stakeholders, including clients and former clients of service providers and traditional owners, including traditional owners, I should say.
Thank you. So how is Queensland Native Title Services role in the BWW case being taken into account in the current review process?
So information about, and in relation to the circumstance that you're referring to there, Senator, there has been, questions on notice put to ORIC and other bodies as well. The details of complaints and that sort of material has been offered to be provided to the evaluator as part of that performance review.
Thank you. My next question is around the Makarrata Commission. In October last year, the government announced $5.8 million over 3 years from this financial year to commence work on establishing an independent Makarrata Commission to oversee processes for agreement making and truth-telling. Can you please tell me which steps have been taken so far towards the Makarrata Commission?
Thank you, Senator. Simon Gordon, Acting Group Manager of the Empowerment and Recognition Group. As you're aware, the government is fully committed to the full implementation of the Uluru Statement from the Heart, and that includes the referendum on the voice and the establishment of a Makarrata Commission to oversee the national process of truth-telling and agreement-making. The government's been clear that they'll hold the referendum by the end of 2023 and that the establishment of the Makarrata Commission will follow that. The $5.8 million was committed in the budget in October to establish the Commission. That is part of the $27.7 million broader commitment on the Makarrata Commission. Since that time, the agency.
I know all of that.
Yes,
I know all of that.
Yeah.
You can read in the headlines, and I actually negotiated part of that.
Yep.
But my question is, what have you done about the Makarrata Commission since October?
Yep. Since that time, the agency has established its internal structures with the establishment of the Truth-Telling and International Branch, and it's been working on the details on the process that will inform the design and function of the Makarrata Commission, and that process is currently being considered by government.
Great, thank you. So how much of the budget allocation for this financial year for the Makarrata Commission has been used so far, and can you please provide details on what it has been spent on so far?
I might just ask my colleague, Mr. Bell, just to provide the exact expenditure to date.
Thank you. Thank you.
Buddy Bell, Acting Branch Manager, Truth-Telling and International Branch. Thank you, Senator, for your question. To date, the budget, what has been spent of the $5.8 million budget commitment has been spent internally on establishing the Truth-Telling and International Branch, and that is $351,000.
To establish a branch within the government?
Within the agency.
Within the agency, the government paid themselves to $351,000 out of the Makarrata money to establish a branch. And you're still working out the policies and ways forward on that. Is that right?
Senator, the initial funding is to work on the development of what the Makarrata Commission will look like. Clearly, we need to have some staff in the agency to provide the support to government and to provide advice to them on what that process should be. So the first step was establishing the branch in the agency. The next step is to determine the process from here. That will inform the design and function of the Makarrata Commission.
Thank you. Will that involve the community?
The details of that process are yet to be determined.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Thank you. Could we have a breakdown of that money that's been spent internally for the branch?
In what way, Senator? Would you like that broken down?
So the community that are listening want to know $50,000 to establish a branch.
Mm-hmm.
Could we have a breakdown of that money for the community to know what's being spent where?
We can take that on notice.
Please.
Yep.
Thank you. So my next question is, is there a timeline for when the public will hear the government's plans around advancing the Makarrata Commission and for community to be involved in it? What's the plan? Like, when are you telling the people?
Senator, thanks for that question. So the details on the process that are informing the design and function of the Makarrata Commission is currently being considered by government.
Considered by government?
Correct.
Actually, can I jump in there? This is
Minister, yeah.
just to add to Dr. Gordon. This is also part of the process of the working group, Senator Thorpe, in terms of getting advice from them. So it's still early days because obviously the focus is the referendum and the voice to Parliament and what we'd like to see happen in terms of legislation next month, in terms of being able to prepare to put that to the Parliament.
Thank you, Minister. While I have you, Minister, just following on from that, the Sovereign Black Grassroots Movement would like an audience with the referendum group and the Prime Minister and Minister, and we have put that in writing and we haven't received a response as yet. It's still early days in terms of the time frame, but if they're going to be considering what a Makarrata looks like for this country or a treaty, then it's important to hear from those that don't get the platform, not the hand-picked government picks.
I can certainly follow up in terms of your letter, Senator Thorpe, but if I may just certainly put on the record, I think there was a communique put out yesterday by the working group which talked about wanting to reach out to parliamentarians at the moment in terms of the particular legislation that will go to the Parliament next month. I have no doubt that every member of the working group and the engagement group would want to reach out to all First Nations people right across the country.
Excellent, thank you. Apologies for my door slamming at that moment. My next question is around the Jervis Bay amendment. On the consultation around Aboriginal land grant, Jervis Bay Territory Amendment Bill consultation, you mentioned in answers to questions on notice from October's budget estimates that no formal minutes were taken during the consultation sessions with community and the WBACC Executive Committee. Why are minutes not being taken during such important consultations?
Senator Rachel Kerrigan, Branch Manager of Land and Native Title again. The sessions were run in a way where information was presented to the participants in the sessions, summaries, and throughout the session as it was facilitated, there were notes taken on a whiteboard, and the summaries of the views then were presented back to the Executive Council following each of those sessions.
Would you be able to provide those on notice, please?
Certainly, Senator. I have a table.
The evidence to the minute taken, if you're saying that there was a record of those meetings, could you provide that evidence to the Parliament?
Senator, what I can provide on notice is a table that has each of the proposals and the summaries from the Council, a summary of the views collected through the co-design process. Yes.
Yes, but what about the minutes from the community themselves? Not after it's been given to some consultant to write up a report. I'm talking about the evidence from community and what they're actually saying. Because community is saying to me that they're telling me no minutes were taken, they're telling me that they haven't been consulted, so I'm only asking what the community are asking. And that is, where is the consent, where are the notes?
Before you respond, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Senator Thorpe, but I just want to let you know before Ms Kerrigan responds that you'll have just 4 more minutes worth of questions after this. Thank you.
Senator, this is Carl Binning, Group Manager, Economic Empowerment. I think we're probably getting to the nub of this issue in that those consultations didn't constitute a formal meeting as such where formal minutes were taken. They'll run as a process of dialogue, in which case the outcomes are captured in a different form. And so we're very happy to provide those outcomes on notice. But as my colleague has indicated, I think formal minutes was not the nature of the consultation.
So there's no consent then? It's just a consultation. There's no consent from those community meetings about any subjects, because if it was just an information session consultation, there's actually no minutes where you can prove that you reached consent. Is that right?
So Senator
Thorpe, this morning, actually, I've lost track of time, it might have been this afternoon, when the Wreck Bay Community Council were presenting, they did talk about a 2-year period of consultation and a lot of dialogue and conversation through that period. They did say that there was no minutes, but that there was obviously record of the meeting, which is what is being referred to by the officers.
I understand that.
But they also, sorry, just let me finish. They also said that they gave consent from the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council, and that they were the authority to do that. Yeah, I'm just pointing that out, sorry.
And I did ask those questions, hey, and I understand, I remember the answers as well. So thank you for that reminder. But I can't hide the fact that there are community members from Jervis Bay saying that they had no input into this legislation that's going to affect their lives. So it's okay for,
Senator Thorpe, please come to your question.
Well, it's basically the question that I've asked is, where is the consent? Like, that's not consent, that's not an explanation of consent from the people. They're saying, so I'm clarifying, where is the evidence of consent from the Jervis Bay community, please? Evidence. Not a report of a consultant, the actual free, prior and informed consent from the Aboriginal people who live there. Where is that evidence?
So, Carl, again, I think the answer to that was provided this morning. Formal consent was provided through the Wreck Bay Community Council, and the processes that we're now discussing are the processes that informed their deliberations.
Okay, so the council represents the whole...
Your last question, Senator Thorpe.
So, Carl Binning, again, I don't think that we can say a great deal more other than there was an extensive period of consultation over a couple of years on this matter, and the formal decision-making and the formal consent process went through the council.
Thank you. I'll ask my last question. You have stated that you are committed to repairing all properties which will eventually be transferred to home ownership style leases to a minimum standard. Can you please define what you mean by minimum standard? Because we heard earlier it's 5-star standard environmentally, so let's hear what your interpretation is. Thank you.
I'll come to you next, Senator Pocock, after this answer's been given.
So, Senator, there's a range of legislative requirements across a range of different ACT law around different requirements for the standard of houses, and those would all be matters that would be taken into consideration in working through what the the condition of houses was upon making any future decisions such as those.
So would you disagree then that it wouldn't, or what's your comment on the earlier evidence given by the community that it will be 5-star standard and environmentally friendly and solar power and all these wonderful things? Can you confirm that, yes, you're on the same wavelength, or are you going to wait and minimise the 5-star rating?
So, Senator Carpeting, Group Manager again. What I'd reflect on that is that that's a very valid community aspiration, and we would share that aspiration to the extent that it can be achieved with the budget available. We're currently going through a process with the community in understanding what the needs are and what the options are across the existing housing stock and also new builds. And then that will need to become a consideration of government. And so there are a few steps to go in that process. But I would say that we're in very strong alignment to work in partnership with the community to deliver the housing stock that they need and expect.
Senator Pocock, you have
Of course you are. Thank you so much, Chair. Just before you hand over, I do have a number of questions and I don't feel that the time is adequate enough for National Indigenous Australians Agency, and I would ask that we have further time. This is such an important area, yes. And it's so rushed, and I know you're tired, but our Black Friday is important for our black communities. And it's very rushed, and I'm getting feedback from communities saying this is a circus.
Please
give us more time, please.
We all take our responsibilities here very seriously. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon. Thank you for your time on a Friday afternoon. I was keen just to learn a bit more about the Indigenous ranges and IPAs. And starting off, just keen to learn in relation to contracts, funding Indigenous ranges and Indigenous protected areas, what the role of contract managers or agreement managers is.
Good afternoon, Deputy
Afternoon.
Group Manager. The agency manages the Indigenous Ranger program through contracts, grants if you like, that are established with a range of different groups. The ones we have at the moment went through a process a couple of years ago to renew their grants, so they all applied. There was an assessment process, and that was a bit of a rejuvenation, if you like, when the government committed to extending contracts out to 2028. Once those agreements were assessed and put in place, we then have, between the NIAA Canberra, we manage the Rangers program overall. We have our colleagues in the NIAA regions who really manage that sort of stakeholder engagement, and we have a grant management unit that handles the administration of agreements.
So the team managing the contracts and the grant management team for Indigenous Rangers, are they, do they have backgrounds in land and sea management, or is it just they're doing all of those sort of contracts within NIAA?
It's a good question, Senator. So there is a bit of a combination. The grant management unit is set up essentially to manage the administration of grants. Our NIAA colleagues in the regions have broad experience and usually have quite a lot of local knowledge and context and relationships with community groups in the region. And then our policy area in Canberra is made up of staff that, many of whom do have a history and background in environmental management and ranger programs. So we all collaborate and work to our advantages.
Okay. How big is that team that has experience in land and sea management?
How big's your team, Lo?
About 40 FTE.
Around about 40
Okay.
FTE in the branch.
And they've all got expertise in environmental management?
It's not, they're not set up as technical roles, but they attract people who are interested in that work. So there is quite a good breadth of experience. And I should also mention that there's quite a lot of collaboration with the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. There is collaboration, of course, around the management of the Indigenous protected areas and the ranger programs. NIAA isn't the only agency with ranger programs, so there's a sort of a broader network, if you like.
Okay, thank you. And then people who do have contracts and are getting grants, what is the average level of indexation for those contracts?
I would have to take the details on notice, Senator. They do have indexation in them. I understand it's a little variable. But it compounds, if you like, year on year because it is indexed annually. I could ask my colleague who might be able to elaborate a little.
Sure.
So when we ran the recent extension opportunity up to 7 years, as my colleague Ms Fulton, I'm sorry, I should have introduced myself, Lauren Gray, Branch Manager, NIAA. So during the extension process, groups had the opportunity to apply for up to a 20% increase in funding. So at that time, there was an increase in funding across the majority of Ranges projects. They do have a base rate of indexation that's then built in as an annual increase between now and 2028. It varies slightly, but that base rate is around 1.6%. And then if groups do wish to discuss with us any effects on them meeting their project's needs and how that's affecting their budget versus their project's plan, then that is addressed on a case-by-case basis with those discussions.
Thank you. And in the, was it October budget? October?
Yeah.
There was, what, $47.5 million for, I guess, an acknowledgement of wages and other costs affected by inflation. Will the Indigenous Ranger program have access to some of that? How is that being distributed?
It's under consideration, but as we did just discuss, there is a base level indexation that's already factored into the Indigenous Rangers program. That's not the case for all funding programs.
Is the Indigenous Rangers indexation sufficient?
So certainly we do have those discussions I mentioned before with individual ranger groups to understand how factors at play at the moment are affecting their project plans, and I would say that there are individual cases that have been brought to us. It might be that they're due to purchase a vehicle, for example, and that could be more expensive than anticipated. We deal with those types of costs in the course of discussing their project plans individually.
So, sorry, I just want to clarify. You're having those discussions, but is that resulting in like higher indexation, or is it like what's the process there? If a range organisation comes and says, listen, like we just can't keep doing the work that we're meant to be doing, how do you increase indexation? And when will the decision be made whether or not to use that $47.5 million?
So the broader matter of indexation is under active consideration.
Is there a timeline for a decision?
I would need to defer to colleagues on whether there's a specific timeline for that.
Thank you for your question, Senator. And the broader issue of the supplementary community service supplementary funding is under consideration, and as you can appreciate, it's quite complex in our circumstance because of the locations of the services are very different, but also the type of service is very different as well. So we are going through that process.
Is there a timeline for that process?
Yeah, we would expect to be having that sorted and payments before the end of the financial year. So,
okay, thank you. Interested in how much work you do with the Department of Ag, particularly for the Rangers Biosecurity program, and sort of how that's working.
So we work closely with the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries on that biosecurity program. That program, up until the end of this financial year, is actually funded through the Indigenous Advancement Strategy. We have an interdepartmental committee where we monitor progress on that jointly, and at officer level there's quite close engagement day to day on how that's going.
So is that program managed by you or by DAF?
It's managed by DAF and it's funded through the Indigenous Advancement Strategy.
Okay. What's the reason for that?
That was a decision of government.
So what year?
What year was that? Do you remember? Sorry, let me defer to a colleague.
I'm learning here too.
I might be able to come back within this session.
Sure.
We might take that on notice.
Okay. And then just finally, I saw that you released a draft Indigenous Ranger sector strategy in April last year for consultation. Just wondering when it will be finalised and released.
Thank you, Senator. So we have gone through a process where we've been compiling the feedback from that and summarising the key views. There was quite a lot of feedback through that process around wanting an Indigenous-led process to finalise the strategy, and views from a range of stakeholders of how to develop the sector more broadly and potentially establish an industry body. So we are looking to bring together the rest of the feedback, and hopefully we'll be in a position to publish that on our website. And it's also, of course, informing our consideration of expanding the Indigenous Ranger program.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Senator
can I
Hogan.
just... That's very welcome, but I'm just wondering on a timeline. Are we coming up to 12 months?
Yes, so I would hope that we will be in a position before the end of the financial year to share that, and I think it will not be a final strategy, because I think the feedback is that we need an Indigenous-led process to finalise the strategy, which will result in some additional process. So what we would be hoping to be in a position to share is the compilation of feedback across a wide range of consultations.
So you'll release a report, but that won't be the final report. That will then have to go into another process.
That would be a summary of consultations, should we be able to finalise that, and that would lead into a process to actually finalise the strategy, which will, if it proceeds the way feedback from stakeholders indicated, it's essentially something of a living process, because it's about how you grow the sector, have a more joined-up approach across Commonwealth and jurisdictions, and build the sort of entrepreneurial capacity of ranger groups as well.
Thank you. I'll give the call back to the Coalition
Thank you.
for the remaining 7 minutes, and I would ask our next agency to be ready so that we can get at least half an hour in with each. So Senator Little and Senator Nampijinpa Price, you can sort between you who would like to use the time.
Thank you. I'll be asking a couple of questions, please. Firstly, just with regard to question 175, a question taken on notice, it was around being able to be provided, in terms of incarceration, the numbers of Indigenous males, females and youth held in remand in each jurisdiction. The response I had at the time was that it's a responsibility of jurisdictional governments, and that NIAA would have to work with them to get access for that information. So the answers provided are basically just been dragged down from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. So it disappoints me to understand that the lead agency for Indigenous Australians in the Prime Minister's portfolio that is working for the Coalition of peaks and organisations that's responsible for such matters and for closing the gap in terms of incarceration hasn't been able to provide a response where they've stated they would work across jurisdictions to get those answers. This speaks to, I guess, integrity of data. And if you don't have the correct data or understanding, how are you supposed to achieve outcomes across areas as significant as this? Can I get some sort of understanding about those processes and why this was the step? Well, this step was taken as opposed to actually extracting the correct data across those jurisdictions.
Thank you, Senator Price. Ben Burden, Group Manager, Social Policy. What I would note in response to your question, the response furnished to the question on notice was in direct response to the questions asked. As far as I think your broader question about how can we know whether we are achieving what we're setting out to achieve in terms of closing the gap, and targets 10 and 11 in relation to custody of adults and custody of youth, the Productivity Commission's dashboard and updates to us and to all different levels of government is quite clear that in respect of target 10, to reduce the rate of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders held in incarceration, that target is not on track, whereas the target 11 to reduce the rate of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people in detention is on track. And then what I would note further is that we work very closely with our jurisdictional partners and peak organisations and community representatives in the Justice Policy Partnership under Closing the Gap. The government is committed, as was the central tenet of the Royal Commission into Aboriginal deaths in custody. They're finding that the rate of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander incarceration was the same, relatively the same as that of other agencies, other Australians. It's just that the incidence of contact with the justice system is so high that what we're seeing is, sorry, I think I might have got that round the wrong way, that the rates of deaths in custody are relatively the same. It's just the numbers in contact with the justice system that is so high that is leading to the situation that we find ourselves in, and the government has committed and is directing its policy attention at reducing the numbers of the contact with the justice system through its commitments to justice reinvestment, through its commitment to raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility, and at the Commonwealth level with the custody notification system whereby most jurisdictions have arrangements to...
In the interest of time, can you please table the rest of your response? I have a list of other questions here that I will put on notice with regard to this specific issue. But in the interest of time, I do have some very pressing issues that I want to push on with. So thank you. If you could table the rest of your response.
Senator Nampijinpa Price, I'll give you the opportunity to put a couple of those questions, but I'll let you know we have agreed as a committee to move on.
Thank you. I don't need to be reminded. I'd like to just get on with the next question. Thank you. So my question is about the 2022 and 2023 recurrent schools funding to state and territory governments. Sorry, wrong one. I refer to page 35 of the October budget paper number 3, increasing specialist services for children with harmful sexual behaviours in the Northern Territory. Can you please outline on what basis this funding was allocated? I've asked it previously in health and I've been directed that this is an NIAA issue.
Senator Price, Ben Burden, Group Manager, Social Policy. With the very careful caveat that I do not have that paper in front of me, my understanding is that the measure that you are referring to was a funding transfer from the Commonwealth Government to the Northern Territory Government, as you've described in the previous budget cycle, and it was a measure that came out of the the Attorney General's Department, and that, as such, questions on that measure are more appropriately directed to that agency.
Attorney General's...
the National Office of Child Safety.
Yeah, I feel like we're going around and round in circles with this particular issue. I would hope to get some answers. I will be providing some further questions to this because it is only relevant to the Northern Territory, so I really would like to understand why it is only relevant to the Northern Territory, because harmful sexual behaviours for children is a very serious issue. And there's a reluctance certainly from this government to acknowledge the need for a Royal Commission into the sexual abuse of Indigenous children in this country. And this issue continues to be fobbed off or put in another direction or someone else's responsibility. So I will table questions here, and I would hope at the next round of estimates I can have a clear answer from somebody with regard to this issue, which is of great concern, particularly where I come from. On that issue and the issues of what's been going on in Alice Springs, I just would like to know, after Minister Burney received the letter dated 9th June regarding the circumstances on the ground with the cessation of the Stronger Futures legislation, did NIAA receive a copy of this letter? Were they alerted to this particular letter. I believe it may be being tabled in the room at the moment. If not, it will be there shortly, but it's been all over the media lately. So I'd like to know if NIAA were aware of this particular letter around the time that the Minister Burney received it.
Chair, is the letter available?
Yep, we've got some copies.
Okay.
While that document is distributed so that the NIA can answer, I'll indicate that after this we will move on to
I have one more letter that I'd like to be tabled as well for the benefit of NIAA with regard to concerns from Ngunnawal elders who their lawyer Luke Clark received a response from Minister Linda Burney around their native title processes and the fact that they've been written out of native title and no longer recognised as Ngunnawal traditional owners. And having gone through processes with NIAA who are responsible for native title claimants, have failed to be able to help them through this process, approached then the Minister who put them back to NIAA. I'd like to understand what happens to traditional owners in this process. Are they left in limbo? Are their voices no longer heard? Will they have the opportunity at natural justice to reinstate who they are, provided they have all the evidence to do so?
Okay, thank you, Senator Nampijinpa Price. I'll need to stop you there so that there's time for the officials to answer the questions that you have just asked. And I will say that once they have answered, we will now invite the other witnesses forward. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you. You must understand that we're given very short time to try and get across some very serious issues, which leads me to I have to concur with Senator Thorpe in that we'll probably need a spillover, I believe, for NIAA to address some of these very serious issues across
I'll give the call to the officials. Thank you.
Senator, sorry, Rachel Jackson, Central Group, yes. I'm just looking at the correspondence. Certainly the correspondence to Minister Burney that has been tabled. We'll have to take on notice exactly where the response is. I'm not sure exactly at this time where the response is, but up to. However, I can say that Minister Burney has been in contact on numerous occasions with the correspondence attached to this letter. So we will come back on notice. I'm not familiar with, just off the top of my head, the letter to Mr. Clark. We might need to take that on notice or pass to Ms. Kerrigan. Are you familiar with that one?
Yes, so in relation to concerns or complaints that individuals may have about services or wanting to bring forward...
Sorry, just before you respond to that question, just going back on that previous letter, so you can assert, you're confirming that there was no, you hadn't seen this particular letter, you weren't aware of it? Is this the first time you have viewed this bit of correspondence from those 9 organisations?
No, Senator, that's not what I was saying, Senator. I have seen the correspondence. What I was saying is I'm not sure where the response is up to, but I understand it was recently updated because of the activity in the Territory recently. But I will take it on notice where that response is up to. However, I can confirm that the Minister has had regular conversations with the authors of the letter.
So that's a letter dated 9 June 2022 and there's no response to the letter writers yet?
But the Minister has had conversations with the letter writers.
But no response in
And met
8 months.
I think it's important to point out that phone calls and teleconferences were the responses of the Minister, and the Department has said that, and I'll step in and confirm that.
Only in very recent times, when it was brought to the media's attention on a national level.
No, that's not correct.
That's when the responses.
No, that's not correct. That is not correct, Senator Nampijinpa Price.
It is according to the correspondence I've had.
No, the meeting took place in August, as I've said on the record.
Nothing's been done until the knee-jerk reaction a couple of weeks ago, which is very disappointing.
We've had that conversation.
If there are further questions to the NIAA that you would like to put on notice, all senators are welcome. And I note in that context, because we've been short on time today, that Labor senators have acceded their time to non-government senators in order to free up that time. I would ask those listening, please, to not think that that is not out of our lack of interest or commitment to accountability and questions and policy in this area. Senator Colbeck.
Chair, so I would like to acknowledge the point that you've just made and appreciate that. Coalition will be seeking to get our NIAA back, and we'll have a conversation about that later, or deal with it through the chamber. I still would like to get a response to Senator Nampijinpa Price with respect to Minister Burney's letter to Mr Clark.
So certainly. So in relation to then native title claim applications, through the National Indigenous Australians Agency, funding is provided to 13 or 14 rep bodies and service providers around the country, and those service providers provide assistance in progressing claims, as well as then supporting native title holders post-determination. The contact that was then provided within this letter, which I'm just having a look at, is for the relevant service provider across New South Wales and the ACT, so that's NTS Corp. So in relation to questions about progressing claims and opportunities around that for potential groups, then that would be the appropriate avenue in the first instance. If there are concerns about or complaints in the way that engagement occurs, then certainly the NIAA works with individuals and with these organisations to address those, noting that those service providers are experienced and undertake their functions to consider the range of material in determining how to progress particular claims.
Thank you. I'll now dismiss the NIAA so that we can hear from the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation and the Office of the Register of Indigenous Corporations. I do note that we do need to suspend at 5 o'clock sharp, as there are a number of people with flights and connections that they need to make. Who's seeking the call? Thank you, and sorry for keeping you waiting all afternoon, although it wasn't all our fault, noting the security incident earlier today. It's my pleasure now to welcome the Group Chief Executive Officer of the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation. Thank you, Mr Joe Morrison, for coming along this afternoon, and other officers of the Indigenous Land and Sea Corporation. We've got very little time for an opening statement, but if there were any remarks of a couple of minutes or so that you wanted to put on the record, we could do that. And I note that, Senator Thorpe, it was you who specifically asked for the Land and Sea Corporation to appear today, so I'll shortly give you the call. Thank you, Mr Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. We do not have an opening statement.
Over to you, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Mr Morrison, for your attendance today. Buffel grass, something I've learnt a lot about recently, is recognised as one of the greatest invasive species threats to ecological and cultural values in the semi-arid and arid zone affecting sacred sites, the health of country and the ability to collect bush foods and hunt. What is ILC's position on the threat of buffel grass?
Thanks for the question, Senator. The ILC, in fact, does not have an official position in relation to gamba grass or a lot of other introduced species. Our remit is really to acquire property and to divest that and to support land and sea management activities.
Would that affect your duty to do that, given the devastation that we've learnt today that it causes country? That impact on your financial contribution or impact on your business in any way, this invasive species?
No, because our businesses are generally, or in terms of our funding, it's demand driven. So if there's an Aboriginal group, and we heard from the CEO of the Central Land Council on this topic earlier today, if there is an Indigenous group that requests management assistance through funding, then we will obviously assess that. But our job really is to support Indigenous organisations to deal with a range of management issues on their country.
Thank you. So does the ILSC support the listing of buffel grass as a weed of national significance? Can you support a community in what they're agreeing with? Would you support that as the ILSC?
Dare I say, we probably would, but as with a number of public inquiries into various matters, we do respond to those things from time to time. And certainly through our national consultations, which we've just completed in the last 12 months, we certainly take that feedback into consideration as well.
So has any community members come to you about the issue of this invasive species?
I might just hand to Matt Salmon to answer that.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Matt Salmon, Chief Operating Officer at the ILSC. We haven't had any specific feedback or requests, that I am aware of to handle that issue in particular. However, I would note that we do support 22 ranger positions in Central Australia under the Real Jobs program, and I am aware that part of the activities that those rangers engage in is buffel treatment and control.
Great, thank you. How about feral cat management? Can you please provide further information on how you're tackling this issue?
Do you want me to do it? Yeah. Matt Salmon again. I can't think of a particular instance where we fund that as a specific control activity, Senator. However, in the same way that we fund rangers in the central region, we also do in the Northern Land Council region. And I'm aware that particularly in the Stone Country of Arnhem Land, that is an activity that people are engaged in.
Thank you. Do you think that we need a national strategy for the management of feral cats? Would that help?
I think many Indigenous people, particularly ranger groups, have been calling for such a position. Obviously, it's not as easy as said, but there is certainly consideration and many efforts by many Indigenous groups right around the country to deal with feral cats.
So what is the biggest barrier then, do you think, in effectively controlling feral cats, and how might we be able to overcome it?
Oh, I guess, I mean, I'm not a biological expert, but I suspect it's got to do with the fact that domestic cats are very endeared and loved by many people in Australia. The views about feral cats in Central Australia is very different, and the ability to trap cats is also complex and somewhat difficult as well. But I have heard over the number of years I've been involved in it, Indigenous land and sea management, that rangers and traditional owners would be very keen on seeing something done around feral cats.
Thank you. And I just have one last question. It's from a community member, which I'll try and soften. What were the repercussions of Land and Sea Council helping the New South Wales Liberals to shut down the Redfern NCIE, which is the last place available to help the displaced locals find a sense of community?
Sorry, Senator, just to clarify, it was the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council, not the Liberals. And so what had happened in that, as we reported at the last estimates, was that the property itself was divested to the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Council. ILSC retains the operations and the management of that, and we are very shortly to go out to public expressions of interest. We are and have been working with the Redfern Aboriginal Alliance around that, and will continue to do so. And it is hoped that the expression of interest process will bring about the potential new member of the company that's running the fitness and aquatics on site.
Would that be open to community members?
It'll be
And will that be advertised? Will elders be invited? The old Redfern mob? I went there recently and it's very sanitised, and had community members there saying we've lost our space, and it was very sad to see that. And the aquatic centre is open to everybody, and there was a cultural ceremony going on, and there were just, you know, random people walking through going to the aquatic centre, and there was a lot of heartfelt elders saying we lost our space that we fought for. So will those people have an opportunity to contribute to the future of this place?
The expression of interest itself will be open to anyone who's got an interest in applying for the operation to occur. In terms of the assessment process, that'll be through the ILSC assessment process, but we will be working and talking with the residents, as well as obviously others who are interested in the future of NCIE.
Could you please provide on notice those dates and places and times so that I could share that with the community? That would be great. We'll get a mob there to have a yarn with you.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. You've come a very long way for us to talk about what is, frankly, a very important issue of buffel grass, etc. But I want to thank you very much for your attendance today. Unless any other senators had questions, there are certainly things I would like to spend time talking about with you this afternoon. But in the interest of time, we should probably call the Office of the Register of Indigenous Corporations now. Thank you very much. Great, thank you very much. I now welcome the Register of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Corporations, Ms Tricia Stroud, and Deputy Registrar of the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Corporations, Mr Andrew Huey. Thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. Do you have a short opening statement, or should we go straight to questions?
I'm happy to go straight to questions, Chair. I've provided an opening statement via email, so for time.
Terrific. Perhaps the Secretariat could distribute that to us so that we can use it to inform ourselves.
With email through?
Okay. I'll go to the Coalition first for questions.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. Some of these questions, or certainly this area, are some of the questions that I put to NIAA, so I'm now putting them to you because I think that certainly, although there's some uncertainty in terms of having a solution to what I'm trying to find out here, I'll keep coming back until we get some answers about how we fix this problem. You would know this very well, I'm sure you wake up to it every morning, and that is, how do we actually protect those people who contribute to improving the lives of Aboriginal people through Aboriginal organisations who are trying to do the right thing and are pushed out by people who we very well know are acting inappropriately, causing devastation, involved in suspect or certainly behaviour that probably needs investigation. And I note that in the QAN that you were provided with, you talked about an investigation sometimes taking up to 2 years to give you any kind of indication, but there's also some time in there in addition when you're preparing a brief. That's obviously 3 or 4 years of absolute destruction of not just the value of people that could have contributed to improving the lives of Aboriginal people, but then they move on to the next place and set up there, and then we go through this whole cycle again until somebody pushes the button on pursuing these people. There's been a lot of it in the press recently. Every time you open up the paper, there seems to be a new one. And I'm looking for some indication from you, given that you immerse yourself in this every day. How do we actually stop people from, A, getting into these positions in the first place, B, creating family businesses around these corporations and therefore it's more difficult to hold them to account, and C, getting them out of there as quickly as possible by either standing them aside or doing something that actually limits the destruction and enables the response to the investment of taxpayers' money by taxpayers and the government into these organisations to actually do the best that's possible from those funds. Is it legislation? Is it a change to the legislation that enables you to actually stand people aside? Is it removing some of the optional consequences? What is it?
Thank you, Senator. I think there's obviously some restrictions in terms of your legal restrictions in terms of our capacity to remove people unless they've actually been convicted of an offence or they fall into an automatic disqualification for being an officer category. What I can set out, though, is what is probably within our powers at ORIC, and certainly where we are turning our mind to, because it is an issue that I'm very sympathetic to. I've made it no secret that my view is the current level of compliance for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander corporations is not acceptable, and that for the short time, unfortunately, I see a strong enforcement focus of ORIC is necessary to start to turn around compliance, but also to turn around our strategies and activities with corporations around being able to better address negligent or even mischievous behaviours. So we are very conscious of the investigation workload we have and the investigation timeline. I have commenced a review of our investigation and prosecution functions in ORIC for two main reasons. One is to look at how we can better use our regulatory powers and what we do have available to us to be able to disturb and deter unsavourable behaviours in corporations, but also how we can shorten our investment timelines and better prioritise our investment caseload. We currently have 14 cases on our books, which is a significant resource effort for for our small investigation team. Ultimately, though, and this is where I think there is a role for ORIC, and certainly something that I think we need to turn our minds to, because I don't think that a really strong, intense enforcement strategy for a short time can come at the cost of the capacity building and support services we provide to corporations. Ultimately, members have the responsibility but the right to vote in and remove directors that do not, that have the capability, the character and the conduct that members expect. We encourage, and certainly is something we can look at doing more of, but members are encouraged to do their due diligence. So until someone is convicted of an offence and disqualified, there is still a lot of due diligence that members can do when they're electing directors into their corporations, and certainly what boards can do when they're selecting CEOs. We also encourage funding bodies and investors to do the same. There is plenty of information on the ORIC General Public Register that can support due diligence, looking at the reporting compliance of a corporation, looking at their the currency of their rule book, looking at any regulatory notices, compliance notices, any regulatory action that has been taken against a corporation, looking at who the directors are, but also the regularity of changing directors and where directors might go. That's part of, I think, the solution, and it's part of the work that ORIC can do through its investigation work, a stronger regulatory enforcement focus, but also in our training and capacity and support for members in our training program, but also when they call the office with concerns about directors. But ultimately, members have the right to elect directors of their...
I understand what you're saying, Ms Stroud. That's what they should do. But the reality for many of these organisations and these people is actually quite different. You know, you use the word encourages. My argument is this is taxpayers' money. It's not private money. It's not publicly sought through some kind of you know, share scheme. It is public money, and encouraging people to do the right thing is just not an acceptable place to be. So I'm trying to find where the window here is, because I could sit here with you for 10 minutes and write up some stuff, send it off to Australian Institute of Company Directors, and their toes would curl at the kind of examples that we could give that we all know. I think probably everybody who's ever had anything to do with some of these organisations would have a story. What are we doing about making sure that we, one, elevate those organisations that are terrific, but B, those ones that have got really basic, obvious, in-your-face examples of things that just shouldn't be like that, because the potential for things to happen. This is not ambulance at the end. This is right at the very beginning. Signals should be going off. Who intervenes if an organisation looks like a family business because it's been crafted that way? Who intervenes? Is it NIAA says that organisation's not getting any money anymore? Is it your organisation that says, actually, you know what, we're going to put some sort of notice? I'm just asking, what's the potential here, rather than everybody going, we know it's an issue, but we can only be responsible for this bit and not that bit.
So I think our part is building the capacity and confidence of corporations to be able to better identify where there are alarm bells in directors and officers, and what they should expect by way of conduct and accountability from their directors and officers. We do an examination program. We, at any one time, will be examining the books of 25 corporations, and that's the other avenue for us to identify where there are potential issues. There are investigations that come to us via a funding body, via a member or a corporation, or through an examination or special administration process. But ultimately, short of funders having a greater eye to due diligence and members having a greater capacity and confidence to do the due diligence and be able to identify where there are failings in directors, unless a director has been convicted of something and are disqualified and on a public disqualified register, and noting that for ORIC, people need to be given procedural fairness, and until someone is actually found guilty of an offence and therefore disqualified, our powers to remove people from corporations is very, very limited.
But that's because that's in your legislation. But there are basic rules and practices that even the Parliament has now that say, well, you know what, if this is not allowable, code of conduct.
I think you've highlighted that the organisations themselves have the power to act under their own constitutions.
No, my point is they actually don't exercise that power, and therein lies the problem.
I understand that,
right,
but
so how
I
do we
guess
help
what
them
I'm
exercise their
asking is
power?
how you support organisations to ensure that one set of board members is able to ensure that they are meeting their responsibilities by ensuring everyone within a board acts with reasonable care and diligence, acts fairly and in the best interests of the organisation and its purpose. Because if you focus on that internally and give people those skills, then they're able to stand up to those bullies. I see exactly the same dynamic, and it's not unique to Indigenous organisations.
Please don't say it's that I'm suggesting that it's not unique, but this is a significant issue when you're talking about the most disadvantaged people.
I'm also just seeking to make a contribution to
Yes.
the questions, which I have withdrawn from all day, and I'm happy to give you back the call.
I'm trying to get an answer as to where, and I agree with you, it's complex, as to how do we get this fixed? We've got 3 people at the table here that, have been around for decades in this area, but we just can't seem to put it together to work out, other than saying, unless they've been convicted and they've already paved a trail of destruction, we're not going to have the capacity to intervene, or we're not going to provide or insist that those organisations have the tool to intervene. Because we've got the levers, surely. It's the funding. That's what I'm struggling with here. I'm asking you.
I think I'll just step in for a moment, if that's okay. I think it's important, and I hear what you're saying, Senator Littlewood, trying to look at what's missing in between ORIC and NIAA, and you spoke there of the directors, private directors, was it? What was the organisation that you talked about?
Australian Institute of Company.
Australian Institute, yep. So you're obviously comparing what they do if something goes wrong in each of their companies with directors and board members, and why is it? And just, I'm just asking, yeah. Right. And so you're looking at that and you're going, how come it works so well there, but on this side, it falls right down? And maybe, just a suggestion, I mean, I'm happy to look at it a bit closer as well. Maybe that is a case of looking at legislation to see what else can be done. Because if those organisations, community organisations, are falling through the gap, if they're not getting the support within, I'll just use, say, well, my hometown of Borroloola, for example, if one of the organisations there is struggling, and I know certainly that they do, they need the training and specifics to understand about sitting at board meetings and how can they get that training. So then, is there enough training being offered? I don't know, but maybe they're the things we can also look at. But then have they got the capability of enforcing their code of conduct, should they have one, if someone is doing the wrong thing? So I'm actually happy to take that on board and actually have a closer look. And I don't mean specifically where I come from, but more broadly, you're noticing gaps, and I'll have a look at that.
It's the carrot and the stick. I think we've got to have both.
Yeah.
If
I can add to that, Senator, a couple of points. One is We do have a risk rating in our grants profile. So when we're giving grants, we do identify risks based on assessments. And so those organisations that might be deemed a higher risk, there is a higher level of probity, there's a higher level of reporting and monitoring. So that's one thing. The other is any complaints we receive are very much taken seriously within the organisation and investigated, and I appreciate that often takes time, but that is done very much within the organisation. And I have had conversations with Mr Stroud about how we can get the system to work a bit more tightly between NIAA and ORIC, but I'll also ask Mr White to talk about our fraud framework.
Thanks, Sam White, Acting Chief Operating Officer. So there's a few things just on the organisational risk assessment. So that's something that we do routinely for organisations that are provided with funding under the programs that we administer in the agency. Now, we use information that we get from ORIC, from other sources to inform those risk ratings. In the circumstances where we come across a situation where the funding that we've provided an organisation has been compromised in some way, then obviously that's taken into account, and if there's findings through an investigation process or a fraud investigation, for example, then often that results in us not funding that organisation anymore and then potentially pursuing a full fraud investigation and laying charges and all those sorts of things. So we have a set of controls in place that tries to prevent and detect those instances of fraud, and we're always looking for ways to improve that and always looking for information sources, whether it be from other Commonwealth bodies, to inform that process. The work that we do with ORIC really is around, if we come across some issues in one of our investigations that might relate to matters that we can't pursue, then we'll obviously pass that on to ORIC, who might be able to pursue it under their arrangements and vice versa. But I agree with the CEO that there's a need for us to really make the system work together, and that involves lots of information sharing, ultimately. And training of staff and training of providers.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yeah.
I mean, the numbers here in your opening statement and report are really quite distressing. And I've listened to Senator Little all day looking for some ways to support this, and I acknowledge your comments, Senator McCarthy, in respect of what can and could be done to improve the situation. I think training is certainly a part of that. But I look at other examples and requirements and a circumstance that occurred with a piece of legislation that went through the Parliament last year that I had in the last Parliament a lot to do with, and that was in relation to governance requirements for Indigenous providers of aged care. And the requirement for governance requirements was removed from the legislation. Now, I found that very difficult. I obviously worked really hard in the portfolio to ensure a high quality care for senior Australians, regardless of who they were. And I saw through the pandemic that governance and clinical governance was a critical indicator to the quality of care. So I was quite confronted by the fact that the requirement for those governance requirements in aged care facilities that were Indigenous run was removed. And it's almost as though we're just letting this stuff ride. And so a requirement is part of the deal, and I think your point, Mr Stroud, before about carrots and sticks is really important here. The connection to the funding is important, but from my point of view, why does someone in an Indigenous-run aged care facility not have the right to the same level of governance, corporate governance, as anybody else in any other aged care facility. That's the way I see it. And so the requirements need to be applied. I know it's hard, I know that it's additional, call it red tape if you like, but can I tell you, I saw it through the worst of the COVID pandemic. Governance, corporate governance, was an indicator of quality of service. And if you don't want to apply it to aged care, don't, but it's a key indicator. And if communities require assistance with getting the education, an AICD company directors course or something of that nature, then those sorts of things need to be applied to support them to do that, or having access to the clinical governance requirements for an aged care facility. But these numbers are really distressing across the board, and so there has to be a concerted effort from, I think, more than one perspective to actually achieve the outcomes for Indigenous people that we're looking to do, which is what is the whole point of this.
Senator Cobbett, we might give the officials a chance to respond. I know Senator Little has further questions, and I'm assuming that Senator Thorpe and Senator Nambajimpa Price would also like a few minutes.
Senator Price will put
Yes, please. Thank you.
on notice.
Okay, Senator Price is putting hers on notice, so I'll go back to Senator Little, unless, of course, the officials wanted to respond to the aged care remarks, although I'm not sure they're necessarily in this portfolio.
I think the only thing I'd just add there, Chair, is my understanding, Senator Little, is whilst I respect what you're pointing out about governance per se, but I took your concerns today also probably strongly about the intimidation and the feeling that people have on boards against a fellow board member who shouldn't be there, and how do they get removed. So it's a safety issue as much as it, if not more than a governance issue, but it comes back to the heart of, well, what are the code of ethics around it. So that's how I've taken your questioning today.
I agree.
And I'm certainly happy to look at both.
So what you've picked up is absolutely correct. It's about, what about those people that just, it's so much easier to say, I have no choice. This is what the agreement says, this is what our requirement is, and if you don't vacate the board, resign quietly, or whatever you're going to do, we won't get funding from NIAA. Like, it's removing the personal courage, although we want personal courage, for people in very vulnerable places to be able to contribute to boards, contribute to improving their communities and their lives, without having to feel like they have to navigate a whole heap of emotions, and they can just pick up a paper and say, well, you know what, we've got no choice. We have to do this. And so they don't have to have the conversations with people who they know and they live close to about this. Which brings me to my final question, and unless you want to make a comment.
Sorry, I was just going to say that absolutely agree. We can build all sorts of capability, confidence and awareness in members, but there are circumstances where particular individuals get themselves on boards and the behaviour and the intimidation is such that it is not that simple for members to exercise their rights and go through the process to remove a director. There are instances where ORIC can and has intervened in those circumstances and have gone in and held a registrar-initiated general meeting with resolutions to remove directors and vote in new directors, particularly where it has been quite heated and resulted in unrest in the community. Rule book changes, we have the power to initiate of our own accord rule book changes where there are particular gaps that don't allow members to exercise their rights. Special administration and the removal of boards where there is conduct and disputes that are crippling a corporation, and then making those directors ineligible to be on that board again for 3 years is something we exercise quite regularly.
So this is my last question. It kind of relates to this. In your response to one of the questions I think I asked last time, you said that the CATSI Act provides protections for whistleblowers, although these provisions have not been updated to align with the recent changes to the Corporations Act. Has that been done? This is Quan 165. Has that been done since, or have you got a timeline to get that done?
I might get Deputy Registrar to answer in the context of what was being proposed under the amendment to the CATSI Act.
I'll show you mine if you haven't got it, but it's got scribbles all over it.
Yeah, Andrew Huey, Deputy Registrar. Yeah, thank you, Senator. No, as the legislation was sort of postponed previously, with the election and the legislation lapsing, it would really be subject to the legislation at some point being reintroduced to give effect to those changes to whistleblower provisions, similar to other provisions which would go some way to probably answering some of your questions earlier. For example, there was measures it proposed in the previous bill around executive remuneration reporting, which would give corporations better visibility of where a CEO, for example, may be taking advantage of a corporation through their sort of packaging arrangements.
You're going to wait for the Parliament before you can do that.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Little. You now have the call, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to comment on that last discussion and just put my bit in and say that there's law and there's law, and that's what our people have to deal with when they go on a board. They're dealing with white law when, we're the experts in black law, and there's a real difference in that. And when I talk to elders, they tell me that is the difficulty for them on those boards, and unfortunately people take advantage of that. And I would suggest some kind of ombudsman where our mob can go freely and without feeling like they're going to be attacked, to be able to come out and have a yarn about what's going on in their organisation, corporation, whatever. Because we also know there's many Aboriginal organisations out there that won't go under the CATSI Act, because they get away with the little Associations Act, and they get away with quite a lot. So my question, aside from all of that, is during October's budget estimates, you provided in answer to question on notice that ORIC has no legislative powers to deem a meeting director elections on corporations' decision as invalid. Only a court can decide that. This seems at odds with ORIC's function to oversee corporations and ensure good governance, and places a very high threshold on pursuing governance matters. So could you respond to that, please?
Thank you, Senator. That's correct. So we have no legal power to deem a meeting, and particularly an AGM where there are elections of directors is usually the most contentious, invalid, and we have no power to deem a director elected invalid, and that would be something that an aggrieved party would have to take court action on. However, I think, and particularly in recent months, I think we have demonstrated that within our powers, we can, as the best of our ability, provide a circuit breaker. So, and I've just mentioned it previously, we've got examples where AGMs might have been conducted in a manner compliant with the rule book or the CATSI Act, appropriate notice given in the appropriate format, a quorum held, but the outcome of it is questionable or has resulted in considerable distress or disruption in a community. In those instances, we have gone in and strongly encouraged, and in one instance directed, a corporation to hold a general meeting to resolve the matter. We have gone in and held registrar-initiated general meetings ourselves with special resolutions to put back to the members to vote and provide the direction and resettle the matter.
Thank you. So what support is given to traditional owners to pursue invalid corporate decisions, meetings and elections in court?
In court, sorry, or in the corporation?
In court. So given, you know, when it gets to be a court matter, what support does your organisation give to those traditional owners?
So there's probably two separate matters, Senator. So one is where traditional owners or common law holders have a dispute about a corporation's conduct or decisions that they make, and that would be applicable where they are a member of the corporation, with not all common law holders having to be, and in many instances choose not to be a member of the corporation, and they choose not to do so because the corporation deals with corporate business of a PBC, for example. That doesn't remove...
And other reasons.
Yes, that doesn't remove a common law holder's right to their native title rights in terms of the PBC's right to obligations to consultation and consent. Where common law holders have a concern or a dispute or grievance that is about a native title matter and a native title decision, that is a matter for the National Native Title Tribunal. Certainly if they are a member of the corporation and they have corporate disputes and matters, we always encourage them to get their own legal advice. And I would have to take on notice, and I apologise, I probably should know this, whether they would have access to the Oryx free law help service. So we provide a number of free services, law help, independent director.
So there's no specific support for those people. They just provided some guidance as to where to go somewhere else, basically.
I'll take on notice whether they would be eligible. In fact, take on notice and give you a fuller briefing on our law help. But for corporations that are eligible for law help, it is free pro bono legal assistance.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, thank you. That's available to everybody.
It's one available to CATSIAC corporations through Oric, but I'll get you a full brief on it, Senator.
Thank you. So how many times were meetings, elections or corporation decisions deemed invalid through a court decision?
Yeah, apologies, Senator. I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Contrary to your statement that you cannot deem a meeting invalid, you state in answer to question 305 that a petition by 2 directors of BWW was invalid and the proposed called meeting by 2 directors was invalid. How can you make this judgment if you apparently don't have the power to do that?
So, Senator, we didn't deem the meeting invalid. We deemed that the process that the directors had followed to call the general meeting was not compliant with their requirements under the CATSIAC or their own rule book. And from recollection, I think they had satisfied the 21 days notice, and I think the general notice probably satisfied the requirements, but the notice wasn't actually given. From recollection, the directors gave the notice to the contact officer, but then the notice was actually not given. So members were not given 21 days notice of a meeting, and that was why the meeting didn't go ahead.
Thank you. So in answer to question on notice 305, you mentioned that concerning BWW, Oric held focused discussions with government and native title stakeholders throughout November and December in 2022 to establish a way forward in supporting BWW to resolve governance issues and native title disputes. Who did Oric invite to these meetings and who exactly participated in them?
In terms of from the corporation or other agencies, sorry, Senator. So there was
in general, who was invited to the meetings?
Yep.
And who actually participated? Yep. So there's an invite list, but then there's people who rock up on the day. So have you got a list of those participants that were invited and turned up?
So I could give you a specific list on notice, but directors of the corporation, representatives from NIAA and from Queensland South Native Title Services, and that's what's called a registrar meeting of interested parties. And so that was a meeting to attempt to resolve with the directors and provide support for the directors to hold directors' meetings, hold a general meeting, and get their report.
Thank you,
I've
Ms
just got
Stroud.
one more question.
Provided it's just one more question, because we have to close at 5 o'clock on the dot. Thank you.
We lost a lot of time through the chair. We lost 30 minutes to begin with at the start of this hearing.
Giving up more
Then we
time.
lost another 20. Well, I'm just making a point that we lost 50 minutes.
We've worked through afternoon tea, so please just make the most of your time. Thank you, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, why were the traditional owners and native title holders that ORIC had been engaged with and who had been contacting ORIC about BWW over many years not notified of any of these meetings or asked to participate?
Senator, I'm happy to, on notice, provide a pretty full briefing on the situation with BWW. The directors are, at this point, the elected representatives of the corporation. They're the ones that are responsible for calling general meetings and lodging reports. So our first point of call is with directors to try to get directors to get the corporation compliant. One point I do want to make about BWW is that non-compliance with their reporting and their meetings and director meetings is, to my mind, in no way a demonstration of recalcitrance or disrespect for the CATSI Act or the corporation. Unfortunately, the native title disputes are so entrenched and so personal in that community that it is just outside the capability of the corporation to even have director meetings in the same room. We could go in and call a registrar-initiated AGM in 21 days and, lodge reports, and the corporation would simply be compliant. It would not be operating, and it certainly wouldn't be serving the best interests of common law holders. We have commenced an examination.
Great.
And happy to share at the next estimates what the outcome of that examination is. We expect that report in the next week.
Thank you, Ms Stroud. Sorry to have to cut you short there.
Much. Thank you, and hopefully we get a lot more time to ask a lot more questions next time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. We've all done our best today. That concludes today's hearing. I give my sincere thanks to all of the witnesses who've appeared, especially those who've travelled a very long way to make a short appearance. We value very much your appearance and your accountability here today. I also thank the Secretariat, Hansard, Broadcasting, and all the ministers that have been at the table with us, in particular Senator McCarthy today. We've agreed that written questions on notice will be lodged with the Secretariat by Friday the 3rd of March, and the committee stands adjourned. Thank you.